Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 3786. Inside the space, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure also changed from time to time, and also emitted strange fluctuations. These fluctuations spread throughout the space, not only falling on the starry sky, but also on many resting demonic beasts. But suddenly, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure suddenly stopped, and the fine lines that swept through the space suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua opened his eyes, and starlight flashed in his eyes. He looked at the sky and said in surprise, how, in the end, it actually concluded into a totem. This is the task that the voice mentioned. In that instant, Jade Archive Xiao Hua felt as if he had been tricked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't depict the totem, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't write it down. However, the appearance of the totem was in his mind. In the mind of Jade Archive Xiao Hua, who could control the entire space, this was absolutely unimaginable. If there was nothing strange about it, then it would be the real strangeness. Phoenix Xiao Hua. You really got I into trouble. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was extremely helpless. At this time, how could he not know the strangeness of his phoenix body? Also, the origin of the 132 million small dots in his body. His primordial spirit had already controlled the body, but the body was really strong, and it inevitably affected his primordial spirit. Forget it, forget it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua helplessly shook his head. I have encountered many strange things, haven't I? When the Jade Archive Xiao Hua exited the space, the entire altar appeared high up in the sky again. His 10,000 feet tall body had returned to its original state. Inside his body, the Phoenix Xiao Hua was extremely weak, as if a person had been trampled on by thousands of horses. Looking at his body again, it was no different from before, but Xiao Hua was very clear that he was no longer the same as before. Just with this body alone, not to mention the hidden immortal continent, even in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm, no demonic beast would dare to compare with him. Of course, as Ao Zhan said, obtaining the bloodline only allowed him to step on the road to becoming a saint, but to really become a saint, he still needed to cultivate in the future. A true dragon bloodline could make a demonic beast a saint, then what about the 132 million bloodlines condensed into a saint bloodline? What would it make Xiao Hua become? This seemed to be the goal of Xiao Hua's body in the future. This may be explained in the Chaos Scroll outside the Soul Cultivation Hall. Xiao Hua glanced at his body, then looked at the Phoenix Xiao Hua who was in a weak slumber. Xiao Hua then raised his head to look at the starry sky. All kinds of starlight were strangely dim, as if they had been ravaged. Looking further into the distance, although Xiao Hua couldn't see much clearly, he could clearly sense that all living things in the legacy world were still full of vitality. They had their own lives. Everything that happened at the altar didn't particularly affect them. Sometimes, the ignorant are fearless. Ignorance is also a blessing. Xiao Hua sighed lightly and raised his hand. His large hand transformed into several hundred and grabbed towards the several hundred white bones on the altar. The white bones that were trying their best to resist were now very obedient. Even the altar didn't have any reaction. All the white bones were taken into Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua didn't look at them carefully. He raised his hand again and grabbed the 9-tailed fox totem with his 5 fingers. GG. On the totem, a blood-colored little fox cried out a few times in fear, then obediently turned into a small ball of blood and fell into Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua also took it into the space. When Xiao Hua finished doing all this and wanted to think again, boom. The same huge light pillar fell from the sky and covered Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he hurriedly took out the token. Buzz buzz. The token flashed in the light pillar, and the light pillar also moved in the sky. In a moment, a huge force lifted Xiao Hua up. Obviously, it wanted to send Xiao Hua back to the altar in Song Langzi's cave mansion. But at this moment, roar. A huge dragon roar came from below Xiaohua. A huge dragon suddenly appeared not far from the altar and rushed into the light pillar. Damn it, so it's this guy. Why isn't he dead yet? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. When he saw the dragon rushing to his feet, he suddenly realized. Isn't this the dragon that attacked Ao Qian before? Xiaohua thought that it had already escaped far away. Even if it was hiding in the surroundings, the change in the altar should have already crushed it to death. Who knew that it was still safe and sound? Xiaohua was surprised, but he didn't feel nervous. He reached out and grabbed at the huge force. However, before he could grab the dragon's body, the dragon's aura blocked his hand, and a numb feeling came from his hand. Io, this Xiao's body has just merged with the holy bloodline, so it's very weak. Xiaohua understood and secretly cursed, I'm afraid I can't subdue this dragon here. While speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. As he urged his magic power, a light pillar shot towards the huge dragon's head. Roar! The huge dragon saw that the light pillar was like a horse, and a flickering halo appeared at the dragon's horn. It actually condensed into a several zhang large shield that blocked the light pillar. Clang! The light pillar was blocked by the shield, and it was reflected back and hit the light pillar in the sky. Boom! The light pillar suddenly widened, and the strength suddenly increased. Xiaohua and the huge dragon were immediately sucked in, and the light pillar instantly turned into a star-shaped whirlpool and disappeared. Only at this time did the heaven-reaching altar let out a huge roar and gradually sank into the ground, waiting for another descendant of the demon race to come with the token. Where is this? Xiaohua was sucked in by the light pillar, and his eyes slightly shook. He was actually in the void. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, but he couldn't see the boundary of the space. And the huge dragon that was fighting with him also disappeared. After waiting for a while with his divine sense and soul awareness, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, damn it, this evil dragon, why are you causing trouble? If you want to come out, just tell me. There's no need to sneak attack. You have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace, not with me. I'm too lazy to care about your business. Now, this Xiao doesn't even know where I am. What about you? I'm afraid you're not having a good time, right? However, Xiaohua was never afraid of the void. He almost didn't hesitate to fly towards a place. But after flying for a while, he smiled again. With a wave of his hand, the turtle shell that he got from Tsang Lang Zi's cave flew out. The turtle shell flew into the void, and immediately emitted a light ochre brilliance, transforming into a scroll, and a heart shape quickly flew out from the scroll. Good. Xiaohua smiled, and patted his head again. Pooh! Huang Hongqing's 3 heavens hearts of different colors flew out. The light ochre heaven's heart immediately flew over cheerfully, and formed a circle with the 3 heavens hearts, forming a 4-colored circle. The 4-colored heavens hearts flickered and rotated in the void, causing the heavenly book to slowly flip. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, and the heavenly book fell into his hand. He looked at it with the clear eyes technique, and found that it recorded the cultivation method of wood essence unification. Woo woo. Just as Xiaohua was looking at it with rapt attention, the 4-colored heavens hearts suddenly became strange again, and slightly rotated, wanting to rush down. It seemed that there was something there that was attracting them. I'm afraid that's Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave below. Xiaohua understood. He opened his mouth, and the 4-colored heavens hearts fell into his chest. Then, he sent the heavenly book into his middle dantian, and urged his body to fly down. Fellow Taoist. After flying for half an hour, he still didn't see anything. Suddenly, Dragon Vein Xiaohua said, I suddenly have a very familiar feeling. Oh. What's wrong? Xiaohua asked curiously, why do you have such a strange feeling? I think I'm home. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's indifferent words almost made Xiaohua jump up in fright. Your home is here. Then isn't I's home also here? Xiao Hua hurriedly asked. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, I only said, I think I'm home. Oh. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, as if he didn't understand. I'll quickly go down and take a look. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua seemed to be very happy, and also said, I also have a familiar feeling. It can't be. Xiao Hua was really dumbfounded. Could it be that below is not Sang Lang Zi's cave? Roar. Faintly, a familiar dragon's roar actually came from the void. Hee, enemies are bound to meet. So that evil dragon is here. Xiao Hua pinched his nose and laughed loudly, and hurriedly increased his flying speed. After waiting for half a meal's time, when Xiao Hua flew closer and saw clearly, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He saw that at the bottom of the void, there was a huge dragon shape, and this dragon shape stretched for thousands of miles. The dragon-shaped figure was carrying a mountain-like object on its back. The tail of the dragon-shaped figure was currently hanging on a strange cauldron-shaped object. The cauldron-shaped object was like a huge nail that was firmly nailed into the ground. In the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, there was a small dragon that was struggling at death's door. This dragon was the giant dragon that had fought with Xiao Hua to fly out of the light pillar. Now, in the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, it was pitifully transformed into a small dragon. Roar! Just when Xiao Hua was stunned, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua roared loudly, rushed out of Xiao Hua's body, and rapidly expanded. In just a moment, it actually became a dragon shape that was very similar to the dragon shape, but thousands of miles long. Dragon Vein. How could Xiao Hua not understand when he saw this? His gaze looked at the mountain above the dragon vein, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly in admiration. Damn, this mountain. I'm afraid it's Sang Lang Zi's cave. Sang Lang Zi actually built his cave on top of the dragon vein. And this dragon vein is a moving dragon vein, no wonder this cave can move. As for why it stopped in Jingzhou, I'm afraid it's because when the dragon vein brought the cave here, it was hung here by this cauldron-shaped thing. But what is this cauldron? It can actually nail the dragon chi. Chapter 3787. Fellow Immortal, save me. Just as Xiao Hua is stunned, the little dragon in the mouth of the dragon vein actually speaks. Xiao Hua retracts his gaze from the cauldron, looks at the little dragon up and down and says with a smile, why should I save you? Give me a reason first. This. The little dragon hesitates a bit and says, I can tell fellow immortal what is this thing that is nailing the dragon vein, and I can also tell fellow immortal how to collect this thing. It's not important what this thing is, it's also not important whether to collect this thing or not. Xiao Hua slightly shakes his head, the question is, why should I collect this thing? You sneak attacked I, why should I save you? Fellow immortal, you wronged me, I actually didn't plan to sneak attack you. The little dragon bitterly smiles, you and I have no enmity, I just wanted to follow you out of the Cold Spirit Valley. But I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I didn't dare to greet you. Cold Spirit Valley. Xiao Hua's eyes turn, looks at the little dragon and says, I know that you have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although I am not familiar with the East Sea Dragon Palace now, I still need their help in the future, so I don't plan to get involved in the enmity between you two, let alone save you. Fellow immortal, why are you looking for the East Sea Dragon Palace? I am also from the dragon race, maybe I can help you. The little dragon hastily asks. I want to go to the Dragon Island. Xiao Hua says with a smile, can you help I? This. The little dragon hesitates for a moment, if it was before, I can certainly guarantee it, but now. I don't have 60% certainty, oh. Seeing that the little dragon actually admits that he can't and didn't lie to him, Xiao Hua is a bit surprised. He looks at the cauldron under his feet and says, then tell me what this thing is first. This is the Jing Province Cauldron, one of the 9 cauldrons of the hidden immortal continent. The little dragon says without hesitation. Cauldron? Xiaohua suddenly quivers, as if he thought of another inconceivable thing. Could this be the 9-province cauldron that the Confucian cultivator spoke of? The 9-province cauldron that can suppress fate and nail the mountains? This legendary 9-province cauldron, actually really exists. Of course it exists. Xiaolong replied, although the 9 cauldrons suppress the 9 prefectures, no one can see it. If it wasn't for the dragon qi surrounding the Jingzhou cauldron, we wouldn't be able to see it either. Since you know that the 9 continents cauldrons cannot be seen, how do you know how to obtain them? Xiaohua asked again. This is the inheritance of my dragon bloodline. There's no reason for it. The little dragon replied proudly. All right. Hearing that it was another inheritance, Xiaohua understood and could only helplessly say, do you think I can accept this Jing province cauldron? Of course not. However, your excellency has the dragon vein fate, you are a person with great fortune in the human race. If you have the heavenly book Heart of Heaven, you will definitely be able to obtain it. The little dragon replied. Xiaohua smiled. If I didn't have the heavenly book's heavenly heart, wouldn't I be unable to collect it? Of course. But what if I search his soul? Wouldn't you also be able to obtain the method to collect it? Xiaohua threatened. Hee, fellow immortal, you can give it a try. The little dragon laughed. My cave. At this point, Xiaolong suddenly stopped talking. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, if fellow immortal doesn't want to make a deal with me, then that's fine. Actually, Upper Dragon Island. You're a dragon from the heavenly abode river. Xiaohua suddenly said with a smile. Xiaolong was not very familiar with the human language of the hidden immortal continent. Just now, he accidentally let the cat out of the bag and was thinking about how to remedy it. Xiaohua suddenly attacked him and he casually responded. If it was an ordinary dragon language, Xiaolong would definitely not have made such a mistake. However, since he had already spoken, Xiaolong's expression immediately changed. He knew that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much, so he ignored Xiaohua. Thinking of the heavenly abode river dragon tribe, Xiaohua first thought of Xiao Yun and that incomparably strong dwarf in the longevity town. Then, he thought of the water escape technique he obtained the earliest. Looking at the somewhat depressed Xiaolong with a smile, Xiaohua knew that there was definitely a problem with the dragon pendant fragment that Ao Zhan obtained. However, he did not point it out. He only asked, I don't care who you are, nor do I care about the grudges between you and the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I only want to ask you one thing. You have to answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I can save you. Xiaolong looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He did not dare to say more and only nodded. A few years ago, was it your heavenly abode river water tribe that flooded the longevity town? Hearing Xiaohua ask about the longevity town, Xiaolong's expression clearly relaxed. He nodded without hesitation. Why did the water tribe of the heavenly abode river flood the longevity town? Immortal friend, didn't you only ask one question? This seems like it's already 2 questions. Xiaolong stuttered. Yes, I haven't asked that question yet. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he replied. Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, then you can ask now. All right. Xiaohua said with a smile, tell me the ins and outs of how the heavenly abode river flooded the longevity town. Ah. Xiaolong did not know whether to laugh or cry. This sentence is a bit too long. However, the matter of the water tribe of the heavenly abode river flooding the longevity town did not seem to be a big deal in Xiaolong's eyes. He thought for a moment and then told Xiaohua. The matter could not be considered simple or troublesome. Due to a certain reason that Xiaolong was unwilling to say, the heavenly abode river's dragon girl, Jiang Hong, was lost in the Yu province area. The water tribe of the heavenly abode river searched for her for several years without any news. Later on, a water demon found traces of the dragon girl in the longevity town. Therefore, the water tribe of the Heavenly Abode River sent Dragon General Jiang Sheng and a group of water tribe to investigate. Who knew that the news was true and the Dragon General brought the Dragon Girl back? How is Jiang Hong now? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked for Lu Yi in the end. My family's princess is very good. Xiaolong replied in astonishment. Immortal friend, why do you ask this? He, it's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, when you go back, tell Jiang Hong that my disciple, Lu Yi, misses her very much. Okay. Xiaolong casually said. Then, he realized the meaning of the human language of the hidden immortal continent and said in surprise, You can save me? Quickly tell I the secret of how to collect the 9-province cauldron. I can't wait. Xiao Hua said with a smile. But, if I tell you, what if a mortal friend doesn't save me? This Xiaolong was definitely not a fool. I am Lu Yi's master. How can I deceive the water tribe of the Heavenly Abode River? Who is Lu Yi? Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, Daoist dragon vein, you can devour this dragon vein. Roar. Dragon vein. Xiao Hua roared and opened his mouth to charge at the dragon vein. The dragon vein seemed to have intelligence and hurriedly struggled. However, its tail was completely suppressed by the Jing province cauldron. How could it escape? In just half an hour, dragon vein Xiao Hua had already devoured most of the dragon vein. Seeing dragon vein Xiao Hua being so fierce, Xiaolong was really scared. He might not be afraid of Xiao Hua, but the dragon vein could devour him at this moment. Immortal friend, listen carefully. Xiaolong did not wait for Xiao Hua to urge him and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Xiao Hua lazily picked his ear and said, I told you to say it earlier. In the future, we might be a family. Yes, yes. Xiaolong was very helpless and hurriedly smiled. Oh, by the way, how did you avoid Ao Zhan's detection? Why don't you tell I? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and asked again. Xiaolong, who boasted of his wisdom, looked at the greedy Xiao Hua and then looked at the dragon vein Xiao Hua behind him. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a long time, he softly transmitted his voice and told him everything. Good. Hearing this, Xiao Hua beamed with joy. This kind of concealment method was the best way to sneak attack. He liked it the most. After Xiao Hua finished listening, Xiao Hua waved his hand. Xiao Hua swallowed the remaining portion of the dragon vein and released the little dragon. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow immortal, please leave. This poor Taoist will not send you off. No matter what, thank you immortal friend. Xiaolong sighed and said, I hope immortal friend will not reveal my actions to the East Sea Dragon Palace. You think Ao Zhan is a fool. Xiao Hua said with a smile, even I think that your dragon pendant is fake. How can he not see it? Immortal friend is wrong. Sometimes, everyone is very smart, but they are willing to be fools. The authenticity of the dragon pendant doesn't matter, as long as you have the dragon pendant. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded thoughtfully. This is my dragon pendant. Xiaolong stretched out his hand and took out a dragon pendant, handing it to Xiao Hua. I am called Jiang Che. If you want to go to Dragon Island, I really don't dare to agree. If you really want to go, I will help you think of a way. Take it as a reward for not revealing my actions. Immortal friend Jiang has a good plan. I am Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua accepted it with a smile. He didn't even look at it and kept it in his space. We will talk about this later. As for your whereabouts, I think Ao Zhan and the East Sea Dragon Palace may not care. I hope so. Jiang Che cupped his hands. Daoist Xiao, we will meet again. Please. Xiao Hua nodded and raised his hand. After Jiang Che flew away, Xiao Hua hurriedly called Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Daoist Dragon Vein, you should leave some of the dragon vein. Otherwise, who will carry Senior Tsang Langzi's cave? I understand. Isn't there a tail here? Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the Jingzhou cauldron. When you keep this cauldron, I will release the rest of the dragon vein. Good. Xiaohua nodded. He released the four-colored heaven's core and surrounded the Jingzhou cauldron. Then, he had Confucian cultivator Xiaohua use the 9 flying swords to pin the Jingzhou cauldron. Finally, according to the secret technique Jiang Che taught him, he used the dragon vein to pull the Jingzhou cauldron out of the ground. Rumble. The earth seemed to be shaking. Xiaohua pulled the Jingzhou cauldron out of the ground. Once the seemingly huge Jingzhou cauldron was pulled out, it immediately shrunk and turned into a strange object the size of a palm. Hiss. Seeing the strange object in his hand, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, Isn't this one of the 5 strange objects in Kong Hongwu's Qiankun pouch? Chapter 3788. Of course, if one looked closely, this thing looked similar to a small hedgehog. Wasn't it similar to those weird things that Xiaohua got from Kong Hongwu? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the other 5 things. When the 6 of them were put together, a layer of dark luster appeared. It looked very thick and mysterious. Needless to say, these 6 things must be the 6 cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons. Looking at the 6 cauldrons, Xiaohua's hand slightly trembled and he almost threw them out of his hand. This was the fate of the 6 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, and it was actually in his hands. No one, not to mention anyone, even the immortal emperor probably wouldn't have thought of this. Almost instantly, Xiaohua immediately sent the 6 cauldrons into the space. He had already decided that he wouldn't take them out unless it was a critical moment. And he wouldn't let anyone know. Damn it, if the Confucian cultivators knew about this, they would probably go crazy and pull out my tendons and skin me alive. That's not right, they should be looking for Kong Hongwu. This was all done by that guy. That's not right either. Kong Hongwu was the Hall Master of Star Lord Hall, a righteous Confucian cultivator. Why did he collect the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons in the hidden immortal continent? Isn't this destroying the fate of the Confucian cultivators for no reason? Xiaohua was really baffled. Many distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that I killed him by mistake? Is he a Taoist cultivator? While Xiaohua was thinking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew back. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the remaining 10% of the dragon vein was abnormally weak. At this moment, the dragon vein Tsang Langzi's cave was still able to move, but it was moving very slowly. Fellow Taoist, you have a good appetite. Xiaohua gave Dragon Vein Xiaohua a thumbs up and praised. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, Thank you, fellow Taoist. If you have this opportunity in the future, you might as well call I out more often. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again, Jiang Che just said that the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons are invisible underground. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even immortals and Buddhas can't detect them. Can fellow Taoists see them? Of course I can't see them. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. It can't be. Even fellow Taoist can't see it. Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded. I can't see, but I can sense it within 100 miles. Dragon Vein Xiaohua replied with a smile. Bailey. It's a bit far. Xiaohua sighed. The other 3 cauldrons must be in the other 3 prefectures. Each prefecture is more than 1,000,000 miles in size. 100 miles away, is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders, fellow Taoist is too impatient. Being able to sense it within 100 li is already very good. Oh, that's right. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist is right. I was a bit too eager for quick success. Fellow Taoist, please go back and rest. We'll talk about this later. After sending Dragon Vein Xiaohua back, Xiaohua looked around again. Seeing that there were no other abnormalities, he prepared to return to Canglangzi's cave. However, looking at the cave that was like a mountain, Xiaohua really scratched his ears and cheeks. He didn't want to walk through the maze again. After thinking for a while, he took out the token from the legacy world. Unfortunately, the seeing cauldron didn't have any spiritual light now. It was no different from an ordinary small cauldron. Presumably, it couldn't be used again, let alone send Xiaohua back to the altar in Canglangzi's cave. Forget it. Xiaohua thought for a while and sighed. Senior Canglangzi must have entered the legacy world by chance and even comprehended Tao from the flying ants. As for whether he obtained the true blood of the demon clan, this is unknown. Since he left the altar undestroyed and even left a passage under the cloud bed, why should this Xiao go and destroy these things? Now that I have obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint, no matter how you look at it, I still received the favor of the demon clan. I can't repay kindness with enmity. After thinking, Xiaohua escaped from the ground and arrived above the Jade Mountains maze. Xiaohua had left the legacy realm, so he naturally wouldn't know that at a location at the extreme edge of the legacy realm, an enormous pillar of starlight seemed to penetrate the entire legacy realm as it fell straight down. A triangular hole was emitting a dense demonic aura. Rumble. Amidst the enormous rumbling, an object the size of a foot flew out from the demonic aura. That object was 9-colored, and the demonic aura lingered around it. It was precisely the appearance of a fox. At the same time, roar. A roar resounded through the sky from the cave entrance. A great demon that was several hundred feet tall flew out from the cave entrance. As soon as that great demon fell into the legacy world, it raised its claws and grabbed the fox-like object. After being stunned for a moment, it looked up to the sky and laughed. A series of strange words came out from the great demon's mouth. This is indeed the legacy world. Ha ha ha, this old man racked his brains and killed who knows how many demon clans. Finally, I found the entrance to the legacy world in the abandoned land of the 10,000 demon realm. Wait until this old man obtains the ancient bloodline. This old man will certainly become the sage emperor of this generation. After saying that, that great demon put away the token and flew up. A huge shadow came out from its body. It was a fox with 9 tails behind it. Xiaohua flew to the Cloudy Mountain Maze. At this time, the Cloudy Mountain Maze was a little different from when Xiaohua entered it a few years ago. The broken ruins were gradually recovering under the power of the formation. Even the water of the Yellow Springs formation was flowing out from the Immortal's cave. The entire formation was still in operation. Of course, without the several hundred evil spirits inside the profound purity forbidden spirit formation, this formation had lost a lot of its power. However, how many cultivators like Xiaohua in the hidden immortal continent could cultivate Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Devil Tao? In the future, even if other cultivators came to break the formation, it wouldn't be easy. Especially, after the dragon vein came out from the Jing province cauldron, this cloudy mountain maze began to move again. Although it was moving very slowly now, who knew where it would move to in the future? At that time, the number of cultivators who could find it would be even fewer, right? Xiaohua stood in the air and looked at this formation. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. This kind of mood and all kinds of harvest was something he didn't expect when he entered the formation that year. No wonder all the cultivators want to explore the ancient forbidden formation. Now, this Xiaohua finally understands. The things inside are really too precious. Xiaohua thought to himself. Thinking about what this Xiaohua obtained inside, I really didn't expect it even in my dreams. All of this is enough for this Xiaohua to cultivate for several thousand years. Several thousand years sounded very shocking, but Xiaohua still underestimated the bloodline of the sage emperor. How could 10,000 years of cultivation be enough to completely integrate with the bloodline of the sage emperor? As for the specific amount of time, perhaps only Xiao Hua who had reached that level could truly understand it. After sighing for a moment, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He found that there were no cultivators around this cloudy mountain maze. He knew that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and the others didn't come out. He landed on the mountain peak of the maze. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his magic power, Bai An flew out. Although there was a broken space inside the Kunlun mirror, under Xiao Hua's deliberate arrangement, the people who were sucked into it didn't meet each other. Once Bai An flew out of the Kunlun mirror, her beautiful eyes immediately swept around. Seeing that Fu Jiwen wasn't beside her, she rolled her eyes and hurried forward to greet Xiao Hua. This concubine greets spiritual master Xiao. Get up. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai An. He flicked his sleeve and said, when you came out, this Xiao Hua was in seclusion and didn't see you. However, this Xiao Hua heard about you from Fu Jiwen and Gusu Qiudi. Not only are you Gusu Qiudi's good friend, but you are also Fu Jiwen's wife. Therefore, this Xiao Hua had no choice but to help you out. Although Xiao Hua looked like he only had the strength of 4th stage essence power and Bai An was 5th stage essence power, Bai An still respectfully listened to Xiao Hua's words. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, Bai An immediately smiled and said, "Spiritual master is my husband's master. Naturally, you are this concubine's senior. Because my husband isn't here, this concubine doesn't dare to call him master. Spiritual master has taught my husband and helped this concubine escape. This concubine doesn't know how to properly thank you. The two of you haven't bowed to heaven and earth to get married. Isn't it too much to call him your husband?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Bai An's face turned slightly red. She bit her lips and said resolutely, "This concubine knows how Fu Jiwen treats this concubine. In this lifetime, this concubine will only marry Fu Jiwen. Gusu Qiudi could betray the immortal palace for Luo Kong. Why can't this concubine do the same? There's no need for that." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "You are different from Gusu Qiudi. You are Fu Jiwen's wife. How can this Xiao Hua not care? Many thanks. Taoist." Bai An hurriedly expressed her thanks. However, Xiao Hua's expression turned serious. He said again, "You are a member of the immortal palace. This Xiao Hua is a Taoist cultivator. Moreover, this Xiao Hua and the immortal palace have some grudges. This Xiao Hua has no choice but to ask about your and Gusu Qiudi's status in the immortal palace." This. Bai An was a bit hesitant. Soon after, she said with extreme sincerity, "Taoist Xiao, this concubine is a female official of the immortal palace. Naturally, this concubine is under the supervision of the immortal palace's laws. Moreover, this concubine is currently a criminal. This concubine doesn't dare to reveal the secrets of the immortal palace. I hope Taoist can understand. And, this Xiao Hua can understand." Xiao Hua saw that Bai and didn't want to say anything. Naturally, he didn't want to force her to say anything. Because during the time he spent with Gusu Qiudi and Zhai Xingzi, he never heard Gusu Qiudi mention anything about the immortal palace. He knew that this matter was very important. Moreover, Taoist can't tell this concubine about the grudges between you and the immortal palace right now. Bai An said hurriedly, "This concubine can't guarantee that my soul won't be searched when I return to the immortal palace." See. Xiao Hua took a breath and said curiously, "Is it that serious?" "Yes." Bai An nodded. "This concubine's punishment hasn't expired yet. The immortal palace naturally wants to find out the reason why the heaven's punishment prison crystal was broken. This concubine had Taoist hold on to the shards of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal because the Immortal Palace will use the information within the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal to determine whether this concubine's escape conforms to the immortal laws. If it was someone else, they would definitely be searched. But this concubine is a female official of the Emperor Star Palace. With that person's protection, my soul won't be searched. However, this is also uncertain. After all, there is still that person who has been following that person. Forget it, this concubine won't say anymore. It's fine as long as Taoist knows. Chapter 3789. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask who that person and that person were, but looking at the current situation, he shook his head slightly, knowing that it was better not to ask. Sigh, actually, I didn't call you out to ask you this. Xiao Hua put aside his own matters and said to Wuchen, I just wanted to ask you how you plan to deal with the matter with Fu Jiwen in the future. You only said that you will never leave him, but it's no different from not saying anything. And I also know that Fu Jiwen will definitely not let you betray the Immortal Palace like Gusuchuri. I won't hide it from you. Wucheng smiled and said, when I first met Fu Jiwen, I also thought about this, but I felt that Fu Jiwen's lifespan would definitely not be longer than my sentence, so I thought that I would just muddle along with Fu Jiwen. When I saw you last time, I realized that I could possibly grow old with Fu Jiwen. As long as Fu Jiwen cultivates with you, even if he can't enter the Immortal Palace as an official with his Confucian cultivation, he can still enter the Penglai Immortal Realm with his Taoist cultivation. When that time comes, I will plead with that person, to demote me to the Penglai Immortal Realm as punishment. Penglai Immortal Realm? Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, what's that? Is it the same as the Star Lord Palace on Yaotai Mountain? Sigh. Wucheng sighed and said, Taoist, I can't say any more. Some things may not be considered secret to me, but to others, they may not be secret. If that person knows, I will be in trouble again. All right. Xiao Hua smiled, I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me, what level of Confucian cultivation has Fu Jiwen reached, and what level of Taoist cultivation has he reached, to meet your requirements? Confucian cultivation is more difficult, it has to be at least the Grandmaster level. Wucheng smiled and said, Taoist cultivation is simple, as long as he has 5th grade essence power. That's simple. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, I am only at 5th grade essence power. He, my husband has a Taoist as his master, reaching 5th grade essence power is a piece of cake. Wucheng replied with a smile. Haha, good. Since you said so, if this Xiao doesn't properly teach Fu Jiwen, I'm afraid I'll delay your good days. Xiao Hua laughed. The Kunlun mirror shook and Fu Jiwen flew out from it. Kunlun mirror. Bai Yan's eyes lit up and he almost blurted out. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. Wife. Fu Jiwen landed on the ground with joy on his face. He stepped forward and held Momo's hand. Are you free? He asked anxiously. It's up to you. Bai Yan allowed Fu Jiwen to hold her small hand. She chided him lovingly, Master is right beside you. Why aren't you thanking him? It's okay. Master is one of us. He won't care about these things. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, but he still bowed and said, Master, thank you very much. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said, you two can go and whisper to each other. Bai Yan probably can't stay here for long. 3 days later, when the two of you return, this Xiao will take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment. I reckon that law enforcement envoy will appear again. Bai Yan and Fu Jiwen's faces were slightly red. However, the two of them bowed and said, thank you, Master. Looking at the two's departing figures, Xiao Hua smiled slightly. The first thing he thought of was naturally Fairy Hongxiao. An indescribable longing arose in his heart. He sighed and said, AI, it's good to be young. This Xiao is old now. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and meditated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fu Jiwen and Bai Pen returned as promised. Their faces were filled with reluctance. Clearly, Bai Pen had already told Fu Jiwen his plans. Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and asked, "Disciple, do you know everything?" "Yes, master." This disciple will definitely concentrate on his cultivation and strive to see Bai Pen as soon as possible. Fu Jiwen hurriedly replied. "Good. Disciple, you wait here. Bai Pen, follow this Xiao." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and turned around to fly into the sky. Bai Pen turned back to look at Fu Jiwen. Tears flowed from her eyes as she said reluctantly, "Husband, cultivate well. This concubine is leaving today for the sake of meeting you tomorrow. This concubine will definitely not let you down. Go." Fu Jiwen forced a smile. "This husband will definitely do his best to cultivate so that I can bring my wife back as soon as possible." Bai Pen lowered her head and covered her face with her sleeves as she chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua brought Bai Pen and flew thousands of li away in one breath. Then, he asked Bai Pen, "Will the law enforcement envoy appear once the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment is taken out?" "Yes." Bai Pen nodded, "And if you can't hide in time, that law enforcement envoy might take you away as well." That depends on how strong he is." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Are you ready? This Xiao is going to take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment." "See." Bai Pen took a deep breath and said, "This concubine is ready. Take it out, adept." "Good." Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror and the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment immediately flew into the sky. Countless broken rune chains appeared on the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal. Within the rune chains, 9 different colored thunderbolts shot out in disarray. Soon after, 9 broken dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from the thunderbolts. Their hoarse roars resounded in the void. Just as the dragon form appeared, Xiaohua's figure that was standing in mid-air strangely disappeared. Bai Pen, who was originally worried, swept her beautiful eyes over Xiaohua several times, but she couldn't see any flaws. Only then did she feel relieved and admire Xiaohua in her heart. However, after a few breaths of time, a loud rumbling sound of thunder filled the air. In an instant, the area within 1,000 li was covered by red clouds. A kind of black clouds pressed down and suffocated. It was like an invisible wave that drowned everything in the world in an instant. A huge distorted light shadow that could split the heaven and earth appeared in front of the red clouds amidst the sound of thunder. Who broke the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal? An ethereal voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes close, reverberated between heaven and earth. The guilty official of the school of the Emperor Star, Bai Pen, greets the punishment envoy. Bai Pen didn't panic. He bowed and said, "The punishment envoy knows that it was the power of heaven and earth that triggered the immortal palace law of the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal. The guilty official has this opportunity to escape. The Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal is here. The punishment envoy, please verify it." The guilty official of the school of the Emperor Star. "I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to verify it. Since it was the power of heaven and earth that broke the immortal palace law of the immortal palace, follow me back to the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder to verify it." "Yes, the guilty official knows." Bai Pen lowered his head. A thick light golden chain flew down from the red cloud. The inscriptions on the chain swam, and a restrictive aura that represented the power of heaven and earth filled the space within 1,000 miles. With a swish sound, the chain fell on Bai Pen and tied him up. As the chain contracted, Bai Pen's figure disappeared into the red cloud. At the same time, a shadow of a giant hand that was thousands of feet long descended from the sky. It grabbed the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment and disappeared. Another series of thunderbolts wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Immediately, the light shadow disappeared, the lightning disappeared, and even the red cloud dissipated. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua's figure strangely appeared on the mountain peak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the clear sky after the red cloud disappeared. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he activated the Dragon Clan's invisibility technique and disappeared in the air. Master, Bai Hen. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear beside him, Fu Jiwen didn't seem to be surprised. He hurriedly asked. He was still brought back to the Immortal Palace by the punishment envoy of the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua said with a smile, I heard it was the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. Oh, that's good. Fu Jiwen breathed a sigh of relief. His heart wasn't completely at ease. He said in a low voice, I hope Baikman can use this to get away with it. Xiaohua glanced at Fu Jiwen and said meaningfully, Baikman is a female official of the Immortal Palace. Behind her is the school of the Emperor Star. Previously, even the punishment envoy was lenient. What is there to be afraid of in the punishment hall? Don't tell me Baikman didn't say anything to you. Alas, Master, Baikman really didn't dare to say anything to me. Fu Jiwen sighed. It said that the various palaces and halls of the Immortal Palace are very complicated. The person Baikman mentioned in the school of the Emperor Star has some status, but, forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiaohua waved his hand, Baikman must have already planned for you. You should focus on cultivating. Whether it's Confucian cultivation or Taoist cultivation, I can teach you all. Moreover, you've gained a lot in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave. When you finish cultivating, I'm sure you won't be too far away from Baikman's plan. That's right. Fu Jiwen looked down at the misty mountain maze and sighed, before I entered Senior Tsang Langzi's cave, I really didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. However, in these past few years, what I've gained has greatly exceeded my expectations. In the future, as long as I'm under Master's guidance, I can really achieve what Baikman wants. Good, for your wife, you have to cultivate well. Xiaohua smiled, however, you don't have to tell anyone about what you've gained in my cave. This disciple naturally knows. Fu Jiwen also gave a mysterious smile. Alright, we'll wait here. Who knows when they'll come out? Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen looked around and flew to a nearby place to meditate. This wait lasted for more than half a year. During this time, the mountain peak where the cloudy mountain bewildering formation was located did not remain in its original place like before. Instead, it gradually moved eastward and underground. Although it did not move much each day, after a long time, not to mention Xiaohua, even Fu Jiwen noticed it. Fu Jiwen had doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask. Xiaohua closed his eyes and meditated every day. Just as the 4 entrances of the misty mountain maze were gradually sinking into the ground, a clear whistling sound could be heard from the east. Boom! A low rumbling sound could be heard from the entrance of the misty mountain maze, and a person rushed out from the hole. Chapter 3790. A cultivator dressed in emperor robes flew out from the starlight with a dignified face. Isn't that Zhai Xingzi? Behind Zhai Xingzi, Gusuqiuri had a smile on her face. After Gusuqiuri, it was naturally Gongshu Isin. At this moment, Gongshu Isin's face was even more arrogant. Her starry eyes were even more resplendent. An indescribable confidence bloomed on her face like a flower. Behind her were Taoist Master Han and several other Taoist cultivators. Each of them was full of energy and looked like their cultivation had skyrocketed. Xiaohua opened his eyes and flew up. Just as he was about to fly over, ha ha ha. Another wild laughter came from the west. Sun Kong Shangren flew out with Yi Mingzi and the other cultivators. Chang Gung stood in Sun Kong Shangren's hands with his arms raised, as if he was cheering crazily. Fellow Daoist Xiao actually came out first. A faint astonished voice came from the south. That voice was extremely solid, as if there was an invisible figure standing next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look back and smiled. Brother Daoran, seems to have half of your body entered the out-of-body realm. If this misty mountain maze formation didn't move again, Brother Daoran probably wouldn't need a few months to enter the out-of-body realm, right? Hee. In the distance, Zhang Daoran's figure flew out like mist. When he flew behind Xiaohua, Daoist Master Di Quan and the other cultivators flew out from the entrance. When everyone flew closer, Xiaohua smiled. All of the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive had made great progress in their cultivation. The return of this trip to the Misty Mountain Maze was really generous. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, fellow cultivators, for making great progress in your cultivation." Same to you, same to you." Zhang Daoran glanced at Zhai Xingzi. Both of their eyes were filled with confusion because Xiaohua's cultivation did not seem any different from before. However, the two of them still returned the greeting like everyone else. In the midst of the congratulations, Gongshu Isin chuckled, "Elder Xiao, we entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation at the same time and came out at the same time. When we were at San Lang Zi's residence, you even took advantage of him. Why does it seem like your cultivation hasn't improved at all?" Isin, Gusu Chiodi hurriedly scolded, somewhat embarrassed. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Don't mention it. After I left the front mansion, I encountered a problem and didn't manage to enter Senior Tsang Langzi's real cave residence." As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Daoist Master Di Chuan and the others. When Daoist Master Di Quan and the others came out, they saw that Fairy Xiang Feng was not with Xiaohua. They understood what was going on. Seeing that Xiaohua had spoken, the three of them hurriedly went forward. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a commotion from the south. They quickly looked over and saw Fairy Xiang Feng flying out with Xue Ping and the others. This Daoist Dichuan was shocked to see Fairy Xiang Feng return to her female form. He looked at the smiling Xiaohua and didn't know what had happened, but he didn't dare say anything. Woo! Before Fairy Xiangfeng got close to him, another great qi surged behind her while a colorful light rushed into the sky. At the same time, a swaying human figure flashed 60 miles away in the colorful light. At the same time, another arrogant voice sounded, "Xiaohua, this old man got some lucky chances because of you. Therefore, this old man will let you go this time. Cultivate well. 3 years later, this old man will still come and take your life." Humph. Before Xiaohua could speak, Gusu Chiodi let out a cold snort. She raised her delicate hand slightly, and countless pillars of vast qi shot out from the void with a rumbling sound. A huge hand that was hundreds of meters thick appeared, and it was neither real nor illusory. It also moved 100 meters in the blink of an eye and grabbed at the humanoid figure. See. The one closest to Gusu Chiodi was Gongshu Isin. She was a Confucian cultivator and was very sensitive to Gusu Chiodi's strength. She sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Big Sister Gusu, when did you step into the upper stage of 5th grade essence energy?" "No need, Lady Gusu." Xiaohua stopped her indifferently. "This is a personal grudge between this Xiao and someone else. He didn't get any advantage from this Xiao. N." Gusu Chiodi heard and the huge hand in the air retracted. Light and shadow were absorbed into her arm. Xiao. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng was the most panicked. She quickly smiled and said, "This concubine didn't know that there was a Confucian cultivator behind me, hee, it's fine, it's fine." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, "This person has nothing to do with you." Seeing that Fairy Xiang Feng and Xiaohua seemed to have reconciled, Daoist Di Quan, Mingzi, and Daoist Han all let out a long breath. Now that the four of them were facing Xiaohua's group of 6, if they turned hostile or pursued the purpose of their visit, the four of them definitely wouldn't have a good ending. The benefits they obtained in the misty mountain maze would instantly turn into a flower in the mirror. The three of them had a plan in mind. They exchanged glances and didn't dare to stay here for long. They bowed and said, "We were able to enter the misty mountain maze all because of you fellow Taoists. We will remember this favor in our hearts. What we obtained in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave abode is very important. A mere few years of seclusion won't be enough to fully comprehend it. Therefore, we will return to the cave abode and seclude ourselves. When we complete our cultivation, we will pay a visit to each of you fellow Taoists." Humph. Gongshu Exin snorted coldly again. "After obtaining a benefit, you all really know how to conduct yourselves. Ha! Xiao Hua, who originally didn't have a good impression of Gongshu Exin, was in a great mood now. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, quickly leave. The more you can comprehend, the more this Xiao will be jealous." "Many thanks, Taoist Xiao." Taoist Han and the others revealed a bit of embarrassment. They once again cupped their hands towards Xiao Hua, Zhang Daoran, and the others and urged their figures to leave. Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng bit her lips. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Which one is Dao Qing?" "I'll let you know." Xue Ping hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist Dao Qing encountered a trap in the secret passage. Senior Xiang Feng tried her best to save him but to no avail. He fell in the misty mountain maze. Xiao Hua nodded. "People often say that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. It is indeed so. This way, this Xiao also has nothing to say. Fairy Xiang Feng, this Xiao has already said what needs to be said in the secret passage. If you can understand, now you can also leave. Although the path of love is important, the path of righteousness is even more in accordance with the heavenly Tao. I believe you can clearly distinguish which is more important. Of course, if you still can't distinguish by now, you don't need to leave anymore." Yes, this concubine was able to enter Senior Tsang Langzi's cave with Taoists' help. These few years of comprehension have allowed this concubine to comprehend a lot. This concubine feels that in the past few years, this concubine was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, this concubine has just jumped out of the well. This concubine still has to thank Taoist Xiao once again. After speaking, Fairy Xiang Feng gracefully swayed again. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "All right, since this is the case, there is no need to be so formal. It's better to turn back as soon as possible." Fairy Xiang Feng slightly smiled at everyone. Her figure turned into a rainbow and flew away. Seeing that rainbow leap dozens of li, it was clear that her cultivation had also improved greatly. Good. Gongshu Exin, who had been holding back all this time, finally spoke. "Senior Xiao, what is this senior's relationship with you? What love, what righteousness, when did she appear? Where is Senior Yunmengzi? Since you know that this is a matter between us old people, why do you, a little girl, ask so many questions?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at her. Fairy Xiang Feng entered Senior Tsang Langzi's cave. "Did you and the others not enter?" "Nonsense, the cave that we entered was Senior Tsang Langzi's real cave." Gongshu Exin pouted. "I even got Senior Tsang Langzi's formation jade eyes. How could she enter?" "Ah." Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked up at Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. Both of them nodded with a smile and didn't say much. Fuck. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood that he had been tricked by Tsang Langzi again. The cave residence that he had entered was not fake, but the cave residence that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, and Fairy Xiang Feng had entered was not fake either. Although there was no relic realm in their cave, there might be path understanding ants, medicine fields, and alchemy rooms. As for who was real and who was fake, perhaps only Tsang Langzi himself would know. Seeing Xiao Hua regretting, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren raised their hands at the same time, each holding a jade eye. The three of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Since fellow Xiao didn't enter the cave, the cultivation methods and secret arts in these jade eyes will be left to you. That's a good fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He stretched out his hand and took the three jade eyes, saying, "This way, my heart will be at ease." "Humph, this time you took three, but you gained the most." Gongshu Exin was a little indignant. "What's wrong? Are you envious?" Xiao Hua smiled. "If you change to Taoist cultivation methods, I will give them to you. What do you think? Do you think I'm crazy?" Gongshu Exin curled her lips and said to Gusu Chodi, "Sister Gusu, this little sister has been away from home for a long time. I don't dare to stay here any longer. If you have time in the future, remember to come and find this little sister." "Of course." Gusu Chodi answered with a smile. "Seniors, I'll take my leave." After several years, Gongshu Exin was not as rude as when she first arrived. She actually bowed to everyone and was about to fly away. However, Gongshu Exin only flew a few miles before her body suddenly swayed and fell straight down. Gusu Chodi saw this and hurriedly urged her true chi. A big hand grabbed Gongshu Exin and pulled her back. At this time, Gongshu Exin's face was a little green, and the true chi outside her skin was slightly scattered. It seemed like she was out of control. Gusu Chodi didn't dare to be negligent. She looked at Zhai Xingzi and hurriedly said, "Zhai Xingzi, Exin is a little unwell. It seems like she can't go back alone. You and I have to send her back." "This girl." Xiao Hua smiled, "She's really too greedy." Chapter 3791. Since fellow Taoist Zhai Xing is leaving, fellow Taoist Xiao, we need to hurry back too. Zhang Daoran hesitated and said, "If you have time, come find me in 2 years." "Brother Daoran, why are you in such a hurry?" Xiao Hua was confused. He looked at Sun Kong and Zhai Xingzi. "Oh." Seeing Xiao Hua's confusion, Zhai Xingzi was confused. He ordered Fu Jiwen and the others, "Stand aside first." Gusu Chodi gave Gongshu Exin a simple treatment. Although Gongshu Exin was still unconscious, her breathing had stabilized. She should be fine. Gusu Chodi looked at everyone. She held Gongshu Exin and said, "Come with me." "Yes, senior." Fu Jiwen and the others answered respectfully. After everyone left, Zhai Xingzi waved his hand and set up a restriction. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we've already stepped into the out-of-body realm. We're using secret techniques to suppress our cultivation so that we can't break through the upper 5th grade. We didn't feel it when we were in Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave, but when we came out, we immediately felt that we couldn't control our cultivation. We had to hurry back to the cave and use talismans and secret techniques to suppress our cultivation. Otherwise, we'll be noticed by the Immortal Palace." "Ah." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Although Zhai Xingzi didn't continue speaking, he instantly understood a lot. He finally understood why he had never seen a Dao Sex out-of-aperture cultivator after arriving at the hidden Immortal Continent. He also finally understood that the Star Monarchs of the Star Monarch Hall were only at the 5th grade of origin energy. It turned out that as long as a Dao cultivator reached the out-of-body realm, the Immortal Palace would immediately notice and take action. This once again proved why the Immortal Palace didn't care about the actions of the Dao Sex cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent. Because in the eyes of the Immortal Palace, all the Dao Sex cultivators were below the 5th level of origin energy and were nothing more than clowns. There was really no need to be too concerned about them. Penglai Immortal Realm. Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of the location that Tao Wu accidentally revealed when he sent Tao Wu back to the Immortal Palace several months ago. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and very helplessly said with a bitter smile, that's right. As long as one breaks through 5th grade. Xiaohua also wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked like he was full of bitterness. Exalted Master Sun Kong, who was at the side, felt the same way. He sighed and said, once you break through the 5th grade of essence power, you will be detected by the Immortal Palace. No matter where you are, the Immortal Palace's immortal envoys will appear instantly. If you resist, you will immediately be killed. Sigh, what are we Dao sect cultivators doing? Of course it's for a carefree life. Zhang Daoran said calmly, as long as we can reach the out-of-body realm, the immortal emissary of the Immortal Palace will welcome us into the free immortal realm, and we won't have to live in fear anymore. This old man would rather die than be free and unfettered like a dog. Sun Kong sneered. Is there a free and unfettered immortal realm? Xiaohua looked at Zhai Xingzi and asked meaningfully, why do I feel that this place doesn't exist? Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, well, I don't know either. Every now and then, seniors at the peak of the late nascent soul stage would disappear. The legend of this free immortal realm has been around for a long time. As for whether it exists or not, I will only know after I reach the out-of-body realm. Who dares to try? Xiaohua sneered and replied, what if the Immortal Palace's immortal emissary is the soul-reaping emissary? Actually, Xiao might know. Zhai Xingzi explained, however, she doesn't dare to reveal this matter that involves the secrets of the Immortal Palace. This will bring disaster to their Gusu family. The only thing we can do now is to use the secret technique and delay for as long as possible. Exalted Master Sun Kong said resentfully, think of the ancient senior Tsang Langzi. That was the true freedom. Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out 3 blank jade eyes. He wrote something in them with his divine sense and handed them to the 3 people, saying, this is the concealment technique that I use. Fellow Taoists, take a look. If it's useful, feel free to comprehend it. Good. The 3 people were overjoyed. They knew that Xiaohua's secret technique was no small matter. They hurriedly took it. After looking through it, Exalted Master Sun Kong almost shouted, I won't leave first. I'll talk about it after I comprehend it. Good. I have the same idea. Zhai Xingzi immediately agreed. He opened the barrier and urged, we'll find a place to cultivate. It won't take long. A few months should be enough. Moreover, Gongshu Exian has suffered from qi deviation. Xiao can help her regulate her breathing. That's right. Zhang Daoran deeply agreed. He sent a voice transmission to his disciples and flew to a place. Zhai Xingzi called Gusu Qiu Di while Exalted Master Sun Kong called his disciples. They flew to different places. After the 3 people separated, Xiaohua knew that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He simply called Xue Ping and the others over. Xue Ping led the group forward and bowed, saying, Junior thanks Daoist Xiao for protecting us. All of you, rise. Xiaohua helped everyone up and said with a smile, protecting you was just a small matter. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. I was sent out by the restriction before I even entered the cave. In the end, I didn't even get to see the true appearance of the cave. On the other hand, your luck isn't bad. Xue Ping and the others hurriedly said with a smile, didn't we also rely on Senior's good fortune? If Senior doesn't mind, we can. There's no need. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and beckoned to Xue Ping, saying, come over here. Tell me in detail about your cultivation technique. While you're at it, if you have any comprehension in the cave, you can also circulate your mental cultivation technique for me to take a look. Xue Ping was startled. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged. After Xiaohua set up the barrier, he told Xiaohua about his cultivation technique and cultivation route without hiding anything. After careful consideration, Xiaohua sent a voice transmission in a low voice for half a day. Then, he took out 3 jade bottles, a jade eye bottle, and a magic treasure and bestowed them to Xue Ping. After Xiaohua removed the barrier, Xue Ping didn't say anything. However, the unconcealable joy between his brows told the other cultivators that he had gained a lot. That's right. The personal guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was much more useful than the ancient cultivation technique. After all, the guidance was alive while the cultivation technique was dead. Just as the other cultivators were envious, Xiaohua also gave each cultivator half a day's time and bestowed them with cultivation techniques, magic treasures, and spiritual pills. After the last cultivator came out, Xiaohua said with a smile, "I can't personally bring you into the cave, so this is my compensation. You should cultivate with all your might, for my Dao sect." At this point, Xiaohua didn't know what to say about "for my Dao sect" or "for my Dao sect." He could only smile and say, "Forget it, just cultivate well." "Thank you, Daoist Master Xiao." Facing Daoist Master Xiao, who had actually taught them but not in name, the group of cultivators bowed and thanked him. "I still have to wait here for Zhang Daoran and the others. If you want to leave, you can leave now." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "If you don't want to leave, you can cultivate here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. However, when Zhang Daoran and the others come out of seclusion, you must leave too." "Yes, yes, we understand." When Xue Ping and the others saw that Zhang Daoran and the others wanted to obtain the secret technique Jade Eyes from Xiaohua, how could they not know that this was another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them? They hurriedly agreed and found a place not far from Xiaohua to cultivate in seclusion. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't give the secret technique Jiu Xia gave to Zhang Daoran and the others. Even so, his secret technique to conceal the cultivation technique was enough for the 3 cultivators who had already reached the out-of-body stage to rack their brains. While comprehending, the 3 of them really did ask some questions that were difficult for them to grasp. As for Xue Ping and the others, they naturally asked even more questions. Xiaohua answered them one by one while he cultivated in seclusion. The misty mountain maze gradually disappeared, leaving the group of Daoist cultivators who were still comprehending and cultivating in the mountains. Inside the Immortal Palace, in the Jasper Flower Palace that was surrounded by immortal clouds, there was a small golden pavilion floating among thousands of flowers. The woman had snow-white skin, thin willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of slightly squinted eyes that faintly shone with starlight. The woman's slender fingers were placed on the 7-string zither. Under the nimble movements of her fingers, waves of music that was more beautiful than the sounds of nature were produced. It was sweeter than clear spring water as it floated among the flowers. Not to mention the inexplicable butterflies dancing in the flowers, just outside the flowers, several mystic birds danced to the music. Their flashing wings appeared even more ethereal in the faint and colorful light of the flowers. When the music suddenly stopped, the surroundings of the pavilion suddenly turned cold, as if the music was the only warmth in this place. The stop of the music drew out the remaining enthusiasm of the flowers. Sigh. A faint sigh came from the servant standing beside the woman. "Your Highness, your zither music has long been like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. Now, when this servant listens to it again, I actually feel like paying homage to it. Forgive this servant for saying something disrespectful, but the zither is born from the heart. This servant should congratulate your Highness, whether it is your state of mind or bearing, they are all in the state of great accomplishment." Ding! A sharp zither music covered the servant's voice. A faint voice came from the woman's mouth, "Jing, do you not want to live anymore?" "I don't dare." The servant hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. This servant was only speaking the truth. Get up." The woman's tone was still indifferent. "This palace doesn't want to hear this a second time. Do you understand?" "This servant understands." The servant got up and raised her head. Looking at her face, it was the palace made of Jasper Flower Palace, Yuxiajing. Yu Xiaojing glanced at the peerless beauty of the princess in front of her and lowered her head slightly, a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Although the princess was angry, her expression didn't show any anger. On the contrary, there was a trace of a smile between her brows that was as graceful as the green mountains and the blue sea. This princess was truly beautiful, but unfortunately, her chin was too sharp. At first glance, it always gave people a feeling of harshness. Chapter 3792. Ding ding dong dong. Hearing the sound of the seven-string zither, Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, "Your Highness, when you went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Miao Miao, you said you would return in 3 days. You didn't expect to be gone for 5 days. Look at your expression. Did something happen in the school of the Emperor Star? If there was a change, that would be great. You should have heard the imperial edict long ago instead of guessing blindly." This woman was obviously the Princess Qingqing Gu Xianyun spoke of. She shook her head slightly and said, "It's not as simple as you think." Oh. Could it be that the news was fake? Yu Xiaojing seemed to know something and asked in a low voice. "There's no need to investigate the authenticity of the news." Princess Qingqing bit her lip and said, "Even if that bitch secretly left the immortal palace and descended to the lower world, she was already in the school of the Emperor Star when I arrived with Miao Miao. How could I have done anything? I knew from that bitch's smiling face that she must have sensed something and hurried back to the immortal palace. I was still half a step too late. Then." Yu Xiaojing was confused. "If that's the case, your highness should have returned that day. That bitch seemed to be in a good mood." Princess Qingqing said again, "She looked like she was in love." Also, the school of the Emperor Star's heavenly reflection blue was in full bloom. She actually held a banquet in the garden and invited the first princess and the empress. I don't know if she was admiring the flowers or enjoying my awkwardness. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to ask any more lest she angered Princess Qingqing. Fortunately, after a while, Princess Qingqing chuckled again and said, "Unfortunately, I still stepped on that bitch's sore spot." "Oh. The one from the school of the Emperor Star?" Yu Xiaojing said curiously. "When I mentioned the Heaven's Choice Assembly, that bitch's expression changed. This really surprised me." Princess Qingqing smiled and said, "This slut has always been calm in the face of chaos. Now, her expression has changed because of this princess' words. She must not have much confidence in the Heaven's Choice Assembly, or perhaps her Heaven's Choice Assembly has changed. Hee, this way, your highness will be able to snatch that half-heaven's heart from Princess Xin. Yu Xiaojing chuckled softly. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Princess Qingqing snorted again. "Humph, yes, I was wrong." Yu Xiaxia listened quietly and hurriedly apologized. "This servant is truly happy for your highness and forgot about that matter. Forget it. It's rare for me to be in a good mood, so I won't punish you." Princess Qingqing waved her hand. "This servant thanks your highness for your pardon." Yu Xia quietly stood up and said, "At the same time, I also wish that the princess will obtain the Heaven's Heart, peek into the secrets of the Heaven's Heart, grasp the true essence of our Confucian cultivation, and be valued by the immortal emperor." I naturally won't mistreat you when I get benefits." Princess Qingqing laughed loudly and asked, "Did anything urgent happen when I wasn't here?" "Your highness, there were indeed a few." Yu Xiaojing told her about the matters in the palace and then looked at the smile on Princess Qingqing's face. "The last one is Gu Xianyun from the outer palace requesting to see your highness." "Oh? How's Xianyun's task going?" Princess Qingqing raised her eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed across her snowy face. Yu Xiaojing hesitated slightly and said with a smile, "This is the outer palace's task, so this servant didn't dare to ask too much. However, seeing how Gu Xianyun was in such a hurry, it must have been quite tiring." Xianyun has indeed worked hard. If he can do this well, I will definitely reward him handsomely." Princess Qingqing seemed to be satisfied with Yu Xiaojing's words and nodded. Go, summon Gu Xianyun. I will ask him in detail. Yes, Your Highness. Yu Xiaojing heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Princess Qingqing was in a good mood. She had already told her about Gu Xianyun's hard work. Even if Gu Xianyun made a mistake, Princess Qingqing might not punish him severely. Not long later, Gu Xianyun stood under the small pavilion with a calm expression. Come in, Xianyun. Princess Qingqing said softly, you've worked hard these days. I dare not. Gu Xianyun immediately bowed. This servant is working for Your Highness. I dare not say it's hard work. Rise. How did it go? Princess Qingqing's hands gently stroked the zither. The zither's music was very soft like a breeze. Good, Your Highness, this servant's trip this time totaled. Gu Xianyun gritted his teeth and clearly reported the number of nascent souls he obtained and the number of nascent souls in the demon refining gourd. Hiss. Princess Qingqing frowned. Why is it so little? It's not far from Empress's birthday. No. Gu Xianyun, how dare you lie to me? When you asked me to borrow the demon refining gourd last time, you asked for more than this number. But how can such a small number be worth my dignity to borrow the demon refining gourd? Hearing that, Gu Xianyun was so scared that his face changed greatly. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said with his head, Your Highness, you have sharp eyes. The number is indeed far from what I thought, but I dare not deceive Your Highness. Speak. Princess Qingqing demanded coldly. Instantly, the pavilion was surrounded by a cold aura. Good, Your Highness, I've been running around in the mortal world, looking for a suitable monarch. Gu Xianyun did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly explained. But before he finished, Princess Qingqing said lightly, You don't have to say more about your hard work. Speak about the demon refining gourd. What's going on? Yes, Your Highness. Gu Xianyun replied bitterly, I placed the demon refining gourd in the array of Yaotai Mountain according to the plan. I plan to use the power of the Star Lord Hall to capture all the nascent soul cultivators participating in the Yaotai conference. But who would have thought that the Star Lord Hall would be killed? Ah! Hearing this, Princess Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, What did you say? The Star Lord Hall was killed. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Your Highness. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly whispered, The Star Lord Hall Gu Xianyun mentioned, is not the Star Lord Hall of the Immortal Palace. It's the small organization on the hidden immortal continent in the mortal world that is in charge of the Yaotai conference. It's just to fool the Tao cultivators on the hidden immortal continent, so it specially came up with a nice name. Although the so-called Star Lord Hall is under the banner of the Immortal Palace, it's actually just a place where the guilty general of the Immortal Palace confesses his sins. Oh. I see. Princess Qingqing was enlightened and snorted, so it's such a place that hides filth. No wonder I didn't know. Yes. This place is just a way for the Immortal Palace to govern the Tao cultivators. It's inferior to the Penglai Immortal Realm, the Heaven and Earth Gate, and the Xianhuang Token. Naturally, Your Highness wouldn't know. Gu Xianyun immediately said, Yes, so I didn't mention this name when I reported to Your Highness last time. Princess Qingqing waved her hand, The life or death of the so-called Star Lord Hall has nothing to do with me. Go on, why didn't your plan succeed? When Princess Qingqing left the Jasper Flower Palace, Gu Xianyun didn't dare to be negligent. She once again descended on Yaotai Mountain and carefully interrogated Linghu Pairan. She also watched all the videos. Now that Princess Qingqing asked, she naturally answered with ease. She recounted everything that happened on Yaotai Mountain in detail and handed over a jade eye. In the end, she kowtowed and said, Your Highness, I calculated for a long time. The sun, moon, and star formation in the Star Lord Hall's grand formation on Yaotai Mountain can't be broken by cultivators below the 5th grade of origin energy. I used 3 treasures to lure over 1,000 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators with the intention of sucking them into the devil refining gourd, but, who would have thought that there would be an accident? Not only were the sun, moon, and star formation broken and the devil refining gourd returned to the immortal palace, the Star Lord Hall's Hall Master Kong Hongwu was also killed in the grand formation. This servant has failed your highness's trust. Please punish me. Who did it? Princess Qingqing's face turned cold. Especially when she heard that nearly 1,000 nascent soul cultivators escaped, she became even angrier and questioned. Gu Xianyun bit her lips and said, from the videos and the information I have, I can't determine who did it. However, according to Linghu Pairan, there's a nascent soul cultivator called Xiao Hua who's especially suspicious. He suspects that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Grand Mist Ancestor? Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. Of course, I can't be sure. Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said, what kind of cultivation does the Grand Mist Ancestor have? If he made a move, the Star Lord Hall's origin chi is merely at the upper 5th grade. It's impossible for him to leave behind any traces. What's there to be suspicious about? Hearing the doubt in Princess Qingqing's voice, Gu Xianyun was shocked and hurriedly told her his and Linghu Pairan's suspicions. Your Highness. Yu Xiajing said in a low voice, this Taoist Qing Su is real, and Xiao Hua is fake. One is real and one is fake. Their goal is to cover up the Grand Mist Ancestor's methods and make him interfere in the Jadestage meeting to kill the Star Lord Hall's Hall Master. Moreover, I think that the Star Lord Hall might not be the Grand Mist Ancestor's target. He might have other plans. How could it be the Grand Mist Ancestor? Princess Qingqing sneered and said, if that old ghost made a move, how could the Star Lord Hall still exist? He won't stop until blood flows everywhere. Moreover, since he killed Kong Hongwu, he would definitely take the demon refining gourd. How could he let the demon refining gourd return to the immortal palace? This. Yu Xiajing smiled and said, I heard that the Grand Mist Ancestor's physical body was destroyed. Perhaps he hasn't recovered his original strength? Humph, you only know how to make groundless accusations. Princess Qingqing snorted and said, Xian Dongfang Haohua. Yes, I'll call Mr. Dongfang over. Yu Xiajing hurriedly agreed and glanced at Gu Xianyun who was kneeling on the ground before hurriedly leaving. Chapter 3793. Princess Qingqing looked at the flowers in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she said, Gu Xianyun, I'm here. Get up. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Xianyun felt relieved and quickly got up. I know how hard you've worked. Princess Qingqing sighed. As this princess trusted aide, you should be aware of the situation this princess is in. This princess has entrusted such an important task to you, and although you haven't completely failed, you are still far from this princess' expectations. And from what you said, Yaotai Mountain Star Lord Palace can only be used once. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the immortal emperor. What do you think we should do next? I've thought about it for a long time. Gu Xianyun said without hesitation. There are many Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent, and even the Penglai immortal realm. Don't think about the Penglai immortal realm. It's too sensitive. No one dares to mess with it. Princess Qingqing seemed a little anxious and interrupted Gu Xianyun before he could finish. Yes, I didn't think it through. Gu Xianyun obviously didn't think about the Penglai immortal realm, but he went with the flow. If the Penglai immortal realm isn't mentioned, we can borrow some from the Heaven and Earth sect and the Xianhuang token. But that's far from enough. After all, we don't have enough Taoist nascent soul cultivators. I can only say. Western Paradise. Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. Your Highness is indeed wise. Gu Xianyun finally brought the topic to paradise. Delighted, he nodded and said, there's a small town in Yuzhou in the lower realm. The relationship between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect is very delicate. Some conflicts could break out at any moment. Under such circumstances, if we do something in paradise, we won't attract attention. Oh, I know about the Guanyin Pusa golden body in Longevity Town. If this matter isn't handled well, the war between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect seems inevitable. Princess Qingqing nodded slightly. Your idea is good. But the Buddhist sect Saraira is inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. This birthday gift is barely satisfactory. Why don't we do both at the same time and make a decision at the end? Gu Xianyun said carefully. All right. Princess Qingqing nodded. You're my envoy. I'll leave everything to you. Don't disappoint me again. Yes, I understand. Gu Xianyun hurriedly agreed. Also, the mistake at Yaotai Mountain was your fault. This consort wants to punish you. Do you have anything to say? Gu Xianyun immediately knelt down and said, I'm willing to accept the punishment. If I punish you now, who will help me? Princess Qingqing raised her hand and said, Get up. I will allow you to atone for your crimes by meritorious service. Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun stood up hurriedly, feeling very happy. This consort will give you one more task. If you can complete it, not only will you be able to atone for your crimes, even the reward will be beyond your expectations. As Princess Qingqing spoke, her right hand plucked the strings of the zither. With a series of ding-ding sounds, clouds appeared around the golden pavilion and covered it. Gu Xianyun saw this and her face turned pale. She knew that this pavilion was bestowed by the immortal emperor. The origin formation that Princess Qingqing used borrowed the power of the immortal palace. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even Confucian cultivators wouldn't be able to see the situation after the formation was activated. If Princess Qingqing didn't have an extremely important task, how could she activate such a formation? Sure enough, Princess Qingqing said, I heard that Xin obtained a rare treasure from the lower realm. This treasure is useless to the Heaven's Choice Convention, but it can help her recover her cultivation. After a while, a middle-aged man with a strong body and a high forehead who looked very wise came to the pavilion accompanied by Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing saw Gu Xianyun standing at the side and knew that the crisis was over. She relaxed and said, Princess, I've brought Dongfang Haohua to see you. Princess Qingqing nodded. Let him in. The middle-aged man walked into the pavilion and bowed. Dongfang Haohua greets the fifth princess. Mr. Dongfang, please rise. Princess Qingqing smiled like a flower. I have some unresolved matters. I want to hear Mr. Dongfang's opinion. I don't dare. Princess, please speak. I'll give you my humble opinion. Although Mr. Dongfang spoke of his humble opinion, his tone was neither arrogant nor humble. He was even a bit proud. Xianyun, tell Mr. Dongfang about the Star Lord Palace's palace lord being killed on Yaotai Mountain. Princess Qingqing instructed. Yes. Gu Xianyun understood Princess Qingqing's meaning. She hurriedly cleared her throat and said what needed to be said. When Dongfang Haohua heard the word Star Lord Palace, he was stunned. After listening for a while, he understood that this Star Lord Palace wasn't the same Star Lord Palace. After Gu Xianyun finished speaking, Dongfang Haohua asked curiously, Your Highness, are you trying to find Kong Hongwu's murderer? That's not it. Princess Qingqing smiled. It's just that it involves the Grand Mist Ancestor. I'm a bit cautious. Oh, so it's like that. Dongfang Haohua nodded. The Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist who can reverse yin and yang. Anything that involves him will be difficult. However, from this matter, that Xiaohua cultivator is the most suspicious. He might not be the one who killed Kong Hongwu, but he definitely knows the inside story. As for that Shengguan Yeren, he must be the one who killed him. Moreover, Since he can kill Shengguan Yeren as a nascent soul cultivator, he might be able to kill Kong Hongwu. Fifth princess only needs to capture Xiao Hua to find out. Of course, even if Xiao Hua doesn't know the inside story, since he is related to the Grand Mist Ancestor, he must be the Grand Mist Ancestor's trusted aide or disciple like Taoist Qing Su. Since fifth princess wants to find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks, then you have to start with these two people. Capture Xiao Hua and torture him to find out the truth of Yaotai Mountain. Kill Qing Su and force the Grand Mist Ancestor to show himself. Dongfang Haohua naturally didn't think that Princess Qingqing had other thoughts. Because the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks seemed to be the most important thing in the Immortal Palace. Good. Fifth Princess Qingqing clapped her hands and said, "One capture, one kill." Mr. Dongfang said it very well. However, whether it is Taoist Qing Su or Xiao Hua, their origins seem to be very mysterious. I can't find their whereabouts. For some unknown reason, Linghu Pairen didn't tell Gu Xianyun where Xiao Hua came from. And Gu Xianyun couldn't have learned the name of Black Wind Ridge from the cultivators who had returned. Therefore, Dongfang Haohua simply smiled and said without hesitation, "My immortal palace has eyes and ears everywhere in the hidden immortal continent, which is what ordinary people call the old man of the earth. Although it is difficult to find a Taoist cultivator, but it can't be considered too difficult, right? This is why I came to find you." Princess Qingqing nodded. This matter is a great merit, but it is easy to control. I don't want too many people to know. The most important thing is that I can't directly dispatch the old man. Mr. Dongfang, you see. And, I understand your highness's thoughts. I will go find the deacon of the Hall of Light later. Dongfang Haohua secretly calculated in his heart and agreed. Then I will have to trouble Mr. Dongfang. Princess Qingqing said with a smile, "There is another matter. Xianyun, the purpose of that Jade Pavilion meeting is to let Taoist cultivators establish a country, right? Then who got the imperial tutor's lot?" "Reporting to your highness." Gu Xianyun hurriedly said, "This time, we prepared a total of 10 imperial tutor's lots. I checked the Seoul official hall and found that 9 imperial tutors' lots have been used. The hidden immortal continent has 9 more Taoist countries. The last one is still missing. Those who can get the imperial tutor's lot are also suspicious. They might be the Grand Mist Ancestor's backup plan." Princess Qingqing waved her hand. "Find a reason to report to the Lingyun Hall and send troops to exterminate the 9 Taoist countries." "Yes, I understand." Dongfang Haohua nodded. Not to mention exterminating 9 Taoist countries, even if it was 10 or 100, he wouldn't be moved. "Oh, that's right, Mr. Dongfang." Princess Qingqing suddenly thought of something and asked, "I received news from the Tianji Hall that the lower realm's 5 prefectures seem to be in chaos. This." Dongfang Haohua frowned slightly and hesitated. "The two of you can leave first." Princess Qingqing ordered with a flick of her sleeve. Gu Xianyun and Yu Xiajing hurriedly bowed and slowly stepped back. The golden pavilion was shrouded in clouds once again. Chapter 3794. After half an hour, Dongfang Haohua came out of the Jasper Flower Palace. He didn't go directly to the Hall of Enlightenment. Instead, he went to the Hall of Spiritual Official first and waited for another day before arriving at the Hall of Enlightenment. When he came out of the Hall of Enlightenment, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. From a side door of the Hall of Enlightenment, a clever-looking boy came out and rode a cloud to a dark purple palace. This palace was similar to the Jasper Flower Palace, but the plaque above the palace gate had the words, "School of the Emperor Star," written on it. The boy came to the School of the Emperor Star and used his divine sense to explore for a moment. Then, he ran to the small gate of the palace. Outside the gate, there were naturally immortal generals guarding it. They only let the boy in after checking his token. In the depths of the Emperor Star Palace, among the many pavilions, there was a very elegant library. A woman in a palace dress was sitting behind a desk. There was a brocade chair in front of the desk and a sage-like old man was sitting on it. The old man was holding a book in his hand and seemed to be reading something. The woman was listening with full attention. Outside the library, a palace maid walked to the door and respectfully stood there. She didn't dare to say anything. After the old man finished reading, he put away the book and smiled at the woman. Ninth Princess, this old man will stop talking about the thunder spirit gestation method today. I'm afraid something has happened outside. The woman looked up. That fresh face and bright eyes. Wasn't that Xin who went to the bottom of the river with Xiaohua? Thank you for your trouble, old Mr. Lei. Princess Xin got up. Seeing this, the old man also quickly got up from the brocade chair and smiled. It's no trouble at all. Not to mention the immortal emperor's decree, this old man can't disobey. The ninth princess is very respectful to this old man. This old man hopes that the princess can successfully cultivate the thunder spirit gestation method and quickly recover her cultivation. Okay, this old man won't delay the princess business. Goodbye. This princess will send Mr. off. Princess Xin quickly walked out from behind the desk. Old Mr. Lei waved his hand and quickly left the library. Xi Jing, is there something important? Princess Xin sent old Mr. Lei off and asked the palace maid at the door. The palace maid named Xi Jing quickly bowed and replied, reporting to the princess, Sun Gang from the Hall of Enlightenment wants to see you. Oh. What interesting matter did this little guy have this time? Let him in. The new princess smiled and waved her hand. Xi Jing turned around and waited for the new princess to return to her seat before the boy called Sun Gang came to the library in a well-behaved manner. He bowed and said, this humble subject greets the ninth princess. He, get up. The new princess asked with a smile, do you have anything important to report today? Of course it's important. The boy was a little unhappy when he heard the smile in the new princess's tone. This humble servant took a risk to meet the princess. If you don't want to listen, this humble servant won't say anything. Of course, of course. The new princess smiled and said, Sun Gang's message is all very important. This is what old Master Sun said himself. Why would I lie to you? Really? Did great-grandfather really praise me like that? Sun Gang asked proudly as he listened to his own small chest. Of course. The new princess continued, your great-grandfather even praised you for your intelligence and said that you would definitely be a literary figure in the military. He. Sun Gang laughed from ear to ear. That's right, Xi Jing, give some fruits to Sun Gang. Although the school of the Emperor Star doesn't have any peaches of immortality, we still have other fruits. The new princess was happy when she saw Sun Gang smile and ordered. Your Highness. Xi Jing smiled and said, he already ate it just now. However, he insisted on the spirit jujube that your Highness brought back last time, that's right, your Highness. Speaking of the spirit jujube, Sun Gang threw his great-grandfather's praise to the back of his head and hurriedly asked, big sister Xi Jing is too stingy. She won't even give me the spirit jujube. It's not that she won't give it to you. It's because there aren't any left in my school of the Emperor Star. When the new princess heard the spirit jujube, she immediately knew that Xiaohua had casually given it to her that day. She had also casually placed it in the palace. It was just that Sun Gang occasionally ate it and liked it very much. Unfortunately, there weren't many spirit jujubes. After eating it, it was naturally gone. Your Highness, don't lie to me. Sun Gang didn't believe it. His small eyes blinked as he cried out, you are the immortal emperor's most beloved little princess. How come you don't even have a spirit jujube? Little brat, what are you saying? How can you be so impudent? While Sun Gang was speaking, an old man who looked very similar to Sun Gang slowly walked in. Mr. Sun. The new princess stood up and smiled. Sun Gang, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. He hurriedly turned around and saluted, "Greetings, great-grandfather." While speaking, a brocade chair appeared out of thin air on the side of the desk that was extremely close to the new princess. The old man walked in front of the brocade chair and said with a smile, "Your Highness, please sit." "All right, mister, sit as well." The new princess raised her hand to signal and sat down first. After the new princess sat down, the old man sat down and looked at Sun Gang. "Sun Gang, if your Highness says you don't have it, then you don't have it. Do you understand?" "Grandson understands." Sun Gang didn't dare to say anything more. Hee, I really don't have it here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll get more for you." The new princess smiled and said, "Thank you, princess." Sun Gang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Old man Sun nodded and asked Sun Gang, "What happened in the Hall of Enlightenment today?" Hearing this, Sun Gang's expression changed. He straightened his back and said, "All right, your Highness, I'll let you know that there are many important matters in the Hall of Enlightenment today." Sun Gang's little mouth spoke one sentence after another. Princess Xian listened with a smile, while Old Man Sun narrowed his eyes and pondered. In the end, Sun Gang said, "Aside from Yong State being destroyed 42% and Yangzhou State being destroyed 39%, more than 15% of Qing State, Ji State, Liang State, and Jing State were destroyed. Su State and Gun State were destroyed more than 10%. As for Yu State, I don't know. What else?" The new princess knew that the Lingyun Palace was already paying attention to Yu State, so Sun Gang couldn't have gotten any information. "No." Sun Gang shook his head, but a moment later, he vigorously nodded. There is. This humble servant remembers. There was someone named Dongfang Haohua who came to find Sun Bing. He wanted Deacon Sun to help find 2 Dao sect cultivators. Dongfang Haohua found 2 Dao sect cultivators. Princess Xian glanced at old Mr. Sun curiously and asked in confusion, "Is this his master's idea or his own? Who are the 2 Dao sect cultivators?" Old Man Sun didn't answer the new princess and instead asked Sun Gang. "One is Qing Su Daoist and the other is Xiao Hua. It is said that they are both nascent soul cultivators." Although Sun Gang didn't care about this information, he remembered their names clearly. "Oh." The new princess frowned. Her heart was in turmoil, but she still asked calmly, 2 nascent soul cultivators. What? What does he want? It is indeed strange. If they are cultivators from the Penglai immortal realm, then it is understandable. Finding 2 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators is indeed strange. Old Man Sun looked at the new princess. The new princess noticed and nodded at Old Man Sunday. She then said to Sun Gang, "Do you have any images?" "Of course, but I don't care. They are all in Sun Bing's hands." Sun Gang didn't understand and asked, Is this very important?" Of course it is important." The new princess thought for a moment and said with a smile, "See if you can show me the images of the 2 people. If possible, your spirit date may fall on Xiao Hua." "Oh. Really?" Sun Gang was overjoyed and asked loudly. "Do you think I will lie to you?" The new princess said seriously, "You can go now. Keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone else." Hearing that it was a secret, Sun Gang straightened his back and nodded, "Your Highness, please rest assured. I understand. I will leave now and go to find Yutong." After that, Sun Gang bowed to Old Man Sun again and left with the heavy burden on his shoulders. Looking at Sun Gang's calm back, the new princess said with a smile, "Old Man Sun, Sun Gang is very clever and doesn't show his emotions on his face. He will be of great use in the future." "Your Highness, you flatter me. If this boy can still be like this after leaving the library, then he will be of great use." Ha. The new princess looked at Sun Gang, who was just 100 feet away from the library, and immediately jumped up and down like a monkey. She laughed and said, "After all, he is still young. He will be blessed with more experience. It depends on your Highness' ambition." Mr. Sun looked at the smiling princess meaningfully and said, "Sometimes. Family is important, but if you give up your utility and power for family, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your family. In this case, why not take the initiative? Care about the world and spread mercy on the earth." Ahem. The new princess coughed twice, and a kind of helplessness appeared on her face. She waved her hand and said, "Old man Sun, let's talk about it later. Now is the future." Old man Sun looked very serious. "Ninth princess, you can't retreat anymore. You have been forced to the edge of the cliff. It's not that bad." The new princess' helpless expression was added with embarrassment. "Your Highness, I didn't want to talk about it before. Don't tell me that I didn't know about your injury." Old man Sun glared at the new princess. "If someone didn't set you up deliberately, how could you, the daughter of the immortal emperor, a noble descendant of heaven?" "Old man Sun, don't mention this again," the new princess said firmly. Seeing the new princess's attitude, Old man Sun didn't say anything and said, "Now that the person in the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist cultivators, I don't know who Xiao Hua is, but I do know Reverend Qing Su. He is the subordinate of the Grand Mist Ancestor. That person is obviously trying to steal the credit. As long as she can find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks or cut off his wings, she will definitely attract the attention of the Celestial Emperor. At that time, Her Highness will have a hard time protecting herself." Chapter 3795. "Yes, I'm going to discuss this with old Mr. Sun." Princess Xian nodded. "Regarding the Grand Mist Ancestor, I have already sent people to investigate. However, the Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist almighty after all. If he wants to hide his tracks, who can find him unless they are an immortal emperor? So we have to look from the side, from the local, and from the small." Old Mr. Sun laughed. "Xiao Hua and Qing Suzhenren are the breakthrough. The Jasper Flower Palace's foresight is very accurate." "Mister, don't tell me you didn't pay attention to Qing Suzhenren." Princess Xian also laughed. "Of course." Old Mr. Sun proudly said, "I've never had a mediocre person under the true Confucian. It's not difficult to find a Taoist cultivator. In this aspect, the Jasper Flower Palace can't compare to the Emperor Star Palace." Speaking of this, old Mr. Sun changed the topic and asked, "In addition, what's the matter with Xiao Hua of this Taoist sect? Is he the same person as the Xiao Hua that your Highness mentioned?" "That's not possible." Princess Xian frowned and said, "The cultivation of Xiao Hua of the hidden immortal continent and Xiao Hua of the Elysian world are too far apart. Moreover, it takes several years to cross the East Sea from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent. It's impossible for him to attract the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace during this period of time. In particular, Xiao Hua of the Elysian world is proficient in Confucian cultivation and even Buddhist magic. How could the Grand Mist Ancestor let his capable subordinate cultivate Confucian and Buddhist magic? Then, Your Highness, why did you tell Sun Gang?" Old Mr. Sun asked. Princess Xian frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look outside the library. The new concubine bamboo there was extremely lush. After a while, she said, "Xiao Hua of Elysium is extremely mysterious. I feel that he still has many divine abilities that I don't know about. If he can really teleport from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent, I won't be surprised. Even if he does something incredible, I think it's possible. That's why I told Sun Gang to pay more attention. Xiao Hua of the Elysian world is really so powerful." Old Mr. Sun was shocked. He stared at Princess Xian and asked, "Your Highness, is there something you haven't told me?" "Indeed." Princess Xian nodded. those things are Xiaohua's secret, this princess promised him. If that's the case, then I'll have to reconsider this matter. Old Mr. Sun narrowed his eyes and said, and this old man also suggests that Her Royal Highness send my true Confucian cultivator to investigate specifically instead of letting Sun Gang make trouble. Indeed. I'll leave this matter to old Mr. Sun. After the new princess agreed, she took out a jade eye and handed it over. This is the statue of Xiaohua from Elysium. Old Mr. Sun, please accept it. All right. Old Mr. Sun took it and his eyes lit up. After looking at it, he carefully put it away and said, in addition, this old man also wants to discuss with the princess about the war in the 5 states of the hidden immortal continent. Yes, in the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent, it is common for Dao sects to be destroyed every year. Our country of Confucian cultivators is generally within the 10 nations. Why were countries being destroyed so frequently recently? Su province and Gun province were considered normal, but Qin province, Ji province, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou had actually exceeded 15 countries. As for Yong province and Yangzhou, the number of countries that had been destroyed was almost unimaginable. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the contradictions between our country of Confucian cultivators have reached an irreconcilable point? Your Highness may not care about this, but this old man has carefully checked the situation of these countries. This is precisely what I want to report to your Highness. A layer of coldness appeared on old Mr. Sun's face. This princess is willing to listen to the details. The new princess was shocked. It was rare to see old Mr. Sun so serious, so she hurriedly said. Old Mr. Sun pointed his hand and the map of the hidden immortal continent appeared out of thin air. He stood up and pointed at Yong province. Yong province originally had 2,131 countries of Confucian cultivators, 463 countries of Dao sects, and 177 countries of Buddhist sections. Among the countries of Confucian cultivators, our school of the military occupies 407 countries, the Confucian school occupies 1030 countries, and the rest are countries founded by the miscellaneous school, Yinyang school, and other schools of thought. This is the same as the agreement between our school of the military and the Confucian school. The Confucian school of the hidden immortal continent dominates and the school of the military controls the immortal palace. However, this old man has seen that among the 42 countries that were destroyed in Yong province, 20 of them belong to the school of the military. 3 of them belong to the Confucian school, 10 belong to the miscellaneous school, and 20 of them belong to the peasant school. Peasant school. How is that possible? Xin raised her eyebrows and was even more surprised. Look at the 39 countries that were destroyed in Yangzhou. Among them, 15 belong to the school of the military, 5 belong to the Confucian school, 5 belong to the miscellaneous school, and only 10 of them belong to the Yinyang school. This seems to be the rhythm of 100 schools of thought. Xin sneered as if she had understood something. Old Mr. Sun nodded. On the surface, it is indeed so. It's a grand event for Confucian cultivators to contend for supremacy. But in fact, there are undercurrents surging in the hidden immortal continent. From the birth and death of the countries, it can be seen that there are some internal conflicts among us Confucian cultivators. All the major schools and aristocratic families have shown their faces, competing with each other in political and martial arts. They all want to lead each other for thousands of years. Hee. Princess Xin sneered. These are all high-sounding reasons. If we were to talk about the root cause, I'm afraid that those who are unwilling to be left out and who are dissatisfied with the distribution of the fruits of victory in the ancient immortal and Buddha formation have now seen the friction between the immortal palace and the Thunder Temple, so they are unwilling to be left out and jump out to cause trouble, right? But the problem is... Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, they jumped out at the right time. Now that Yuzhou is being closely monitored by the Lingyun Palace, even the Hall of Enlightenment can't interfere. The situation in the Longevity Town is really at a critical juncture. The Immortal Emperor can't even take care of himself. It's just the Thunder Temple. Not everyone in the Buddhist sect wants to take advantage of it. Princess Xian naturally thought of Ci Hui. She said thoughtfully, although the Mahavairakana world venerable controls the Thunder Temple, the ancient Buddha Dipankara and the Maitreya Buddha might not be on the same side as him. There might be something that can be used. Your Highness, you're thinking too much. You're too idealistic. Old Mr. Sun shook his head. The Buddhist sect has always been united against outsiders. Their doctrines are different from our Confucian cultivation methods. We can't compare them, and we can't place our hopes on them. What about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? It seems that those great sages haven't done anything. How would the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm dare to do anything? Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm has never cared about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. If those great sages make a move, the 3 continents will really be in chaos. The 4 great families deserve to die. Princess Xian gritted her teeth and said, back then, the Immortals and Buddhas fought against the Taoist sect together. They pushed the military school to the front, and we lost countless cultivators before we won. Now, we're just in control of the Immortal Palace, and they're so troublesome. Shoo! Old Mr. Sun hurriedly stopped Princess Xian from complaining and said anxiously, you're the princess. You can't say that. Everything is just speculation. Even if everyone knows, we can't turn hostile. This is the so-called overt conspiracy. Your Highness, don't worry. The immortal emperor must know what to do. We just need to do our own things. Well, old Mr. Sun, arrange for the true Confucian cultivators to investigate why the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist nascent soul cultivators. Princess Xian ordered, also, send people to keep an eye on the situation in the 5 continents and see what the 4 great families are doing. Also, after so many years of recuperation, the Taoist sect's cultivators are showing signs of resurgence. With the primordial chaos ancestor freed, the Taoist sect has become a force that can't be ignored. Although the military school used to be the main force to destroy the Taoist sect, the situation is different now. There's a possibility of cooperation. Although the immortal emperor doesn't have a decree, we still need to test it first. Okay, I understand. Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the purpose of the true Confucian sect is to find the true essence of Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the goal of the true Confucian sect has always been to educate everyone regardless of background. All living things in the world, including the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, even demons, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as long as they have a spirit and have the heart to be educated, they can be friends with us. When old Mr. Sun said this, Princess Xian frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Old Mr. Sun, please leave us for a moment. It seems that Mr. Lei has returned for something important. After old Mr. Sun left, not long after, Mr. Lei hurried over. His face was filled with joy. The moment he entered the library, he cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, 9th Princess. This old man has good news to report to your Highness. Oh. Princess Xian smiled and said, What good news is it that made Mr. Lei return? Bai An has returned to the punishment hall with the Thunder Profound Province's punishment envoy. Mr. Lei went straight to the point. Ah. Bai An is back. Princess Xian was overjoyed. She stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, Where was she demoted to? I actually couldn't find a trace of her after 1,000 years. Is her punishment over now? I'll let your Highness know. Mr. Lei said somewhat awkwardly, when Miss Bai An pleaded guilty, it was the Empress who personally sealed her into the heavenly punishment prison crystal. The 3 provinces of the Thunder Profound Province didn't know about it. However, I already know that Miss Bai An was thrown into the hidden immortal continent, not the pure land of bliss that your Highness guessed. Moreover, Miss Bai An's punishment isn't over yet. It's just that the power of heaven and earth shattered her heavenly punishment prison crystal. Now, the punishment envoy is already in the punishment hall checking the heavenly punishment prison crystal's law chains. Once he reports to the Empress, Miss Baihan can be released back to the palace. Great! Princess Xian clapped her hands and said, what happened back then was the Gusu family's fault, but, in order to appease the Confucians, they put all the blame on a female official of the school of the Emperor Star. It's rather inappropriate. Baihan was able to escape in advance, which shows the mercy of heaven and earth. I don't dare to say too much about this. Mr. Lei cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave. When Miss Baihan returns to the school of the Emperor Star, I'll come again to congratulate you. Chapter 3796. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Princess Xian was very happy. She cared a lot about Tao Wu. As the daughter of the high and mighty immortal emperor, her life was destined to be lonely. Tao Wu had been her playmate since she was young. The immortal law that Tao Wu violated was actually nothing. Even Gusu Chiodi was not suppressed in the heaven's punishment prison crystal. As an accomplice, how could Tao Wu be punished? However, in order to warn Princess Xian, the Empress punished her severely. She was afraid that Princess Xian would repeat the same mistake. However, this punishment not only made Princess Xian feel guilty, but she also found several opportunities to go down to the lower realm to rescue her. As for Saint Jiangji's trip, he was also looking for Tao Wu. What Xian said to Xiao Hua was not a lie. Now that Princess Xian heard that Tao Wu was free, she was so happy that she could die. The burden in her heart was swept away. After sending Mr. Lei away, Mr. Sun also left. However, after he walked out of the school of the Emperor Star, he thought for a bit and then flew to the east. Old Mr. Sun flew for a long time and saw that the palaces and pavilions on his left had become sparse. The glow of the immortal palace was also gradually dimming. Some rather strange light purple clouds gradually filled the entire sky. Amidst the clouds, an extremely majestic palace was revealed. Mr. Sun flew to the front of the palace. He looked at the three ancient inscriptions on the plaque that said, Pure Jade Palace. He took a deep breath and carefully tidied his clothes. He respectfully bowed and said, Junior Sun Yu is here to greet the master of the Pure Jade Palace. Come in. A faint voice came from Sun Yu's ears. Sun Yu did not dare to stand up. He still said, Thank you, master of the Pure Jade Palace. Then, a jade stone that looked like a flight of stairs appeared in front of the Pure Jade Palace. Sun Yu straightened up and walked onto the jade stone. Thousands of light purple inscriptions rushed out from the jade stone under his feet and wrapped around Sun Yu like tadpoles. They disappeared in a moment. When Sun Yu's figure appeared again, he was inside an extremely vast palace. However, this palace was quiet and there was no movement. It was as if there was no one inside. On the high jade platform, there was a golden throne with an old man sitting on it. This old man was wearing an emperor's robe and clouds were flowing around his face. Images of mountains and rivers flashed in the clouds as if the old man's face was the mountains and rivers. Although the old man was just sitting there, he gave off a majestic feeling. Even the tallest mountain in the hidden immortal continent couldn't be compared to the old man's imposing manner, as if he was looking down on all the other mountains. Sun Yu composed himself and hurriedly came down from the jade stone. He prostrated himself and said, Sun Yu greets the Jade Pure Palace Master. Get up. The voice of the master of the Jade Pure Palace was ethereal and extremely grand. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a gurgling stream, but inadvertently, it sounded like a thunderclap. Yes. Sun Yu stood up respectfully, not daring to raise his head even though he knew that the person sitting on the golden throne might not necessarily be the Jade Pure Palace Master's true body. After the Jade Pure Palace Master finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yu continued, "This junior has come to visit the Jade Pure Palace Master because I have something to report to you." N. The Jade Pure Palace Master replied indifferently. Sun Yu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly told him about Princess Xin's encounter with Xiao Hua, as well as Xiao Hua and Daoist Master Qing Su. He asked, "This junior feels that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate. He should have a plan to contact the ninth princess and definitely has ulterior motives. However, the ninth princess seems to have a good impression of Xiao Hua, so this junior doesn't dare to be at ease. If Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, then all of Xiao Hua's karma will be shielded by the Grand Mist Ancestor. Even if this junior wants to investigate, I may not be able to obtain the truth. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the Lord to investigate this Xiao Hua's background. If the Grand Mist Ancestor is shielding the heavens, even this prince won't be able to detect it." The Jade Pure Palace Master's voice was still calm. "However, the ninth princess is one of my true Confucians. Her every action has a heavy influence on the world's Confucians. Your worries are very reasonable. Wait a moment, this prince will investigate." "Thank you for your trouble, Jade Pure Palace Master." Sun Yu was very happy when he heard this and replied respectfully. Boom. Just as Sun Yu's voice fell, the entire palace hall emitted a loud rumbling sound. The space under Sun Yu's feet became empty in an instant. Although Sun Yu didn't dare to raise his head, he clearly saw that the magnificent palace hall had disappeared. His surroundings were pitch-black starry skies. Woo! An extremely sharp sound came from the front of his head. Sun Yu couldn't help but sneak a glance. The Jade Pure Palace Master who was originally sitting on the golden chair had disappeared. Only a group of tadpole-like inscriptions on the golden chair was violently tumbling. The sharp sound came from the inscriptions on the golden chair. Puff puff puff. Sun Yu's gaze fell on the inscriptions on the golden chair. In the starry skies around the golden chair, tens of thousands of feet-long crystal threads as thick as a bull's mouth appeared. These crystal threads condensed an extremely pure and noble aura, and each thread contained a faint chanting sound. As the crystal threads surged in, each inscription on the armor rapidly expanded. The inscriptions on the armor glowed and surged with clouds. They were as dazzling as the stars. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt that each inscription on the armor was giving birth to thousands of living creatures. His heart couldn't help but thump as he stared at the inscriptions on the armor. He somewhat understood that this seemed to be an excellent opportunity for him. The inscriptions on the armor seemed to expand infinitely. When Sun Yu felt that there was no more starry skies in his eyes and that there was no room for anything else, with a loud bang, all the inscriptions on the armor burst apart at the same time. Human figures, beast figures, mountains, rivers, roads. It was as if the myriad forms of the world had filled Sun Yu's mind in an instant. See. As the true qi in Sun Yu's chest churned violently, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but cry out. You have just become a literary saint. The true qi in your chest isn't pure. It's not good to look at it for too long. It's enough if you can feel it. Just as the voice of the Jade Pure Palace's master seemed to appear everywhere, there was a rare hint of surprise in his tone. Sun Yu quickly retracted his gaze and secretly adjusted his breathing to stabilize his realm. His ears perked up again as he listened to the Jade Pure Palace's master. Woo woo. At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with all kinds of things. Scenes flashed past Sun Yu's body as if they were pushed by a big hand. Countless whistling sounds were produced between the scenes. The sound of the wind was also strange, causing Sun Yu to tremble in fear. After the time it took to eat a meal, all the scenes suddenly disappeared and turned into large inscriptions on the armor hidden in the starry sky. The brilliant starlight calmly appeared in the sky again. At this moment, on the golden throne, the Jade Pure Palace's master in his emperor's outfit appeared. There was no change from before. My lord. Sun Yu probed, but the Jade Pure Palace's master didn't answer. Sun Yu didn't dare to ask more and stood quietly to the side. After a while, the Jade Pure Palace's master said, "This Xiao Hua's karma is also blocked. This king can only detect that he is near Jing province." See. Sun Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked in his heart. He wasn't shocked that the Jade Pure Palace's master couldn't detect, but he was shocked that the Grand Mist Ancestor's layout was so high. Since the new princess had already entered the trap, it would be difficult for him to dissuade her. Could it be? Sun Yu hurriedly asked, "The Grand Mist Ancestor's cultivation is so high that he can detect all kinds of things in the world. He can actually be in the Pure Land, waiting for the 9th princess." No. The Jade Pure Palace's master indifferently replied, "The method used to block Xiao Hua's karma is different from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It shouldn't be the Grand Mist Ancestors' method. This king can't confirm whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Moreover, this king has a feeling that this Xiao Hua is very important to us Confucian cultivators." Important? Sun Yu was a little dumbfounded. He originally wanted to verify whether Xiao Hua was an enemy, but he didn't expect to get this result. The Jade Pure Palace's master sighed slightly. The entire starry sky was annihilated, and Sun Yu was once again standing inside the palace. This king has always believed that whether it is the military school, Confucian school, legalism school, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, or demon sect, as long as it can cultivate, it has a spirit. There are countless paths of cultivation, but there is only one way back. Since Xiao Hua is proficient in Tao sect and Confucian cultivation, he is useful to us Confucian cultivators. It doesn't matter whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Junior understands. Sun Yu hurriedly bowed, "Junior will arrange it." N. Following the Jade Pure Palace's master's voice, inscriptions surged around Sun Yu's body. When the inscriptions disappeared, Sun Yu's figure once again appeared outside the Jade Pure Palace. Sun Yu didn't dare to be negligent. After bowing to the Jade Pure Palace's door, he hurriedly left. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by the Jade Pure Palace's master. At this time, he was standing outside the misty mountain maze formation that had almost disappeared, smiling as he spoke to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran looked at the submerged mountain peak and said, "Daoist Xiao, it seems that this misty mountain maze formation is our opportunity. This time, it has sunk into the ground, and we don't know when it will come out. No one knows who the next fated fellow Daoist will be. Fate arises and perishes, why does it have to be like this?" Xiao Hua replied indifferently. But just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling was like ice and snow covering his body, and even more so, it was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Who is it? Xiao Hua was shocked, and his divine perception hurriedly swept out. Who? Zhang Daoran was also startled. At the same time, he flew up and swept out with his divine sense in the opposite direction. However, after a while, whether it was Zhang Daoran or Xiao Hua, there was a strange expression on their faces because there was no one in their divine sense. Daoist Xiao. Zhang Daoran curiously asked, "What did you find?" "It seems like someone is peeping." Xiao Hua was still worried and looked left and right, but obviously, he didn't find anything. Chapter 3797. How about now? Zhang Daoran probed with his divine sense for a moment. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a while, the doubt on his face grew heavier. He answered in confusion, "There seems to be more, but it also seems like there isn't. It's really strange." "Congratulations, Zhenren Xiao." Zhang Daoran smiled and said. "Oh, where did the joy come from?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Zhang Daoran said, although Jinren Xiao didn't enter the real Immortal's cave during the trip to the Misty Mountain Maze, you still gained something. Now that you're uneasy, it's a sign that you're about to break through a bottleneck. Hearing Zhang Daren's words, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say perfunctorily, perhaps. You three nascent soul cultivators are about to step into the out-of-body realm. I should be able to take half a step, right? Roar. At this moment, two long roars came from the distance at the same time. Two divine senses of equal strength swept over like waterfalls. Then, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi flew out from their secluded cultivation. Congratulations, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua and Zhang Daoran greeted them with smiles. Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi landed in front of them. They looked at each other and smiled. They bowed to Xiao Hua and said, "We have to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for your secret technique. Now, we have great confidence in controlling the growth of our realms, you're welcome." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "We're all Taoist cultivators. It's only right that we work together." Ha! Sun Kong Shangren laughed and said something to Xiao Hua. Zhang Daoran also asked Zhai Xingzi some things in a low voice. The four nascent soul cultivators understood that since they all came out of seclusion, it was time to say goodbye. Zhai Xingzi. Gusuchuri's voice came. Behind her was a mysterious Gongshu Exian. "Oh, Chiu, what's the matter?" Zhai Xingzi asked with a smile. "There's a small matter that I need to ask you for a favor." Gusuchuri flew in front of Zhai Xingzi and asked politely. This made Zhai Xingzi's hair stand. "What is it?" "Tell me first," Zhai Xingzi said hurriedly. Gusuchuri looked at the four and smiled. Exian entered Senior Tsang Langzi's cave with your help. Not only did she get his formation legacy, but she also got some of our Confucian cultivation methods. She is very happy and has refined a small imperial artifact during her seclusion. She would like to ask for your help to test the artifact's effect. How about Xingzi be the first? Hehe, if that's the case, of course you can. Zhai Xingzi smiled and looked at Gongshu Exian behind Gusuchuri. Gongshu Exian flew over and said with a smile, "I have to thank all of you seniors for being able to obtain so much. This little imperial equipment is something I learned from Senior Tsang Langzi's cave, so I would like to give it a try. Once again, I would like to thank the seniors for their tolerance." It had to be said that after several years of coexistence, Gongshu Exian's arrogant personality didn't seem so annoying. "What is this imperial artifact for?" Sun Kong Shangren looked at the imperial artifact in Gongshu Exian's hand that looked like a pearl and asked cautiously. Hehe, nothing, just a little toy. Gongshu Exian was like a little fox that stole a hen, smiling very sweetly. Xingzi. Gusuchuri said, "You are the first." "It's okay, I have already tested it." "Okay." Zhai Xingzi had nothing to say, so he obediently flew in front of Gongshu Exian. Hehe, take out your hand and disperse your protective chi. Gongshu Exian put the pearl in the air and said, "Put it under the pearl." Zhai Xingzi did as he was told. Gongshu Exian pointed at the pearl and a string of inscriptions appeared on it. They rushed into Zhai Xingzi's skin like ants. Then, from a small circular hole on the pearl, a rainbow rushed out. This rainbow was divided into 7 colors, layer by layer. It looked very beautiful. Zhai Xingzi looked at the rainbow that had more than 10 layers and was really confused. He did not understand what it was for. Hehe, it's Zhang Daoran Senior's turn. Gongshu Exian used her hand to hook the pearl and the rainbow disappeared. Xiu, what are you doing? Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. Gusuchuri smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will tell you in a while." Zhang Daoran looked at Zhai Xingzi and did the same. Naturally, the rainbow flew out from the pearl again. There were 20 layers. Xiao Hua and Sun Kong Shangren at the side understood. This was probably an imperial artifact to test one's magic power. Sure enough, Sun Kong Shangren's rainbow was about the same as Zhang Dairen's. Forget it. Xiao Hua knew that his magic power was different from the other three. He waved his hand and said, "My cultivation method is different from the three of you. It's fine if I don't measure it." "Don't." Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, "Zhenren Zhao's magic power is outstanding. This is something we all know. Why don't you show it to everyone? Even if you have stepped into the out-of-body stage, it is still within our expectations." Sigh, all right. Xiao Hua was somewhat helpless. He dispersed the golden light protecting his body and withdrew his magic power and placed it on the pearl. Wang wang. When the inscription appeared, it let out a low rumbling sound. However, the inscription actually could not penetrate Xiao Hua's skin. Gongshu Exian frowned and said unhappily, "Senior Xiao, there is no need to do this. This little girl only wanted to see the effect of the imperial artifact. Aren't you being too narrow-minded?" "This." Xiao Hua said helplessly, "Go ahead and activate the imperial artifact. This Xiao is not unwilling." "All right." Gongshu Exian was also helpless. She said, "Senior Xiao, it is best if you don't do anything to resist. Otherwise, this one's imperial artifact will not work. This one understands." Xiao Hua nodded. Wang wang wang. The imperial artifact let out more low rumbling sounds. The inscription madly rushed out. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's skin did not have any abnormalities, the inscription still could not penetrate. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart trembled again. He could not help but suddenly look up at the sky. At this moment, Gongshu Exian hurriedly activated the inscription. The inscription loudly fell and disappeared into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, the rainbow on the pearl suddenly appeared. However, the rainbow rushed out for a while and then stopped. Although Xiao Hua did not pay attention, Gongshu Exian saw clearly that the rainbow was only 3 or 4 layers high. Although the rainbow was very blurry, the layers of color were very clear. "Ah!" Gongshu Exian cried out in surprise. "How is this possible? How can you be only 300 or 400 years old?" At the same time she lost her voice, Xiao Hua's feeling of terror disappeared, replaced by a kind of empty loneliness. Of course, at this time, Gongshu Isen's imperial equipment lost its rainbow color, all of the inscriptions disappeared at the same time. Xiao Hua came back to his senses. As if he understood something, he asked in a low voice, "Gongshu girl, what did you say?" "No, nothing." Gongshu Exian looked absent-mindedly at the pearl that had lost its luster. She replied absent-mindedly, "I was just talking about my own imperial artifact." Xiao Hua of course heard Gongshu Exian scream. Of course, he also saw the shock in Gongshu Exian's heart. He also understood that Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact was similar to the one the Imperial Thunder sect used to select disciples. It was used to test bone age or lifespan. However, when it came to his own lifespan, Xiao Hua was also a bit depressed. In terms of bone age, his bones had been refined for a long time. Presumably, it was different from others. In terms of bloodline, he had the most holy bloodline in the relic world. He himself did not know the lifespan of this bloodline. Sure enough, Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact had already lost its luster. Even when Xiao Hua held the pearl in his hand, the pearl did not change. Xiao Hua already said, Xiao Hua's technique. Xiao Hua explained. Boom. Just as Xiao Hua was speaking, the pearl's luster suddenly became several thousand zhang. However, this luster did not seem to have any level. Impossible, how can you be only 300 years old? Even if you beat me to death. I won't believe it. Gongshu Exian did not look at the imperial artifact at all. She was still muttering to herself as if she was talking to herself. Taoist Master Xiao. At this time, Gusuchio Di had to tell the truth. She smiled apologetically. Exian is just a bit naughty. She wants to do some strange things. This imperial artifact is actually used to test lifespan. Just now, Brother Xing Zi, Brother Dao Ran, and Brother Sun Kong, this concubine will not say any more. There was no need for Gusuchio Di to say more. Age was Gongshu Exian's pride. This imperial artifact used to test lifespan was also something she used to show off. However, she really did not expect that Xiao Hua's age was really younger than hers. Moreover, his cultivation was much, much higher than Gongshu Exian's. At this moment, Gongshu Exian felt like she had smashed her own foot with a rock. She was looking for trouble for herself. At the last moment, she was looking for humiliation for no reason. Xiao Hua, how old are you? Gongshu Exian did not seem to wake up from her shock. She still asked. Xiao Hua was a bit helpless. He looked at Zhang Dao Ran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusuchio Di, who were also surprised. He smiled and said, how old this Xiao is it that important? Ha, it is indeed not important. Zhang Dao Ran laughed and said, this is because Taoist Zhao's cultivation method is different. We can't generalize. That's right. Gusuchio Di hurriedly agreed, we have been in seclusion for a long time. Now is the time to return. That's right, Taoist Zhai Xing. Xiao Hua was very tactful. He cupped his hands and said, we will meet again someday. Xiao Hua said and shouted loudly, Fujiwen, why aren't you following Master back to Black Wind Ridge? Yes, Master. Fujiwen did not know why Xiao Hua was suddenly so anxious. He hurriedly rushed out of seclusion and followed Xiao Hua into the sky, far away. How is that possible? Could it be that he is really only 400 years old? Gongshu Exian's proud heart was really hit. Looking at Xiao Hua's rapidly disappearing figure, she was still muttering in her heart, unable to let go for a long time. Chapter 3798. I will take my leave as well. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong looked at Xiao Hua's back and sighed in their hearts. How could they not know that Xiao Hua had already revealed a corner of his strength? Did they already have an answer to their doubts about the Misty Mountain Maze formation? However, the four of them had already discussed the future matters. The two of them called out their disciples loudly and cupped their hands towards Zhai Xingzi and the others before flying far away. Xue Ping and the others came out a bit late and bowed deeply towards the direction Xiao Hua left in. They knew very well that fate would sometimes end. This was that kind of moment. Perhaps they would have other opportunities in the future, but the fate between them and Xiao Hua would end here. At this moment, an unusual treasure hunt had come to an end. However, Xiao Hua's heart was still heavy as he flew in the air. That oppressive feeling that was like dark clouds didn't disperse for a long time. However, when he flew silently for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, suddenly, without any warning, that heavy feeling suddenly disappeared. Even when Xiao Hua formed hand seals to check, there was no trace of it. Forget it. At this moment, how could Xiao Hua not know that he had already been noticed by others? Facing this kind of unfathomable cultivator, Xiao Hua could only sigh slightly. I've been blindly concealing my cultivation, but I was still noticed by others. Now, let's take it one step at a time and see who did it. Xiao Hua flew in the air uneasily. In a distant place, there was a beautiful palace. On a brocade chair, there was an indescribable old man. This old man's expression was somewhat ferocious, as if he was flustered and exasperated. He held a very strange jade eye in his hand and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, Kong Hongwu, to think that I placed such high hopes on you and gave you control of my forces on the hidden immortal continent. Look at you, a cultivator of the 5th grade essence force was actually killed by a Tao cultivator. How can you still have the face to see me? Humph, even if you come to see me, I will personally kill you. I asked you to collect the 9 cauldrons, how many did you actually get? You've really ruined this old man's plans. Who was it? Who killed Kong Hongwu, who took away the 9 cauldrons? If this old man knows your name, I will definitely pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. Life is always like a sudden encounter, it's hard to avoid some kind of surprise. Xiao Hua killed Kong Hongwu for the sake of his own survival, but the result exceeded his expectations. Not only had he attracted the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace, but he had also attracted the attention of the School of the Emperor Star, and then the Master of the Tai Ching Palace. Now, he had also attracted the attention of the mysterious cultivator. Therefore, there was no such thing as fate in this world. Everything flowed in the river of karma. When Xiao Hua flew far away, he naturally took out his heavenly horse and flying carriage. He might not be able to find the direction himself, but with Fu Jiwen beside him, it only took him about a month to reach the vicinity of the Black Wind Ridge. However, when his Buddhist sense swept across the Black Wind Ridge, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Then, a cold frost hung on his face, and he seemed to be extremely angry. Master. Although Fu Jiwen's divine sense technique couldn't see that far, he could still feel Xiao Hua's anger. He hurriedly whispered, could it be that, there's been a change in Black Wind Ridge? That's not it. Xiao Hua sneered. How could the formation I laid down be so easily broken by others? It's just that I really didn't expect the temptation of the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal to be so great. The monarch of the Bronze Pillar country really deserves to die. Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiao Hua's words, but he didn't ask too much. Xiao Hua only pondered for a moment before instructing, disciple, slowly fly over by yourself. Master will go and help Li Xiang out. Along the way, Xiao Hua had already explained the general situation of the Black Wind Ridge. Fu Jiwen knew that Li Xiang was the nascent soul cultivator guarding the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, when he heard Xiao Hua's instruction, he hurriedly nodded and said, Master, go ahead. Disciple will be there soon. Good. Xiao Hua said as he put away the flying chariot and Pegasus. He looked into the distance as lightning surged around his body. Rumble. A burst of thunderclaps resounded. Xiao Hua's figure was much faster than Fei Hong. He rushed forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tsk tisk. Fu Jiwen smacked his lips. He wanted to urge the cloud to fly faster, but after thinking for a moment, he knew that with his flying speed, the excitement would have already passed by the time he reached the Black Wind Ridge. Thus, he simply flew slowly, comprehending the mysteries of his wordless heavenly book while flying. Hiss, the lightning element 3 realms is actually going to have a breakthrough? This is too fast, right? Xiao Hua had just urged the lightning escape technique when he immediately felt that there was something wrong with it. He couldn't help but be surprised. He hurriedly probed the realm of his cultivation method, but after probing, Xiao Hua frowned again. From the various signs of urging the lightning escape technique, there's nothing wrong with it. Even the true essence in the meridians, there's no problem with the mental cultivation method and realm. It seems that the lightning escape technique is really going to break through to the lightning transcendence realm soon. Ordinary cultivation methods, whether it's lightning escape technique, secret art, or secret art, would be extremely difficult to cultivate in the later stages. It was obvious that they had just been injured and did not have time to treat them. If the 3 demon kings were like this, how could the rest of the smaller demons be any better? The bear demons were the most miserable. Most of them had bloody wounds on their bodies, and a few of them even had their arms broken. The lion demons and birds of prey were much better, but they were also dispirited and had many of their wings broken. Opposite Li Xiang, in the east, stood a tall general with a long spear in his hand. The general's face was purple gold, and his beard extended to his chest, making him look very heroic. Not far below the general, there were also hundreds of soldiers riding fierce flying horses and holding various weapons in their hands. They were facing off against some of the bear demons and lion demons. At this moment, the general smiled and said, "Hee hee, fellow immortally. Although you and I were evenly matched just now, to tell you the truth, this old man did not intend to kill you. If fellow immortal insists on going about things the wrong way, then don't blame this old man for not showing mercy." Li Xiang said indifferently, "How ridiculous, Jiang Zhanghong, why do you care about feelings between life and death? Besides, if you could kill me, why wait until now? You don't know how many times you've said these words in the past 6 months. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. I advise you, if you don't take this opportunity to kill me, then after a while, there will be other Confucian cultivators coming to drive your wind pavilion away. You should take advantage of this opportunity." "Good. In that case." Jiang Zhanghong's face was a little red. Of course, he wanted to kill Li Xiang. However, although Li Xiang's strength was not as strong as his, Li Xiang relied on the power of the capital star array. At every critical moment, Li Xiang would hide in the array, which really made it difficult for him to kill him. Of course, what Li Xiang said was not wrong. The wind pavilion under Jiang Zhanghong's control had driven away the wave pagoda, which had besieged the Black Wind Mountain, to occupy the east. Similarly, which of the dozens of forces besieging the Black Wind Mountain did not do the same? When more powerful forces came, presumably, Jiang Zhanghong's wind pavilion would also be driven away, right? Chapter 3799. Hey! Before Jiang Zhanghong could finish, a Confucian cultivator next to Changfeng Pavilion shouted, "Pavilion Master Jiang, your Changfeng Pavilion has already attacked. Is it our turn now?" Jiang Zhanghong looked at the sturdy Confucian cultivator next to him, who was wearing a dragon robe and holding a dragon spear. He said loudly, "Xie Han, I just fought with Black Wind Ridge. It hasn't even been a meal's time, and you're already so anxious. A meal's time is also a fight." Xie Han sneered, raised the dragon spear in his hand, and shouted, "Boys, kill for me, kill." There were more than 1,000 people behind Xie Han. These disciples were all riding strange beasts. Although the weapons in each disciple's hand were different, they all roared and activated their weapons. Inscriptions appeared one after another, attracting thousands of noble qi. These noble qi turned into dozens of dragon shapes, crazily pouncing on the lion spirits. As for Xie Han, he didn't even wait for Jiang Zhanghong's reply. When he raised the dragon spear, several noble qi pillars crashed into the spear. Roar! The dragon spear's body was covered with dense inscriptions. Under the activation of genuine qi, it also flew to Li Xiang's side like a huge dragon. This is the Confucian cultivator who rules the world with etiquette and law. Li Xiang wasn't surprised by Xie Han's sneak attack. He laughed and said, "What's the difference between this and a robbery? Fine, fine, fine. Li Xiang will return the favor." After that, Li Xiang waved his magic weapon, and several rings of light flew out from the side of the rhombus. They rushed into the sky, trying to trap the dragon's head and tail. The remaining ones hit the dragon's abdomen fiercely. "You dare to fight with me?" Jiang Zhanghong saw Xie Han attack and immediately shouted, "Disciples, kill, kill." The hundreds of disciples of Changfeng Pavilion also roared. All kinds of weapons flew out, creating huge clouds in the air, and pounced on the bear spirit, "Kill." The black bear glanced at the white lion, and the two demons roared at the same time. The bear spirit and the lion spirit activated their demon clouds and spat out demon qi. The weapons in their hands actually glowed as they charged forward. Jiang Zhanghong, Xie Han, just you wait. Seeing that the two of them had broken the rules and attacked at the same time, the Confucian cultivators around Blackwind Ridge began to clamor. Immediately, the air above Blackwind Ridge became chaotic again. However, this chaos only lasted for a moment. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining dozen or so forces shamelessly activated their true chi and rushed toward the fairies in the center of the Blackwind Ridge. Li Xiang's halo had just landed on the coiling dragon's body when the coiling dragon swung its tail. Kang! A sharp cold light flashed from the coiling dragon's head, and the halo was shattered by the spearhead. As the coiling dragon swung its tail, the halo was also sent flying. Several halos hit the body of the coiling dragon, and the inscriptions on the body of the coiling dragon changed greatly, revealing the original engraved inscriptions. However, only for a moment, the coiling dragon swam again, and a sharp murderous aura forced into Li Xiang's protective true chi, causing the nascent soul in Li Xiang's body to become restless. Alas! Li Xiang sighed slightly. He knew that although Xie Han's character was not good, he was still a master of a sect, and his strength had already surpassed his own. Go! Li Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his left hand, and a small flag appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly and the flag shook. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky shook, and a stream of heaven and earth essence chi appeared out of thin air. This essence chi was like a giant wall, separating the bear spirit, the lion spirit, and the birds. It also blocked Jiang Zhanghong, Xie Han, and the other Confucian cultivators outside the wall. Boom! Xie Han's coiling dragon spear was too late, and it hit the chi wave. The coiling dragon spear stagnated in the air for a moment, and then a huge counterforce was generated from the tip of the spear. The whole coiling dragon spear flashed back like lightning and stabbed straight into Xie Han's chest. Its speed was even faster than the previous attack. Although Xie Han was somewhat prepared, he was still caught unprepared. Whoo! The end of the spear hit Xie Han's Confucian robe, and layers of inscriptions appeared and disappeared in a moment. The coiling dragon spear pierced through Xie Han's Confucian robe, and directly stabbed into the body of a Confucian cultivator behind Xie Han. Ah! That Confucian cultivator was only a scholar, and just as he was alerted, the end of the coiling dragon spear had already pierced through his body. The Confucian cultivator screamed miserably as his corpse fell from the sky. Moreover, before the corpse fell to the ground, its flesh and blood had already been torn apart, leaving only the eerie white bones. Xie Han was embarrassed, and Jiang Zhanghong was not much better. The other 10 or so Confucian cultivators also suffered under the capital star array. Even a 4th-level origin energy master was like this, not to mention their disciples. Thousands of people were counterattacked by the capital star array, and suffered different degrees of injuries. Xie Han. Jiang Zhanghong said as he used the long spear to heal his injuries. Seeing that the sky above Blackwind Ridge was already empty, he knew that Li Xiang had already returned to the array with the 3 demons. He could not help but be furious. It wasn't easy for us to force Li Xiang to fight, but you didn't act according to our plan. Hehe, do you think your plan will work? Xie Han also used the spirit medicine, and unceremoniously retorted, isn't it just luring the snake out of its hole and killing it? Who doesn't know? We have besieged Blackwind Ridge for who knows how long. Do you think Li Xiang is a fool? He has never left the range of the Blackwind Ridge array. As long as this array exists, we can't attack Blackwind Ridge at all. Jiang Zhanghong immediately stomped his foot in midair and scolded, since you know this, why don't you take turns to fight? First exhaust Li Xiang's dermic power, and when he slacks off, you immediately take away his array flag. Why do you have to do it before Jiang Zhanghong? I was injured by him a few months ago. Today, I want to regain my face. Can't I do that? Xie Han naturally would not tell Jiang Zhanghong that his coiled dragon spear had been tempered and poisoned. As long as the tip of the spear touched Li Xiang's body, Li Xiang would definitely be killed. He was afraid that Jiang Zhonghong would have the same idea as him to snatch the credit. In the distance, a short man with a fat figure also shouted gloomily, Master Xia is too unkind. Once you attack, that Li Xiang will be scared again. He will hide in Black Wind Ridge and won't come out for a few months. You and I will have to wait here in vain again. So what if we wait in vain? If you have the ability, then break the array in Ping country. Wang Pai, you are the imperial preceptor of Ping country. Don't tell me you don't even have this method. Xia Han's face had a rogue expression of, bite me, which really made people feel helpless. If I had this method, why would I have to wait until now? Wang Pai snorted coldly from his nose. He was very displeased with Xia Han's one piece of rat shit spoiling the whole pot of porridge behavior. He said, besides, didn't Ping country invite a few array masters to break the array last year? If they can't do it, how can I do it? Sigh, everyone, stop arguing. A Confucian cultivator wearing a crown flew over and waved his hand. There's no point in talking about this. It's better for us to think about how to break the array. How to break the array? Is there a need to discuss? We can either find an array master or invite a senior with upper 5th grade essence force. It's useless no matter how many 4th grade essence force masters we have. Wang Pai rolled his eyes and looked a little discouraged. It's naturally useful if there are more 4th grade essence force masters. Jiang Zhonghong said coldly. However, there's only one 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The more people there are, the messier it will be. It's better not to have many. There are seniors with upper 5th grade essence force, but they are not willing to take action for these mundane matters. After all, they have already experienced the mortal world and do not want to repeat the same mistakes. Xia Han replied with a bitter smile. Besides, although the array in Black Wind Ridge is powerful, Li Xiang is only an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he invite a 5th grade essence force master like us to help? Wouldn't that be slapping the seniors in the face? This old man did go to the Gongshu aristocratic family once the year before last. Unfortunately, the Gongshu aristocratic family did not want to get involved in the affairs of the Yu province. Furthermore, their most powerful array master, Gongshu Isin, did not seem to be in the clan. The Confucian cultivator with the crown couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a few more Confucian cultivators flew over from afar and couldn't help but shout, then. Are we still guarding this place? That's the only way. Xia Han said coldly, since we've already wasted so much time, why should we be afraid of wasting a few more days? They are holed up in the Black Wind Ridge's array formation, and there will be a day when they are at the end of their rope. As long as Li Xiang slacks off even a little, we will have a chance to break the array. Have you all seen the Jiang country that has yet to be established? That princess of Jiang country really didn't take the 5-dragon imperial jade seal? Indeed not. They are the founding of the Dao sect, so there is no point in asking for the imperial jade seal. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country swore a blood oath that she had never seen any 5-dragon imperial jade seal, and she even said that the 5-dragon imperial jade seal had been taken away by the Copper Pillar state. A small country like Jiang. He shouldn't be lying. Furthermore, there aren't any special Dao sect cultivators near the princess of Jiang country. Xia Han laughed, that bullshit Xiao Hua, I heard that he went to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering. He has already returned from the Yaotai gathering to establish a country, but there are still no traces of him. Yes, I heard that the Yaotai gathering this time was extremely brutal. The cultivators of the Dao sect had internal strife, and 9 out of 10 had died. Don't talk so much nonsense. Jiang Zhonghong waved his hand, my son and I have come here eagerly, we can't just disperse like this. Let's go, everyone, let's work together and consume the elemental energy of this Black Wind Ridge's formation. That's right. The Confucian cultivators laughed out loud, in ancient times, there was a foolish old man who moved the mountain. Today, we have painstakingly broken the formation. We are not afraid that the formation of this Tao sect will not be broken. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, shouts of killing rose again. Thousands of Confucian cultivators surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's capital star formation and attacked. On the Black Wind Ridge, a light that soared into the sky appeared once again. Damned Li Xiang, quickly come out and accept your death. I will tear off your head and drink wine. The generals felt bored and actually started to curse in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge. However, while they were attacking excitedly, the Black Wind Ridge was abnormally quiet. Rumble. Just as the Confucian cultivators were bustling with noise and excitement, a thunderclap suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. At the same time, an ice-cold spiritual sense swept over from afar. Chapter 3800. Who is it? The group of Confucian cultivators were stunned. Everyone was swept by the divine sense and felt a sense of fear. They all looked up at the same time. They saw a flash of lightning that was much faster than Yuanying rainbow transformation. A small figure appeared in the distant horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. A cold voice ruthlessly sounded in their ears, I am that dog fart Xiao Hua you speak of. Xiao. Xiao Hua. Xie Han turned pale with fright and shouted, You. Why aren't you dead yet? Because you aren't dead yet. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly became extremely loud. It was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's ears. It was also at this time that Xie Han suddenly felt that there wasn't a trace of air around him. Even breathing was difficult. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged his qi to resist. However, not to mention that his qi seemed to have stagnated, it was extremely difficult to move. Even that righteous qi didn't appear from the void. The strangest thing was that a sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared in mid-air, as if an invisible meteorite was falling from the sky. Ah! At this time, how could Xie Han not know that this was Xiao Hua's method? As he shouted, he hurriedly waved his coiled dragon spear to resist. Hong. Qi waves suddenly rolled. Not only Xie Han, even the area several li above the wandering dragon sect's people showed abnormal signs. The powerful divine sense hammer was pressing down. It was several times more vicious than falling star. Ah! Xie Han let out a blood-curdling scream. The coiling dragon spear in his hand was smashed into pieces. Although the coiling dragon robe was surging with inscriptions and a vivid and lifelike coiling dragon flew out from the coiling dragon robe, Xie Han's strength was only at the intermediate fourth grade of origin energy. He was even inferior to Taoist Master Chu Feng, so how could he withstand Xiao Hua's furious attack? The coiled dragon howled and turned into inscriptions that were destroyed. As Xie Han's flesh and blood flew out, the shadow of the primordial spirit just appeared. Pa! A crisp sound rang out and it burst like a bubble. Xie Han, a Confucian cultivator with the status of a master, didn't even see Xiao Hua's face. He didn't even have time to use many of his methods before he died. Since Xie Han was like this, how good could Wandering Dragon Sect's disciples be? Hundreds of disciples were turned into minced meat. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Ah! Xiao Hua's attack was too swift and fierce, and his methods were even more unfathomable. All the Confucian cultivators were completely stunned. No matter what realm he was in. They seemed to have completely forgotten their purpose as they stood in the air, watching the falling blood mist. Run! In the silent sky where only the mountain wind could be heard, someone suddenly shouted. The entire deathly silent scene suddenly came to life. Demonic beasts and flying horses neighed, countless noble qi roared, and inscriptions crazily surged. Thousands of Confucian cultivators fled in all directions like headless flies. Anyone can leave. Xiao Hua's majestic voice once again resounded in the air, only you can't leave. You actually dared to attack this old man's disciple in front of this old man, you must be tired of living. When the Confucian cultivators heard this, they were all scared out of their wits. One by one, they desperately urged their true qi. At the same time, they secretly wondered if they had hurt the Black Wind Ridge's disciples just now. Woo! The wind rose again, and a nascent soul stage hand of several acres in size suddenly flew out from the distance, grabbing at the Changfeng Pavilion's disciples. Damn it! Jiang Zhanghong's heart suddenly jumped. How could he not know that his attack on Li Xiang was seen by Xiaohua? He secretly cursed and clapped his hands. Two-colored true qi gushed out, and a medium-sized sub-body quickly appeared on top of his head. Moreover, Jiang Zhanghong threw his hand, and layers of inscriptions appeared on the long spear. The whole spear began to expand, and when it fell into the sub-body's hand, the long spear was already dozens of feet long. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Zhanghong's sub-body condensed, Xiaohua's nascent soul stage hand had already fallen. Kaboom, kaboom. An obscure sound was heard. The space where Jiang Zhanghong was located had already been imprisoned by Xiaohua's big hand. Not only was Jiang Zhanghong's sub-body on the verge of collapse under the pressure of a vast force, the layers of inscriptions inside the sub-body shook violently. Dozens of disciples who were slightly closer to Jiang Zhanghong were also standing in the air, unable to fly even half an inch. Destroy! At this time, Xiaohua had already flown a few miles away, and he coldly growled. Boom! Jiang Zhanghong's sub-body collapsed with a loud bang. Countless inscriptions scattered and disappeared in the air. The long spear was also bent by Xiaohua's big hand within the inscriptions. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of oppressive sounds of flesh and blood exploding incessantly rang out. Masses of blood were like flowers blooming in winter, tragically blooming. Ah! As the rest of the fleeing Confucian cultivators fled for their lives, some of them still paid attention to the situation behind them. Seeing this, all of their faces turned ashen. Their hearts trembled in fear, and they secretly prayed that Xiaohua wouldn't start a massacre again. Buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was shocked, layers of fine thunderbolts suddenly appeared in an area of more than 10 miles to the left of the Black Wind Ridge. Accompanying the thunderbolts were layers of green silk invisible to the naked eye. This green silk fell on the Confucian cultivators, and they all hugged their heads and growled. Their figures rapidly fell, and then the thunderbolts appeared again. Crack, crack, crack. They hit everyone, and at the same time, there were waves of screams. It wasn't until thousands of cultivators fell to the ground that Xiaohua's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge like a god. Master, master, master is back. The movement outside the Black Wind Ridge was clearly seen in the capital star array. Seeing such a wonderful method, how could the Black Bear spirit not know that Xiaohua had returned? He was blessed by the heavens. Holding a small flag in his hand, he tore open the capital star array and rushed out, shouting in joy, ignoring the resentful gazes of the White Lion and the Golden Eagle behind him. Xiaohua looked at the obedient Black Bear spirit and smiled. It's been hard on you during this period. It's not hard, it's not hard. To be able to see Master return safely, this little one is happier than anything else. As the Black Bear spirit spoke, a few drops of tears actually squeezed out of his small eyes. Xiaohua scolded in annoyance, if you're happy, then be happy. Don't go overboard. Master, I'm innocent. The Black Bear spirit hurriedly cried. People say that when relatives meet, their eyes are filled with tears. If this little one doesn't squeeze out some tears, it will make me seem distant from Master. Forget it. Xiaohua smiled. This old man knows what you're thinking. You don't have to be like this. Yes, Master. As the Black Bear spirit spoke, Li Xiang activated the array flag in the capital star array below him and opened the array. The Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the other demons flew out. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei also followed behind Li Xiang and the others with smiles. Greetings, Master. The golden eagle and white lion weren't as thick-skinned as the black bear spirit. They didn't dare to get too close. They stood behind the black bear spirit and bowed in the air. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. All of you, get up. This old man has seen your hard work. This old man is confident about what I promised you earlier. When the time is right, I'll let you all start cultivating. Right now, the plan is to send these Confucian cultivators away. Since they've disturbed my Black Wind Ridge for so long, it's time to let them know the power of my Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The golden eagle and white lion were startled at first, then they were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This little one thanks Master for his kindness." Then, the black bear spirit waved his hand and said, "Little ones, let's go and kill this group of Confucian cultivators. I've been stifled for so many years, kill." All the demons that swarmed out shouted loudly, as if the wounds on their bodies no longer hurt. Taoist Xiao. Only now did Li Xiang come over to greet him. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood obediently at the side, their eyes filled with joy. They said softly, "Disciple greets Master." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, secretly happy in his heart. If it was in the past, the two of them would definitely rush to greet him before Li Xiang, but today, they were ranked behind Li Xiang. It must be because Li Xiang had imparted his strength to them, which caused them to be respectful. This kind of intentional action naturally showed the virtue of the two of them. N. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at the few disciples around him and frowned at Li Xiang. He asked curiously, "This Xiao remembers that other than Xiong Yi, there are many golden core disciples who joined my fortune gate. Why didn't any of them come? Could it be that something went wrong? Also, even if they didn't come, there are still some late nascent soul cultivators who came. Why didn't they come? Why did they let you suffer here alone?" Ha! Li Xiang smiled mysteriously. Taoist Xiao is mistaken. Not only did Xiongyi bring dozens of golden core cultivators to join my fortune gate, even Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and Prince Lan are here. Then, Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the capital star formation and his frown relaxed. But then he became even more curious. "Fellow Taoist Li, what medicine are you selling in the gourd?" But when he saw Li Xiang's slightly furrowed brows, he realized something. Oh, this old man understands. Taoist Xiao is only thinking about one thing. There is another thing that Taoist Xiao has never thought of. Li Xiang said. He looked at the sun that was about to set and smiled. "And, it seems that it's about time. Taoist Xiao should return to his cultivation cave first. Everything will be clear tomorrow." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. He glanced at the Confucian cultivator who was being chased by so many demons, then flew into the capital star formation. On the Black Wind Ridge, just as Li Xiang said, Xiong Yi, Chang Yu, Wu Tian, and the other Fortune Gate disciples were standing at the front. When they saw Xiaohua return, they hurried to greet him and said, "Disciple greets Master. Rise." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and looked at Xiong Yi with a smile. "You came up with this idea for Li, right? Master is indeed clever." Xiong Yi smiled. Disciple received Master's request and brought several junior brothers to the Black Wind Ridge. When I saw the situation in Jiang country, I knew that Master was right, so I made this arrangement. Chapter 3801. And, there's no need to talk about it now. Let's talk about it in detail later. Xiaohua had already noticed that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, Qin Xiaoyao, and the rest were not present. The people from Jiang country were also not present. He already understood something and waved his hand. Yes. Xiong Yi didn't dare to say anything and retreated to the Black Wind Ridge. The late nascent soul stage cultivators Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian also flew over to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at these cultivators with a smile on his face and greeted them one by one. On the Black Wind Ridge, Li Xiang and Xiong Yi were considered family, while Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were guests. Xiaohua still had enough patience to treat them. After the greeting, Xiaohua smiled and said, "The two of you are very trustworthy. You came to the Black Wind Ridge early. However, it seems that there are still quite a few of you who didn't keep your promise. And Taoist Xiao is right." Ao Zhantian nodded. The number of cultivators gathered at the Black Wind Ridge today is 30% less than the other day. There are indeed some cultivators who didn't take the blood oath seriously. Shui Mingzi smiled and said, "Of course, they must have their own difficulties. I and the rest will have to discuss this matter with Taoist Xiao later." "All right." Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the Black Wind Ridge. The brocade chair in his cave had been taken out and placed on it. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were already standing on both sides of the brocade chair. The area in front of the brocade chair had already been cleared and no one dared to get too close. "Master, please take a seat." Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei saw Xiaohua's gaze and bowed at the same time. "Taoist Xiao, please take a seat." Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi naturally also saw the scene of Xiaohua killing Xie Han and Jiang Zhanghong. They knew that their cultivation was far inferior to Xiaohua's, so they also said respectfully. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He didn't use wind escape or any other flying techniques. Instead, he walked step by step to the front of the brocade chair. Following Xiaohua's walk, Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, Chang Yu and the others also hurriedly flew and stood in their positions. When Xiaohua sat on the brocade chair, Xiong Yi and the rest bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Master." This cheer was truly like a tsunami. The echo lingered around the entire mountain peak and did not calm down for a long time. "Greetings, Taoist Xiao." After Xiong Yi and the others greeted Huang Xiaolong, Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. "Disciples and fellow Taoists, please rise." Xiaohua looked at everyone who had their heads lowered, and an indescribable feeling of heroism arose in his heart. He raised his hand and smiled, "While this old man wasn't here, I've made everyone work hard. Today, this old man has returned. In the future, my Black Wind Ridge will no longer have to worry about the harassment of Confucian cultivators. If one of them comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill two. Even if 1,000 come, we'll kill 1,000 of them. Master is mighty." Xiong Yi and the others naturally knew that this was Xiaohua's heroic words, and they all respectfully replied. "Fellow Taoists Shui Mingzi and the other Taoists, what I said before also counts now. This Black Wind Mountain Range is your home, your shelter on the hidden immortal continent. If you have any problems, you can come to Black Wind Mountain Range. I will make the decision for you. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao." Shui Mingzi and the others naturally had to express their stance, and they all replied in unison. Then, Li Xiang and the others stepped forward and roughly explained the situation of Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua looked at everyone and smiled, "Everyone has worked hard. Please rest for a while. This old man will arrange a banquet with He Xiong and the others. Today, we'll drink until we're drunk." "Thank you, Taoist Xiao." The group of cultivators expressed their gratitude, but they didn't really care. After all, they had already seen the situation of Black Wind Ridge. How could there be good wine and good food? After everyone dispersed to cultivate, Xiaohua led Shui Mingzi and the others into the cave. After everyone sat down, Shui Mingzi glanced at Ao Zhantian and said, "Taoist Xiao, after this one bid farewell to you, I returned to my cave and made some arrangements before coming to Black Wind Ridge. However, on the way here, this one heard some things about the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. I wonder if Taoist Xiao has heard of it." "And, this Xiao has naturally heard of it. Xiaohua nodded. However, this Xiao doesn't understand what happened to the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. As for what exactly happened, even now, we still don't know. Ao Zhantian continued from the side. However, it seems that the matter is very serious. There are some rumors that Kong Hongwu has been killed. Ah. Kong Hongwu. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Kong Hongwu is a martial grandmaster with 5th grade essence energy. Among the cultivators who participated in the Yaotai Mountain Gathering, who has such ability? Ao Zhantian and Xue Mingzi knew that Xiaohua was very strong, but they didn't think that Xiaohua could kill Kong Hongwu with 5th grade essence energy. Xue Mingzi's face was slightly embarrassed, and he said in a low voice, Daoist Xiao has just returned. I and the others had some thoughts before, but we shouldn't mention it now. However, the current situation is too strange. It's like the silence before the thunder. No one knows when the Confucian cultivators will make trouble. I discussed with Brother Ao, and we feel that it's better to tell Daoist Xiao as soon as possible. How could Xiaohua not understand? He smiled and said, fellow Taoists, you mean? Cough, cough, our blood oath is still valid. Xue Mingzi coughed, and he felt that his face was a little hot. He smiled and said, however, we hope that Daoist Xiao won't detain us in the Black Wind Mountain Range. This way, not only will it easily cause a misunderstanding among the Confucian cultivators, but it will also invite the Immortal Palace to kill us at such a sensitive time. Moreover, in I's opinion, those fellow Taoists who don't dare to come may not be afraid of the blood oath, but are afraid of provoking a fatal disaster. Is this the result of everyone's discussion? Xiaohua still asked with a smile on his face. Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's hearts thumped. They looked at each other, and a trace of gloominess flashed in their eyes. However, Ao Zhantian still nodded and said, that's right. We discussed this matter before Daoist Xiao returned. Because of this, you allowed Li Xiang and He Xiong to fight outside the formation. Were you hiding inside the formation? Xiaohua's face suddenly turned cold, and he asked. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly explained. At this time, Xiong Yi hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, this was disciple's idea. Master, please don't blame the 2 seniors. N. Xiaohua nodded. Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, Daoist Xiao, before we arrived at the Black Wind Mountain Range, we were stopped by fellow Daoist Xiong Yi's disciples. We didn't even meet the Confucian cultivators who were besieging the Black Wind Mountain Range. We only knew that fellow Daoist Xiong Yi did this to hide the Black Wind Mountain Range, so we stayed in the Black Wind Mountain Range. If there really was a problem, do you think that we wouldn't intervene? Hehe, it seems that I have misunderstood you 2 fellow Taoists. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I will think about what fellow Taoists said for a few days. When I have a result, I will discuss it with you. Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian cupped their fists and said, rest assured, Daoist Xiao. We have experienced life and death with Daoist Xiao. No matter what Daoist Xiao decides, our blood oath is still valid. Xiaohua got up and sent them out, then sat back down. He looked around and said with a smile, the outsiders have left, only my Fortune Gate's disciples are left. Xiong Yi, tell me, what is going on? At this time, another Xiaohua saw an unfamiliar disciple coming in from outside. He bowed and said, reporting to Master, there is a Confucian cultivator named Fu Jiwen outside the formation. He says that he is Master's disciple, and, indeed, let him in. Xiaohua nodded and was about to speak to Xiong Yi when he saw the disciple's hesitant expression. Xiaohua asked curiously, what's wrong? That. The disciple smiled bitterly. The Black Bear King killed him because he thought that Fu Jiwen was also a Confucian cultivator and fought with him. Although Fu Jiwen said that he was Master's disciple, the Black Bear King didn't believe him. This Black Bear King, how could he be Fu Jiwen's opponent? Xiaohua chuckled and released his divine sense, shouting a few words in a low voice. Sure enough, not long after, the Black Bear King walked in with a sad expression on his face. Behind him was a smiling Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen recognized Xiao Jian and Yuanya, but he didn't recognize the people in the Black Wind Ridge. He looked around and bowed, "Master, this is Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei. They are both your junior brothers. As for the other senior brothers, let them introduce you." Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen looked at Lu Yi, who was waving at him, and smiled as he walked over to stand beside the two. "Master Ah." The Black Bear King felt wronged and said, "You have accepted one disciple after another, when will you accept this little one as your disciple?" "What? You want to be this old man's disciple?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. When the Black Bear King heard this, he smiled and said, "Look at what Master is saying, this little one is the gatekeeper of Master's cave abode, how would I dare to let Master accept a disciple? It's just that Master's disciples are each more powerful than the other, and this one who hasn't even introduced himself beat this little one up, this little one's heart." "Hee, senior brother Black Bear." Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and took out a jade bottle from his chest and handed it to the Black Bear King, saying, "This is a third transformation spirit pill that I got from the side. It seems to be useful to senior brother, please accept it as my apology." "Io, junior brother, you're too polite." The Black Bear King took the jade bottle and held it tightly, but his mouth gave in and said, "If you do this, won't it make senior brother look too stingy?" "Not at all, not at all." Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Senior brother Black Bear brought the other junior brothers to guard the Black Wind Ridge for Master. With so much hard work, this little bit of spirit pill is nothing. In the future, this little one will have to rely on senior brother Black Bear in the Black Wind Ridge." "Huh, well said, well said." The Black Bear King flipped his hand and kept the jade bottle, then said casually, "The Black Wind Ridge is ours. The one we have to rely on is Master." Chapter 3802. Xiaohua pursed his lips and ignored the Black Bear spirit. He looked at Xiong Yi and said, "I've been disturbed by this Black Bear. Xiong Yi, tell me the situation." "Yes, Master." Xiong Yi hurriedly explained the situation after he arrived at the Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua gradually understood. It turned out that Xiong Yi had brought Wu Tian, Changyu, and dozens of other golden core cultivators to the Black Wind Ridge safely, but they were faced with the siege of several Confucian cultivators. Of course, with Xiong Yi and Changyu's strength, as well as the help of Li Xiang and the Black Bear spirit, it wasn't too difficult for them to enter the Black Wind Ridge. But after Xiong Yi entered the formation and told Xiaohua about the arrangements, Li Xiang was in a difficult position. Li Xiang had promised Xiaohua that he would consider leaving the Black Wind Ridge after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Since Xiaohua didn't return, he couldn't leave. This was somewhat different from his original intention. However, Li Xiang still chose to stay after being persuaded by Xiong Yi's glib tongue. Although Li Xiang did not hand over the array flag that controlled the capital star array, he had handed over the planning of the Black Wind Ridge to Xiong Yi. Soon after, Xiong Yi discovered that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, and the original forces of Jiang Country had left the Black Wind Ridge with Jiang Country's Chongling princess. Now, the Black Wind Ridge was filled with Fortune Gate disciples. Then, while Xiong Yi arranged the manpower, he discussed with Changyu and Wu Tian, and then explained to Li Xiang what Xiaohua knew. Li Xiang was surprised, but he also listened to Xiong Yi's arrangements. He still supported the entire Black Wind Ridge on the surface. Xiong Yi and the others' arrival was not only hidden from the surrounding Confucian cultivators, but also from Xiao Jian and the others. Then, Xiong Yi arranged for the Fortune Gate disciples to break out of the Black Wind Ridge's encirclement and hide hundreds of li away. Whenever they saw a Dao cultivator heading to the Black Wind Ridge, they would come out to meet them. If they were going to the Black Wind Ridge to serve, they would also secretly enter the Black Wind Ridge with them. However, as time passed, not only was Li Xiang surprised and felt incredulous, even Xiong Yi felt pressure. After all, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, Royal Highness Lan, and dozens of nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators were all here. Any one of them would be famous anywhere in the hidden immortal continent and would attract the attention of the immortal palace. Now that all of them were gathered at Black Wind Ridge, that was simply courting death. Fortunately, the arrival of Shui Mingzi and the others was not completely noticed by the Confucian cultivators surrounding the mountain. Even if some of them felt that something was wrong, the strength of the people surrounding the mountain would change after a short period of time. There was no need to fear that someone would see the true strength of Black Wind Ridge. Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion would go out to fight every once in a while. Usually, they would be defeated and return as a cover. Of course, this time, the Black Bear Spirit and the others were prepared. Unlike the previous time, they had no fear or thoughts of escaping. Moreover, Xiong Yi also made it clear that Xiao Hua had some matters to attend to and had gone somewhere else. He would be back soon, although this soon would be several years in a flash. When Xiao Hua heard the end, he finally understood Xiong Yi's plans. He couldn't help but admire this astute disciple. He nodded with a smile and said, "Xiong Yi, you have arranged well. Master is very satisfied. You have worked hard. Master is too kind. This is what this disciple should do," Xiong Yi answered humbly. "Then the imperial tutor's lot?" Xiao Hua thought and asked with a smile. "Today, I presume the Chongling princess has already revived her country." "Good, master knows." Xiong Yi hurriedly answered. "The imperial tutor's lot is still in junior sect brother Chong Yu's hands. This disciple has not given it to the Chongling princess." "Oh. Why?" Xiao Hua was surprised. "Isn't the imperial tutor's lot used for the Chongling princess to establish a country? Could it be that the Jiang country still hasn't recovered?" Xiong Yi turned to look at the silent Li Xiang and said, "Good, master knows that the imperial tutor's lot needs the imperial tutor's essence blood to be used. If master does not return, this disciple does not dare to act on his own." Essence blood. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the life-bond spirit tablets of the cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain continent. He thought to himself, "Damn, it seems this is a method the Immortal Palace uses to control the cultivators of the Taoist sections. How can this old man be fooled? It is this old man's mistake, I forgot about this." Xiao Hua nodded. "All right, the Chongling princess must be anxious from waiting. In a few days, I will send the imperial tutor's lot over, and let you be the imperial tutor of Jiang country." This disciple does not want to be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Xiong Yi shook his head firmly. "Oh. What is it? Is this old man the one who obtained the imperial tutor's lot, so only this old man can be the imperial tutor?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "That is not the case. However, after tomorrow, master can make a decision." "Why?" Xiao Hua was curious. This disciple will keep you in suspense first. Master will know everything tomorrow." Xiong Yi replied mysteriously again. Xiao Hua did not ask more about this matter, and asked again, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian and the others? Fellow Taoist Li, say something." Li Xiang seemed to be awakened by Xiao Hua, and said with a smile, "This matter, actually, when Senior Shui Mingzi came, this one had already thought about it. The two old seniors are right. The so-called tall trees attract the wind. The situation of the hidden immortal continent is especially sensitive now. If you do not want to provoke the immortal palace, Jinren should not be too high profile about this matter. It is better to let them go first. Since there is a blood oath as a restriction, they are still Jinren's help. They are scattered around the hidden immortal continent, and are also Shinran's forces. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Xiong Yi also had the same opinion, and said with a smile, Master, there was a change in the Yaotai conference. I think the Immortal Palace's arrangement must have been disturbed. Then, the Immortal Palace will definitely send people to investigate the world. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge, even our Dao sect does not have the strength to challenge the Immortal Palace. We can only avoid the sharp edge. Perhaps Master does not want to let them all go. It is fine to keep some. This old man understands. Xiaohua said with a smile, then we will do as you have discussed. Then, Xiaohua looked at the Black Bear Spirit and asked, how is the mining of the Vitality Stone vein in the Black Wind Ridge? I will let Master know. When the Black Bear Spirit heard the question about his work, he immediately puffed out his chest and said, in these years when Master was not here, the little three demons urged the boy to mine day and night. However, there are too many Vitality Stones in this vein. Until now, we have not dug out all of them. You stupid bear. Xiaohua scolded with a smile, this old man is asking you how many Vitality Stones you have mined. You want to mine all of them, but do you have the ability to do so? As for how much we have mined, this little one does not know. I still have to ask Marshal Uncle Li. The Black Bear Spirit scratched his head and laughed. Xiaohua waved his hand and stopped Li Xiang from speaking. He took out a Qiankuan bag and handed it to the Black Bear Spirit, saying, this is some spiritual fruit and spiritual wine. Take it and set up a banquet. Remember, this is for the guests who came from afar. Don't be anxious. Yes, this little one understands. The Black Bear Spirit took the Qiankuan bag, bowed, and left. All right, there is no need to think too much. Xiaohua stood up and said, fellow Taoist Li, Xiong Yi, you two go out and entertain the guests. This old man will go out in a while. Lu Yi, you three come in with me. Xiong Yi looked at the somewhat absent-minded Li Xiang and smiled. He pulled his Taoist robe and walked out of the cave. Li Xiang walked 2 steps and seemed to think of something. He looked to his left and sent a voice transmission to Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi also sent a voice transmission in a low voice. The two of them walked further and further away. Not long after the two of them left, Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei out of the inner cave. He naturally came to check on the cultivation progress of his 2 disciples. In the end, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei did not disappoint him. In just a few years' time, they had already cultivated to the upper 1st grade of essence force. This really made Xiaohua speechless. He knew that this was undoubtedly due to the miraculous effect of his spiritual pills, and also because Li Xiang had personally taught them. The most important thing was the talent of his 2 disciples. The banquet at the Black Wind Ridge naturally would not disappoint the cultivators of the Dao sect. Spirit fruits and delicacies, toasting, and the rarely seen wine made Shui Mingzi and the others extremely surprised. The stars in the sky were dazzling, and the bonfire on the ground was bright. After a night of silence, Xiong Yi brought Li Xiang and stood respectfully outside Xiaohua's cave. When Xiaohua came out of the cave, the two of them hurriedly greeted him. Xiong Yi smiled and said, Master, please follow your disciple to watch a good show today. Oh. Xiaohua looked at Xiong Yi from top to bottom, wanting to ask something, but thinking about Xiong Yi's mysteriousness yesterday, he simply did not say anything. However, Xiong Yi did not need to say anything. Xiaohua already vaguely knew that this good show might be related to Xiao Jian. Sure enough, the 3 of them flew up into the sky, heading towards the Jiang country that Xiaohua had never been to before. Along the way, Xiong Yi would occasionally ask some questions about cultivation, but Li Xiang still had a pondering look on his face. It seemed like Xiong Yi's sound transmission yesterday did not help him solve his doubts. Xiaohua had just returned. Although he had some understanding of Li Xiang's thoughts, there were still a lot of things to do, so he did not directly ask, and only gave pointers to Xiong Yi's cultivation. The three of them were all nascent soul stage cultivators. Although they did not transform into rainbows, flying to the capital of Jiang country only took the time of a meal. Seeing a large city appear in the distance, Xiaohua naturally released his spiritual will, and it was at this moment that Xiong Yi suddenly laughed, "Master, don't disturb them, or else we won't be able to see today's show." "Oh." Xiaohua frowned, he retracted his spiritual will and asked curiously, "Them? Who are they?" "Master, just follow me." Xiong Yi was still unwilling to speak, and heard Xiaohua shake his head in annoyance. Immediately after, Xiong Yi brought Xiaohua and Lixiang, and did not directly fly into the capital of the Jiang country. Instead, they flew high into the sky, and when they were about 10 miles away from the capital of the Jiang country, they waved their hands and took out a magic treasure from their cosmos bag. Under the activation of their mana, the magic treasure turned into a pavilion. Chapter 3803. "Master, Martial Uncle Li, please." Xiong Yi invited the two of them to ascend the pavilion, and then cast a spell. The pavilion was suffused with runes and clouds, and in a moment, it disappeared into the air. Xiaohua sat in the pavilion and watched the clouds dance beneath his feet. He knew that Xiong Yi had hidden his tracks and was heading towards the capital of Jiang country. He couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. He really didn't know what Xiao Jian had done this time. The pavilion flew to the sky above the capital of Jiang country and stopped there. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "Master, do you still have spirit fruits and spirit wine?" Disciple did not have enough yesterday. Seeing that disciple has worked so hard today, can you reward me with some? He, if you want it, there's plenty. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade table in the pavilion was filled with strange spirit fruits, all of which were not present at last night's banquet. When Xiaohua took out a few more pots of spirit wine, the clear fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils, and it was even more fragrant than the spirit wine from last night. Lixiang, who was originally silent, also unconsciously came back to his senses. Master really has a lot of collection. At this time, Xiong Yi was considered a junior, so he did not hold back. As he spoke, he reached out and took a spirit fruit, and unceremoniously took a bite. When the spirit fruit entered his stomach, Xiong Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and the way he looked at Xiaohua also changed. He almost lowered his voice and said, "Master, this spirit fruit of yours. How old is it? Eat yours. Who cares how old it is?" Xiaohua smiled but did not say anything. He also picked up an oval-shaped spirit fruit and tasted it. This was something he had obtained at the bottom of the Saint River and was planted by Xiaoguo. What a waste of resources. Xiong Yi reached out and took a plate of spirit fruits and put them into his Qinkuan bag. He actually shook his head and said, "This kind of thing. TSK, you're eating it like this." Sigh, disciple won't say any more. Lixiang poured himself a cup of wine, squinted his eyes and drank it. He smacked his lips and poured another cup, but the mana around his body was slightly surging. It was obvious that he was refining the wine that had entered his stomach. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Lixiang. "Fellow Taoist Li, you've worked hard these past few years. These are some medicinal pills, which are quite useful for you to break through to the middle yuanying stage. This." Lixiang looked at the jade bottle and couldn't help but look at Xiong Yi. Unfortunately, Xiong Yi only cared about eating the spirit fruit and didn't pay any attention to him. After thinking for a moment, Lixiang smiled and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, I still have some things on my mind. Today's spirit pill. I asked Taoist Master to take it back first. It won't be too late to ask Taoist Master for it after I have made a decision." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to take back the jade bottle, he said, "Fellow Taoist Li, please feel free to ask." At this moment, Xiong Yi stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Master, Martial Uncle Li has worked hard. This disciple has also worked hard. Don't favor one and discriminate against the other. You're right, here you go. Xiao Hua was very fond of Xiong Yi's generosity and handed the jade bottle to Xiong Yi without any hesitation. Xiong Yi took it and scanned it with his divine perception. He exclaimed, Master, is this a heart fusion pill? In this disciple's impression, it seems to have been lost in the hidden immortal continent. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Master recently had some fortuitous encounters and obtained the lost pill recipe. Therefore, I casually refined some and you can try it. Qin Haoyue. He is a little narrow-minded, and doesn't like others looking at his things. Li Xiang took a sip of spirit wine and said self-deprecatingly. While the two of them were talking, Xiong Yi's mirror light landed on the left side of the mountain ridge, as if the three of them were standing on top of the mountain ridge. At the same time, as Xiong Yi's technique entered, there were actually some whistling sounds coming from the mirror. Oh. Xiao Hua was surprised, and asked curiously, Xiong Yi, your mirror technique can actually send sound over? Master was wrong. Xiong Yi laughed. Of course the mirror technique can't send sound over, but disciple has already received the news and placed some magical equipment here. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua laughed. So this old man was thinking too much. But, on this mountain ridge, what kind of show is there to watch? Li Xiang was a little confused. When Li Xiang said this, Xiao Hua was stunned again. He looked at Li Xiang and said, Fellow Taoist Li, don't tell me that even you don't know about this excitement. Of course I don't know. Li Xiang smiled bitterly. After fellow Taoist Xiong came, he was the one in charge, and I never asked. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I am not particularly proficient in these mundane affairs. Shoo. Master, he's here. Xiong Yi, who had been staring at the mirror, hurriedly pointed and shouted, let's not talk. Disciple's technique is not necessarily reliable. Xiao Hua nodded and looked up, only to see a skinny old man wearing a new Taoist robe flying over from the east side of the mountain range. On this old man's skinny face, two turbid eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. On his shriveled lips, two slightly white mustaches drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a mouse's tail. At this moment, the old man was pinching his mustache as he flew, and his face was filled with pride. Wasn't this old man Xiao Jian? Seeing Xiao Jian appear, Xiao Hua was not surprised, but he felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Wasn't Xiao Jian's current appearance the same as the legendary scene of a villain intoxicated by success? This fellow's advancement is not bad either. He has actually recovered to the early stage of the foundation establishment. Looking at Xiao Jian's flying speed, Xiao Hua secretly cursed, what a pity. This old man's spirit pills are truly a waste. This is Yuanya. When Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the west side of the mirror and saw the person's face clearly, he unconsciously felt a storm in his heart and almost cried out in alarm. He thought of Xiao Jian, and at the same time, he thought of many people, and even thought of Qin Xiaoyao. However, he had never been to the abyss. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across Xiong Yi, and Xiong Yi nodded at him, indicating that this was the show he wanted to watch. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He unconsciously straightened his body, pricked up his ears, and focused all his attention on the mirror. He really wanted to know what had happened in Jiang country in the years that he had not been here, and what had happened between Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Jian and Yuanya naturally didn't know that Xiao Hua and the other two nascent soul realm cultivators were hiding in midair. Although Yuanya was standing on a green leopard, his attire was different from before. The black armor on his body seemed to fit him very well. There were faint traces of light on the armor, and within those traces, there were layers of blood. Clearly, Yuanya had killed countless generals of the Copper Pillar state. However, the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand did not change, the vigilance in his handsome eyes did not change, and the faint worry between his brows did not change either. It was as if that worry had been born since he saw Jia Wu, and it had become even more obvious today. Yeah. Without waiting for the green leopard to fly closer, Xiao Jian coldly called out, "Do you want to go against your master?" Yuan Ye urged the green leopard to land in front of Xiao Jian. He bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is not going against Master, it is. Master is forcing this disciple." "How did this old man force you?" Xiao Jian's tone was extremely cold. "You were picked up by this old man from the arena, your life was originally this old man's, and this old man doesn't want your life now, as long as you leave Jianghua, what kind of coercion is this? If you make this old man angry, I will take your life." "Master." Yuan Ye was not angry, but his eyes narrowed. He said, "You are forcing me to leave Jiang country, forcing me to leave Jia Wu, are you not taking my life?" "Yeah." Xiao Jian spoke. "This old man has heard your story at least 80 times, if not 100. The Jia Wu you speak of is not the princess of Chongling. And didn't the princess of Chongling say it clearly? She has never been to the Xianyao dark forest. Do not forget, she is the princess of Jiang country, how could she have ended up in the Xianyao dark forest? You should wake up." "Alright," Yuan Ye bit his lips and nodded. "Since the princess of Chongling does not admit that she is Jia Wu, this disciple will not think more." Actually, when Elder Xiao was still at Black Wind Ridge, this disciple had already said in front of him, that I only treat Jia Wu as the princess of Chongling, that I can only protect her safety, let her recover her country, and get what she deserves. This disciple will not think otherwise. "Master, it is rare, is this not enough? Why must you force this disciple to leave Jiang country?" Chapter 3804. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he scolded, "Yuan Ye, don't think this old man does not know what you are thinking. You are only interested in the identity of the Chongling princess and forced the identity of Jia Wu onto the Chongling princess. You just want to use the Chongling princess to achieve your goals." Yuan Ye stilled slightly. He looked at Xiao Jian and said with a grimace, "Master, do you not know this disciple's personality? This disciple was born in the Black Jade Dark Forest and has been with wolves since young. This disciple does not covet the worldly fame and wealth. This disciple only wants to protect the Chongling princess. A bastard child that even his parents disdain, a bastard child that grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts, you want to covet the Chongling princess?" Xiao Jian snarled. "This old man is really blind. How did I save you from the fighting arena that day? I should have let you die there." Hearing Xiao Jian's vicious words, Yuan Ye's eyes flashed with anger but it disappeared in a moment. He lowered his head and said, "No matter what Master says, this disciple was invited by Master to come today to ask Master to take back his orders and not chase this disciple out of Jiang country. When did this old man invite you?" Xiao Jian sneered. "I did not expect that after so many years in the mortal world, you know how to scheme. Don't tell me that you did not invite this old man today because you knew of that matter. You want to settle things with this old man. Now, in front of this old man, you are so wronged, as though this old man wants you to leave, to frame you. Master." Yuan Ye was slightly stunned, but Xiao Jian didn't allow him to say anything. He waved his hand and took out a red invitation card. He waved it in the air and said, "This old man originally wanted to leave you some face and didn't want to tear apart our relationship as master and disciple. Since you do not want to leave and do not state the matter clearly and want to ruin this old man's plans, then, this old man will not be polite. This is the invitation card for this old man's wedding with the Chongling princess. If you want to come, 10 days later." "What?" Similarly, before Xiao Jian could finish speaking, Yuan Ye's entire body trembled as he cried out in disbelief, You want to marry Jia Wu? Yuan Ye, you understand. This old man is marrying the Chongling princess, not Jia Wu. If this old man marries the Chongling princess, this old man will be the ruler of Jiang country. And the princess of Chongling is the queen of Jiang country. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand. The invitation flew towards Yuanya. However, just as the invitation flew out, Xiao Jian mocked, "Oh, this old man forgot. How could a bastard who grew up in the wilderness be literate? This invitation, you won't be able to understand it." Roar. Suddenly, Yuanya raised his head and let out a long roar. A ferocious aura surged from his body. His eyes were even more ferocious than those of a beast as he swept his gaze over Xiao Jian. The devil hammer in his left hand swung and hit the invitation card that was flying towards him. The thin invitation card was actually shattered by the demonic hammer, turning into broken butterflies, just like Yuanya's broken heart. "I'm going to kill you." Yuanya looked at Xiao Jian and said word by word. His face was even more ferocious than a wild wolf's. Xiao Jian was startled when Yuanya's gaze swept over him. However, when he saw the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand, he smiled and said, "What? Had he finally spoken his mind? Didn't you come with the demonic hammer today to end things with this old man? Actually, this old man really didn't want to tell you the news of my marriage with the princess of Chongling. However, you didn't leave. Then this old man can only end things with you." As he spoke, Xiao Jian slapped his hand. A magic artifact that looked like a plate appeared in his hand. As his power surged, the plate gave off a blue light. "Whoever dares to steal my Jia Wu, I will take their life." The princess of Chongling had always been seen as Jia Wu by Yuanya. He had never thought of Jia Wu marrying someone else. Especially, he had never thought that his master would marry Jia Wu. At this moment, the ferocity that had been hidden for a long time completely erupted. He did not hide the killing intent in his heart. "Kill!" Yuanya urged the green leopard to charge at Xiao Jian with the demonic hammer. "Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Xiao Jian smiled coldly. He formed a seal with his hands, and a thin beam of light gushed out from the plate. Following Xiao Jian's seal, it was like a flying sword, stabbing toward Yuanya's heart. Seeing the pillar of light reach him, Yuanya swung the demonic hammer to meet it. However, just as the demonic hammer moved, Yuanya's arm trembled slightly and he put the demonic hammer away. PFFF. The pillar of light pierced Yuanya's armor like a sword. The blood-stained armor could not block the pillar of light at all. It pierced right through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain and dyed the armor red. "Master, you saved this disciple from the arena. This disciple will not retaliate against this attack. Take it as me returning a life to you." Yuanya's eyes were red as he stared at Xiao Jian. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still said each word clearly. "Who wants you to return it?" Xiao Jian was furious. "This old man saved you because I wanted you to be my guard. Just like this old man picked up a dog on the street." As he spoke, another pillar of light rushed out from the magic tool. This time, it was twice as big as the previous one. Seeing the beam of light mercilessly heading towards his head, Yuanya stepped on the green leopard. The green leopard let out a low roar and charged forward. Pooh! Yuanya barely managed to dodge the beam of light, but the beam of light once again pierced his arm. With a light cracking sound, Yuanya's arm weakly drooped down, and at the same time, blood gushed out. "Xiao Jian!" Yuanya roared like a trapped beast. "After you saved me from the arena, you accepted me as your disciple. Although you yourself know that you are not my real master, since you and I have a master-disciple relationship, then I can't retaliate against this attack. From now on, you and I are strangers. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya to not retaliate twice in a row. If he had known this earlier, why would he have used a feint? Wouldn't he have directly used the magic tool to kill Yuanya here? Xiao Hua was furious. He waved his hand and the disc emitted a dazzling brilliance. The edge of the disc seemed to have a sharp blade. It drew an arc in the air and flew towards Yuanya's neck. Roar! Yuanya roared and waved the demonic hammer with one arm. A strong wind blew towards the disc. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The disc collided with the demonic hammer. Yuanya's body was sent flying by the huge impact. The green leopard also trembled. It hurriedly urged the demonic cloud to chase after Yuanya. One man and one beast flew for a few feet before Yuanya could regain his balance and land on the green leopard. Looking at his body, more blood flowed from the wounds that were not bandaged. Now, it was all over his body and even dripped down his armor. Although Yuanya was in a sorry state, Xiao Jian was not much better. Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya, who did not have any spiritual energy, to be able to use a normal hammer technique in battle to the point of perfection and easily hit his magic tool. He also did not expect Yuanya's strength to be strong enough to compete with his own spiritual energy. Therefore, when the magic tool was hit by the demonic hammer, the spiritual energy in the magic tool backfired. Xiao Jian's body trembled rapidly and the not-so-pure true essence in his meridians was somewhat scattered. Kill! Xiao Jian urged his true essence and endured the slight tearing pain in his meridians. He raised his hand and pointed. Woo-woo! The disc-shaped magic tool let out a whimper and flew up like a sneak attack. It opened its poisonous fangs and flew towards the green leopard under Yuanya. Roar! The green leopard was shocked. It let out a low roar and hurriedly dodged. It even spat out a mouthful of demonic chi to block the magic tool. Whing! At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand and the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator smashed towards Yuanya and the green leopard like a mountain. Seeing that Xiao Jian was bullying the weak and actually using his pressure, Xiao Hua, who was in the pavilion, was furious. He cursed loudly and was about to move. Master! Xiong Yi hurriedly stopped him. This is a grudge between Yuanya and Xiao Jian. Outsiders cannot interfere, AI, indeed. Xiao Hua sighed. These two people can be considered to be my benefactor. Although Xiao Jian is narrow-minded, I cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. Master, don't worry. With disciple here, how could Yuanya be in danger? Xiong Yi laughed. While they were talking, there was another change on the mountain ridge. The pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator was pressing down on Yuanya. Even Yuanya's usually straight waist was bent. However, Yuanya's body trembled. Puff puff. His armor was completely broken. As blood fell into the air, Yuanya waved his arm. The muscles on his body were like a horned dragon. An indescribable ferocious chi rushed out from his muscles and directly resisted the pressure. At the same time, with a roar, the devil hammer in his hand struck towards the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the devil hammer carried the aura of a vicious beast and collided with Yuanya's pressure. It was as if two magic tools had collided, setting off a huge wave of air. Ah! Xiao Jian screamed. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Moreover, his new Taoist robe was also torn apart. Amidst the loud sound, there was another muffled sound. The demonic chi that the green leopard spat out was actually unable to completely block Xiao Jian's magic tool. The magic tool's sharp teeth slashed across the green leopard's front paws. The green leopard roared a few times and quickly fell down. This Xiao Jian is really too insidious. Xiong Yi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but curse. This bastard not only used his pressure, he also wanted to injure Yuanya's mount. Without a mount, how can Yuanya fight with Xiao Jian? Unfortunately, Xiong Yi still underestimated Xiao Jian's viciousness. Seeing the magic tool injure the green leopard, Yuanya was also injured in the fight against the pressure. He had no choice but to fall down with the green leopard. Xiao Jian laughed sinisterly again. Yuanya, aren't you always thinking about Xiao Hua? Today, I'll let you die under Xiao Hua's talisman. As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand and 2 fire talismans flew out from his hand. They flew like lightning towards Yuanya. When they were a few zhang away from Yuanya, boom. They turned into 2 fireballs and attacked Yuanya from the front and back. Chapter 3805. Where did this guy get the fire talisman from? Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense, preparing to use the divine sense hammer to block the fire talisman. He clearly knew that with Yuanya's strength, it was impossible for him to block the fire talisman he refined. However, just as he released his divine sense, Yuanya's figure unexpectedly flew out of the fire talisman. Yuanya's wolf-like figure skillfully stepped on Xiao Hua's familiar footwork, dodging left and right amidst the explosive fire talisman. Big Dipper magical fist. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Wasn't Yuanya's movement in the fire the Big Dipper magical fist he usually practiced? How do you know how to fly? Seeing Yuanya jump in the air with the help of the impact of the fire talisman, Yuanya turned pale with fright. In particular, Yuanya was born in the forest, so his figure was extremely agile. In a moment, he was already close to Xiao Jian. Die. Since Yuanya had severed all ties with Xiao Jian, he would not be merciful. With a cold snort, he curled up his body and rushed towards Xiao Jian like a meteor with the help of the final explosion of the fire talisman. He waved the demonic hammer in his hand again, aiming for Xiao Jian's chest. Oh, so you don't know how to fly at all. Yuanya's last attack revealed his strength. Contempt once again appeared in Xiao Jian's eyes. After all, facing Yuanya who did not have the ability to fly, Xiao Jian was in an invincible position from the beginning. Seeing the demonic hammer coming, Xiao Jian cast a spell with both hands. Rays of light appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Jian like a shield. Then, he moved his body and prepared to put some distance between him and Yuanya. Pa pa pa. The demonic hammer rushed over and effortlessly broke Xiao Jian's spell, causing Xiao Jian to be shocked. Damn it, when did this brat become so strong? No wonder he has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield these past few years. Even this old man has a headache when facing him, let alone ordinary people. Just as Xiao Jian was shocked, Yuanya's figure began to stagnate and began to fall. Xiao Jian's mouth curled into a sneer. His figure stopped and he took a deep breath. The true essence in his meridians surged. His hands formed a spell, and dozens of tiny ice spikes slowly formed in his hands. The ice spikes flashed with a blue brilliance. Die. Xiao Jian's hands were about to wave as he grinned evilly. At the same time, Yuanya roared, die. This sound was so loud that it caused Xiao Jian's body to tremble and the magic power he was using to slow down slightly. It was also at this moment that Yuanya's body suddenly flew up from the ground. He gathered all the strength in his body on one arm and the demonic hammer in his hand smashed towards Xiao Jian's chest like a meteor. Ah! Xiao Jian turned pale with fright, because this time, Yuanya was really flying. Moreover, he was extremely close to Yuanya. When the demonic hammer struck, that suffocating force had already pressed down on his chest. Xiao Jian cried out in alarm. Seeing that it was not easy for him to dodge the demonic hammer and that Yuanya was already in front of the icicle, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. As he tried his best to dodge, the icicle in his hand shot out. Pooh! The demonic hammer hit Xiao Jian's left chest. With a muffled sound, his entire collarbone and arm immediately collapsed. Xiao Jian was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At the same time, pu. Several thin sounds rang out. Half of the dozen icicles nailed into Yuanya's body. Some of the icicles pierced through his body, while others pierced deeply into his flesh. Yuanya was already losing some blood. At this moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell from the sky. Xiao Jian forcefully endured the pain. His uninjured hand touched the small Qiankuan bag. This small Qiankuan bag contained the elixir refined by Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian understood that as long as he took the elixir, his life would not be in danger. However, just as he touched the small Qiankuan bag, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Following that, a layer of death aura flashed across his face. Xiao Jian did not even make a sound as his entire body fell from the sky after Yuanya. Roar! On the mountain ridge, the green leopard, whose flesh had been torn apart by the fire talisman, let out a low roar. It flew into the air and barely managed to catch Yuanya before slowly descending. When Yuanya came down from the green leopard's body, Xiao Jian's corpse and the demonic hammer also fell, falling right in front of Yuanya. Yuanya's body was covered in blood. The blood red in his eyes had already faded. He stared at Xiao Jian for a moment, then bent down and picked up the demonic hammer with difficulty. Finally, he looked at Xiao Jian, who seemed to have died with his eyes wide open. With each step, he left behind a trail of blood as he slowly walked down the mountain ridge. Kill him, quick, kill him. Just as Xiao Jian walked down the mountain ridge, a group of people suddenly rushed over from below the mountain ridge. The first was a middle-aged man, holding a flying sword in his hand. He shouted, "Yuanya actually dared to kill Prince Xiao, he is going to rebel against Jiang country. We must tear him into 10,000 pieces. Lu Bingzhen, do you want to kill me?" Yuanya's vision was a little blurry as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked indifferently. "That's right, Prince Xiao is the king of my Jiang country, and also my savior. If you kill Prince Xiao, you will be going against my Jiang country, and you will be a traitor. Naturally, I will take revenge for Prince Xiao." Lu Bingzhen shouted, "However, since you are seriously injured, I will not make things difficult for you. Let my subordinates take your life." Who dares to kill me?" Yuanya stood there, and after laughing, he suddenly roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone, and no one dared to make a move. "Who dares to kill me?" Yuanya waved his magic hammer again and shouted loudly. This unparalleled aura was truly terrifying, and no one dared to speak. "Who dares to kill me?" Although Yuanya shouted once again, his voice shaking the mountain ridge, his body was already swaying. The wounds on his body were bleeding profusely, and behind him, a trail of blood followed his feet all the way to the top of the mountain ridge. Although no one dared to reply, Yuanya's body also fell to the ground after the magic hammer powerlessly fell. This. Lu Bingzhen looked at Yuanya who had fallen to the ground and hesitated. At this time, behind Lu Bingzhen and the others, dozens of Dao soldiers flew over in a hurry, but the person in front of them was Qin Xiaoyao. "How dare you, Lu Bingzhen?" Seeing Yuanya's miserable state, Qin Xiaoyao was enraged and shouted, "You dare to injure my Jiang country's great general? Senior brother Qin." Seeing Qin Xiaoyao flying over, Lu Bingzhen anxiously retreated a few meters and shouted, "General Yuanya was not injured by me, he was injured by fighting with the town king." "What? Town king?" Qin Xiaoyao was even more shocked. He raised his head to look at the source of the blood, and when he saw Xiao Jian's corpse, Qin Xiaoyao's face turned pale white. He did not even think of releasing his spiritual will, and flew towards the mountain ridge. When Qin Xiaoyao landed on the ground and inspected the corpse, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jian was indeed deader than dead. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the place where Yuanya had fainted. He didn't know what to do. In the blink of an eye, the town king was killed and the great general fainted. The princess's imperial decree has arrived. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was at a loss, a sharp voice came from afar. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and a female official dressed in palace attire came over with an imperial decree in her hand. Qin Xiaoyao and the others did not dare to be negligent. they all bowed, only to see the female official jumping down from her horse, opening up the imperial decree. Xiao Jian, Yuanya barged into the imperial tutor's garden to duel, and injured the national body of my Jiang country. Yes. Lu Bingzhen bowed and stepped forward, preparing to receive the imperial decree. Die. Jia Wu. Yuanya quickly woke up, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were wide open, and looking at the imperial decree, he said softly, "You. Are you going to kill me? This is a fake imperial decree." Qin Xiaoyao roared, "The Chongling princess will definitely not give such an imperial decree. Disciples, take this person down, and follow me to see the princess." "How dare you?" The female official shouted, and handed the imperial decree to Qin Xiaoyao with both hands, and shouted, "General Qin, take a look yourself, is this handwriting in the national seal fake?" Qin Xiaoyao took it and looked at it carefully. With a shake of his hand, the imperial decree landed in the dust, and he sneered, "Even if the handwriting and the national seal are not fake, then I, Qin, do not believe that this is the imperial decree of the princess. Are you rebelling?" The female official screamed, "Where are the imperial guards?" "They are." Suddenly, there was a loud voice behind everyone, and they saw rows of Dao soldiers holding Zhu immortal crossbows and god-killing bows, surrounding Qin Xiaoyao and the others in the center. "Damn it!" Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. Looking at Granny Ji behind the Dao soldiers, he seemed to understand something. "All of you, surrender yourselves." Granny Ji said coldly, "This is the princess's decree. You have disobeyed the imperial decree, and committed a great mistake. If you obey the imperial decree, this old one can still protect General Qin from death." "Huh, Granny Ji, who gave you the courage to do that? Are you not afraid that Li Shishu will know about this and come from Black Wind Ridge? Are you not afraid that Xiao Zhenren will come back from Yaotai Mountain? Huh, you are the one who is bold." Granny Ji sneered. "Black Wind Ridge has been besieged by Confucian cultivators for many years. Does Li Shishu have the time to come to Jiang country? Xiao Hua's cultivation is strong, but he went to Yaotai Mountain and did not come back. Did you not hear the blood on Yaotai Mountain? He has not come back yet. Do you think he can still come back?" Disciples. Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand, "I have previously betrayed Jiang country, and have been trying my best to make up for my mistakes. Now it is just like the old saying, the bow is hidden after the birds are gone, and the hound is cooked after the cunning rabbit. Xiao Jian and Yuanya have great achievements, and they have already fallen into their trap. What are we waiting for? Kill." The Fortune Gate disciples behind Qin Xiaoyao shouted loudly, ready to rush out. "Get ready." Granny Ji's face was cold, and she raised her hand, about to give the order. "Who said this old man can't come to Jiang country?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the air, and Li Shishu's figure came from the distance. "Li. Spiritual Master Li." Granny Ji was shocked, but her panic only lasted for a moment. Chapter 3806. What? This old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country now, but you have such a big move without discussing it with this old man? Li Xiang looked in the direction of Granny Ji, but his gaze went past Granny Ji and the Dao soldiers to a pavilion in the distance. "Don't you think so, Princess of Chongling?" Jia Wu, Jia Wu. Yuanya, who was on the verge of collapse, looked ashen at the pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao saw Li Xiang come over, first stilled, then was overjoyed. He hurried to Yuanya's side, supported him, and took out a pill for him to take. But Yuanya waved his hand, and the pill fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the pavilion, as though he had died with a grievance. As expected, the Chongling princess slowly flew out of the pavilion, her face solemn and dignified. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Bingzhen and the others hurriedly bowed, while Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly, motionless. "Zhenren Li." The Chongling princess did not fly close, and said from a distance, "This is the internal affairs of Jiang country. Jinren is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country, please do not interfere." And, of course this old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Li Xiang nodded. But this old man was entrusted by Jinren Shao to guard Black Wind Ridge, and help you build Jiang country. This old man has the right to ask you. Ha ha ha, Jinren Shao wants to help my Jiang country restore. This is a joke. The Chongling princess laughed to the sky. Previously, Aijia did not understand people's hearts, and only felt that everyone was good, especially Jinren Shao who saved Aijia in danger. Aijia entrusted everything to Jinren Shao, and the great wish of restoring the country to Jinren Shao. But look, Jinren Li, do you know what kind of person Jinren Shao sent Aijia is? This Shao Jian forced Aijia to marry him, isn't it because he covets the throne of Jiang country? And for the throne, he fought with his own disciple. Look at this General Yuanya, when he saw Aijia, he called Aijia his Jia Wu. If Aijia was not the princess of Chongling, would he do this? Would he make such a moving story? Jia Wu, do you really think so? Yuanya's body swayed as he spoke with difficulty. There were tears of blood in his eyes. But the Chongling princess ignored him and said to Li Xiang, "Since Aijia has said so much, I am not afraid to say more. Jinren Li is an open and above-board person. He has kept Jinren Zhao's trust. But have you ever thought about whether Jinren Shao really wants to restore my country? Oh. Why can't he?" Li Xiang frowned, puzzled. If he doesn't want to, why would he do so much for you? Daoist Master Shao is only pretending to establish a country for my Jiang country. In reality, he wants to establish his own Shao country, the Chongling princess said coldly. How is that possible? Li Xiang was really surprised. He, Jinren Li, listen to me. The Chongling princess said with a smile. That day on Black Wind Ridge, when Shao Hua killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, he said, "Shao is the beginning." Jinren Li, tell me, what is Shao Shi? Wasn't it just to establish the Shao Empire? This is one. Jinren Shao established the Fortune Gate at Black Wind Ridge. Isn't he going against my Jiang country's royal family? The previous imperial preceptor never established his own sect, right? This is the second. Jinren Shao not only established the Fortune Gate, but also forbade the disciples of the Fortune Gate from entering politics. Isn't he just trying to separate his disciples from the Jiang country's imperial preceptor, and take over my Jiang country's royal family? This is the third. Jinren Shao said that he did not take my Jiang country's offerings, then, what benefits does he get from helping Aijia restore my country? If Jinren Li thinks carefully, doesn't Jinren Shao want to use Aijia as an excuse to first use Jiang country, and then establish Shao country? This is the fourth. There is also the fifth. Since Jinren Shao took the Copper Pillar State's 5-dragon jade seal, he should give it to Aijia to manage and use. Why didn't he take it out? Isn't it because he wants to establish his own country? There is a sixth. Li Xiang asked with interest. Of course. The Chongling princess gritted her teeth and said, "It has been several years since the Jade Pavilion meeting. If Jinren Shao took the imperial preceptor's lot, why hasn't he returned? My Jiang country has not been able to establish a country because we are waiting for the imperial preceptor's lot. If Jinren Shao does not have any other intentions, Aijia will be the first to not believe it. Ah, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Jinren Shao has done so much for you. If he listens to you, he will be disappointed. Even this Li feels it is not worth it for Jinren Shao. Fine, since we do not agree, then this Li will not say more. Today, Her Highness the Princess has issued an imperial decree. This Li and Jiang country have broken all ties. Since Jinren Li has come to Jiang country, do not leave for now. The Chongling princess smiled slightly. Aijia still has a place to borrow Jinren. Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the Chongling princess. He asked in disbelief, You still have designs on the energy stone mines of Black Wind Ridge? What? That belongs to my Jiang country. Is it wrong for Aijia to take it back? The Chongling princess asked. Chongling princess. You are too greedy. Do you know what you are saying? This old man really does not know what basis you have to dare to say this to this old man. Li Xiang roared with laughter. Of course a Chongling princess does not dare to say it, but this king can say it. Just as Li Xiang was laughing, another middle-aged man walked out of the pavilion that the Chongling princess had flown out of. This middle-aged man wore a purple gold crown, and a three-clawed gold dragon king robe. His slender figure looked like jade, graceful and noble. This person flew out of the pavilion and slowly flew towards the Chongling princess on a cloud, his face indifferent. Hi Tian. When did your Jia Sa country come to Jiang country to join in the fun? When Li Xiang saw this man, his expression was shocked. He had not thought that the Jia Sa country would interfere. Yes, this person was Hai Tian, Prince of Jia Sa, the one that Xiao Hua had seen at the secret auction. What is strange about this king's appearance? Hai Tian smiled faintly, like a spring breeze, making people involuntarily submit to him. The so-called Jiang country has yet to be established, and this capital city is a city without a master. This king came to take a look. It won't hinder anyone, right? It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Actually, at this time, how could he not know that the twists and turns were all caused by the Jia Sa country? Fellow immortal Li is right. Hai Tian laughed. It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Since you're here, and you're in the way, then it's best not to go back. Li Xiang nodded. Prince Hai Tian clearly wants to interfere in the matters of Jiang country, and clearly has the intention to get involved in Black Wind Ridge. Of course. Hai Tian did not hesitate to reveal his ambition. This king has always wanted to see the strength of Black Wind Ridge, but the tortoise shell formation of Black Wind Ridge is really powerful. This king knows that he does not have the ability to break that formation. Since fellow immortal Li has come today, then don't go back. Li Xiang laughed. I understand. All of this. It was all bait, just to lure me into it. So I am the big fish that the prince wants to catch. Yes, in the entire country of Jiang, only fellow immortal Li is worthy of my attention. Otherwise, how could I come here personally? Hai Tian nodded and replied. You want to capture me with just your strength? Li Xiang sneered. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? This king naturally doesn't need to worry before the destruction of Jiang country. Hai Tian rubbed his nose. His posture was very carefree, but the current me is far from the Hai Tian that fellow immortal Li has seen before. As he spoke, Hai Tian's body flashed with Buddhist light, and streams of mind power surged from his body. As Hai Tian formed a Buddhist seal with his hand, a Buddhist protector's Vajra image slowly appeared on the surface of Hai Tian's body. Hiss. Sensing Hai Tian's Buddhist protector's divine ability, Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. He understood in his heart that with his early nascent soul stage cultivation, he really wasn't a match for Hai Tian. Fellow immortal Li. Hai Tian raised his neck and said, This king still advises you, don't tear your face too much. Your Li country and my Jia Sa country can be considered allies in the early years, and have long since had some feelings of incense. If you are willing to submit, this king doesn't mind speaking in front of my Jia Sa country's king, heh. Not waiting for Hai Tian to finish speaking, a sneer came from about 10 zhang to Li Xiang's right. Amidst the runes in the air, Xiao Hua's figure gradually appeared. So what if we tear apart all our faces? What? Hai Tian, are you going to bite me? Taoist Master Xiao. Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, Qin Xiaoyao's face lit up. When Xiao Hua's figure appeared, he couldn't help but shout, Taoist Master is back. Taoist Master Xiao is back, Taoist Master Xiao is back. The hearts and livers of the Fortune Gate's disciples had been tormented several times and were somewhat numb. Now that they had come back from death's door, seeing Xiao Hua return, they couldn't help but cheer. Even the previously indifferent Changling princess and the indifferent Granny Ji's faces instantly changed. Yuanya. As soon as Xiao Hua appeared, other than saying this to Hai Tian, he opened his mouth and scolded, "You useless thing, hurry up and take the pill." "Your grandmother, haven't you heard of that saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea. You are the dignified descendant of the Wolf King from the Wolf Valley, how can you be bewitched by this vulgar and beautiful woman of the secular world? You are just the daughter of a fallen country's king, what is so great about you? In the future, this old man will find you an immortal palace maid." Taoist Master Yuanya, who had been robbed by the ruthless secular and cold profiteer, couldn't help but cry out when he heard Xiao Hua's scolding, which was more warm than any kind of warm words. It seemed that blood-red tears flowed from his eyes that had never shed tears before. Taoist Master said, "Yeah, quickly take the pill." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly sent the pill to Yuanya's mouth. This was personally refined by Taoist Master. Chapter 3807. The stubborn Yuanya was now as obedient as a 3-year-old child. After taking the pill, his body, which was barely holding on, went limp and fell on Qin Xiaoyao's body. "Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful." Hai Tian didn't seem to be angry at Xiao Hua's words, nor was he surprised by the Fortune Gate disciples' cheers. He only laughed and clapped his hands, his voice echoing in the air like a giant. "This old man thought I had caught a big fish, I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to walk right into my trap, this king is really happy. Taoist Xiao, we meet again. Do you know how much effort this king has spent to find your whereabouts? This old man is not Fairy Xiang Feng, I'm not interested in men." Xiao Hua curled his lips, "If you want to find her, this old man will give you a communication talisman." Fairy Xiang Feng. Hai Tian was stunned, as if he didn't understand, but he didn't care, and laughed, "This king is very curious, Xiao Hua, that day at the secret auction, this king saw you with the 100 Flowers Valley's princess, at that time, your cultivation seemed very ordinary. How come after the secret auction, you met the light beast, and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds? Could it be that the 1,000 demons sacred ground really has a demon fruit that can increase the cultivation of human cultivators? Why should this old man tell you? If you want, you can kneel and lick the light beast." Xiao Hua stroked his chin, looked at Hai Tian with a smile, and asked with interest, "This old man has already appeared, you're actually not afraid at all, could it be that you still have a backup plan? Hee, you actually saw through it." Hai Tian laughed, "This king wanted to give you a surprise, but since you don't like surprises, I'll let you see now." As he spoke, a series of Buddhist chants sounded in the air. Amitba. 4 old monks in monks' robes flew over with Buddhist weapons in their hands. Each of the old monks' bodies flashed with a strong Buddhist light. Hiss. Xiao Hua sent an emoji of sucking in a breath of cold air as he exclaimed in astonishment. When did the Jia Sa country have 4 4th-level elemental power? State preceptors. Ignorant fools. Hai Tian laughed and mocked, "How can a barren mountain like you know the foundation of my Jia Sa country? It's fine if you lied to Chongling and Li Xiang, but you dare to show off in front of my Jia Sa country? You dare to go to Yaotai Mountain with your little cultivation? In this king's opinion, you're hiding on the side cultivating? Damn, when did this old man lie?" Xiao Hua was speechless, looking at Hai Tian. He said, "This old man killed Ling Qinga at Black Mountain, and forced Yan Zhijin, was all fake. Do you think this old man doesn't even have the courage to go to Yaotai Mountain? Bronze Pillar State is nothing. Hai Tian sneered. A tiny country of Confucian cultivators was actually forced into a mess by a rogue Taoist cultivator. Jiang jiang jiang, jiang jiang. Ya. At this time, this king will not hide it from you. If you had not interfered at Black Mountain, Chongling would not have been able to charge into my Jia Sa country's territory. Otherwise, my Jia Sa country would have destroyed Tongzhou long ago. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to think of something and laughed. Chongling? Chongling? Hai Tian, don't you feel you are too close? Do you have some secret you are hiding? Is the baby girl that was lost in the Xianyao dark forest decades ago, not the daughter of the king of Jiang country? Hai Tian stilled slightly, a hint of shock in his eyes. Yeah. Xiaohua said with a smile, this old man will tell you, the baby girl you adopted in the Xianyao dark forest is this Chongling princess in front of you. However, she is not some princess of Jiang country. That princess of Jiang country must have died in the hands of Jia Sa country long ago, and she is just a fake. As to why she was placed in the Xianyao dark forest, I think he was afraid there was a problem with her bloodline, so he wanted to use beast poison to cover it up. Coincidentally, you saved her from the side. This was out of the calculations of this prince of Tongzhou. However, your appearance allowed his scheme to flow more smoothly, and the king of Jiang country could not see any traces. As to the fake Chongling princess's Granny Ji, if I am not wrong, she is the culprit who stole the real Chongling princess back then, and a member of the Buddhist sect of Jia Sa country. Granny Ji, what do you think of this old man's guess? When Granny Ji escaped from danger at Black Mountain Range, she once called Amitabha. You must have forgotten. In the distance, Granny Ji's expression changed slightly, but she still did not speak. Oh, and that Sun. Ah, yeah, quickly throw it away. In this old man's opinion, if it is not a token Hai Tian used to find the Chongling princess, then it is a token he will use when he goes deep into Jiang country to save the Chongling princess. But you took it away, and he miscalculated. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yuanya took out the Sun with trembling hands. He looked deeply at the woman he had raised in the distance. As though he had abandoned everything in his heart, he casually threw it on the ground. This world had hurt him too deeply. Also, Hai Tian, I think that when the Chongling princess met this old man, she did not know of her past. Xiaohua turned to look at Hai Tian and asked, when she heard Yuanya's question, she went back to ask Granny Ji. Granny Ji then told her the reason. However, this old man is curious. Even if the Chongling princess knew of her past, there was this old man in Black Mountain Range. Even if she did not admit it, she could still be the ruler of a country. Why did she have to listen to your arrangements? Hai Tian smiled. He pointed at the Sun on the ground and said, that Sun is Benwang's beloved item. It was given to Benwang's beloved consort. Oh, the ancients say, one cannot trap a wolf without sacrificing a child. The Grand Prince is really willing to let his child experience life and death. Xiaohua immediately realized, but then he sneered. This kind of lie is enough to fool a child. Now that you mention it, you really underestimate our experience. Since you are Benwang's descendant, if you do not contribute, how can you enjoy the honor of a country? Hai Tian did not mind Xiaohua's provocation. People like Xiao Jian who only want to take advantage by scheming will all become bubbles in the end. Xiong Yi, is this something you can think of? Suddenly, Xiaohua shouted into the air. Ah! Hai Tian was shocked and looked in that direction in disbelief. There was a flash of light, and Xiong Yi's figure appeared. When he saw that Xiong Yi was only in the early stage of yuanying, Hai Tian sighed in relief. Master, this disciple, really did not think of it. Xiong Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. This disciple only noticed Xiao Jian's movements and knew that he coveted the Chongling princess and wanted to kill Yuanya. But this disciple really did not think that there was such a great hand behind the scenes. Otherwise, this disciple would not have invited Master and Li Shishu to come and watch the show. Hearing Xiong Yi's words, Hai Tian was even more shocked. Xiong Yi not only called Xiaohua master, but also said that other than Xiaohua and the other two Yuanying, Black Wind Ridge seemed to have other Yuanying cultivators. Also, Xiong Yi had time to go to Black Wind Ridge to ask for reinforcements, but Xiaohua did not let him go. Either someone had already returned, or Xiaohua had the intent to kill. Of course, no matter what, this was somewhat out of Hai Tian's control. How could Hai Tian allow such a thing to happen? He roared, "Kill!" His body expanded again. With a wave of his hand, a crescent shovel appeared in his hand. Buddhist clouds formed under his feet as he attacked Xiaohua. He. Xiaohua sneered and shouted, "Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, you and the others block the old monk in the east." "Yes, master." Xiong Yi responded. He clapped his hands and used the hand of Yuanying, grabbing at the old monk out of thin air. Xiong Yi moved. Li Xiang did not dare to be negligent. Seeing Xiong Yi use the hand of Yuanying, he hesitated slightly and also waved his hand. An arm several zhang long rushed out of his Taoist robe and grabbed at the old monk with Xiong Yi. Amitabha Buddha, the old monk's expression did not change at all. He only chanted the name of Buddha and waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. The Buddhist light around his body flashed and turned into a demon-subduing Buddha. Thousands of chanting sounds rose and met the two Taoist Yuanying hands. Looking at Xiaohua again, after instructing Xiong Yi and Li Xiang, he held the wishful staff in his hand and smashed at Hai Tian's crescent shovel like lightning. Hai Tian had already seen Xiaohua's amazing divine power. Now, he did not dare to be negligent. He urged his telekinesis and a faint sky dragon and white elephant were born on the crescent shovel. It was as if there was really the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, roaring and rushing to Xiaohua. Clang! The two murderous weapons collided with a deafening sound. Hai Tian felt an unparalleled force coming from the crescent moon shovel. The celestial dragon and the white elephant in the light of Buddha were annihilated in an instant. His arms were numb, and his body flew backward involuntarily. The force rushed into his golden body of Buddha, and his entire golden body trembled rapidly, almost collapsing. "Grandma, this guy is really powerful, no wonder." Hai Tian was shocked and hurriedly tried to stabilize his golden body, but when he looked up at Xiaohua, the scene in front of him made him completely stunned. Because Xiaohua's figure had not transformed into a golden body before, at the moment when the wishful staff and the crescent moon shovel collided, Xiaohua's figure actually borrowed the force to fly upside down. Like a bullet, he rushed to the left side of Hai Tian in a hurry. Just as Hai Tian was looking at him, Xiaohua waved his arms. With a roar, his transcendence golden body appeared. Invisible star power surged into his transcendence golden body, and the transcendence golden body was instantly dozens of feet tall. It was more than twice the size of the old monk's Buddha statue. Moreover, the previously inconspicuous wishful staff had now turned into dozens of feet and was heavier than a mountain as it smashed towards the old monk. "Junior brother, don't worry, this old monk will help you." Hai Tian was surprised, and the old monks were even more surprised. The old monk closest to the old monk hurriedly shouted and waved his hand. A Buddhist staff turned into a dragon and roared towards Xiaohua. Chapter 3808 PFFF. What shocked everyone was that Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth and 9 sword beams shot out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the old monk. The strangest thing was that the 9 sword beams didn't seem to have any intention of blocking the monk's staff. Instead, they went around the monk's staff and turned into a huge sword that slashed towards the old monk. Boom! There was an even louder bang than before. The wishful steel staff hit the old monk's demon-subduing pestle. Not only was the demon-subduing pestle smashed into pieces, but the Buddha's light scattered in all directions. Even the huge wave of air blew the cultivators on the mountain ridge to the side. In particular, under the wishful steel staff, the old monk's golden Buddha statue was no match for it and instantly collapsed. How is this possible? Hai Tian was completely dumbfounded. Just now, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff did not seem so powerful. This is a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy. Of course, Hai Tian did not know that Xiaohua's staff had the power of the spiritual will hammer. Not to mention a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy, even a 5th grade elemental energy would not be able to escape from Xiaohua's attack. This was not the end of Hai Tian's nightmare. Kang! Another loud sound rang out. The staff hit Xiaohua, who did not want to dodge at all. Thousands of sparks splashed out from Xiaohua's body. The staff returned to its original form, but Xiaohua was not injured at all. How is this possible? Hai Tian groaned, feeling bad in his heart. Kang! Another loud sound rang out. The giant sword fell and the old monk's huge arm, which was not protected by a Buddhist weapon, was cut off. Blood flowed out from the severed arm like golden liquid. Not only that, the giant sword instantly turned into 9 stars and crazily stabbed at the gradually collapsing golden Buddha statue. It was more flexible than Xiaohua's control. Don't hurt my senior brother. The third old monk just flew over and roared. He raised an alms bowl and a huge suction force tried to suck the 9 stars away. Gga. A very strange voice appeared in the air. Old monk, you are I's dish, obediently come to the plate. Who is it? The old monk was shocked. He quickly scanned the area with his Buddhist sense, but at that moment, a 6-colored pillar of light suddenly appeared behind him and crashed into his golden Buddha statue at an incredibly fast speed. Boom. Right in front of Hai Tian's eyes, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light blasted a huge hole in the old monk's upper body. The old monk's golden Buddha statue collapsed rapidly. It seemed that he would not be able to survive. I've been tricked. Hai Tian suddenly came to a realization. Xiaohua first fought with him, using him as bait to force the 3 monks to come to his rescue. And the moment he was defeated, Xiaohua took out a method to stop the 3 monks. Under this attack, the 3 monks' lives were in danger. Let's go. Hai Tian made a prompt decision, urging his telekinesis to flee into the distance. Hai Tian, don't you think it's too late to leave now? Xiaohua smiled coldly. He tossed his right hand and muttered an incantation. The soul execution yuan light immediately flew out from the sword gourd. Seeing something with a nose and eyes emerge from the sword gourd, Hai Tian's consciousness immediately blurred. He hurriedly slapped his forehead. Swish! A Buddhist lotus that was several feet in size appeared along with the Buddhist light, blocking the spirit-slaying origin light. Fall! Looking at the Buddhist lotus, Xiaohua sneered. If he did not refine the soul execution yuan light from before, Hai Tian's protective Buddhist weapon might not be able to break through. However, after refining the essence of a strange beast's thigh, Xiaohua had full confidence that it could break through the Buddhist weapon. Sure enough, following Xiaohua's chanting of the incantation, Pu, the soul execution vital light rushed past the Buddha lotus, and the Buddha lotus shattered into pieces. The soul execution vital light precisely landed on Hai Tian's neck. The soul execution vital light flashed, and Hai Tian's head soared into the sky, and a mouthful of hot blood flew out. Namo Maitreya Buddha. After killing Hai Tian, Xiaohua did not hesitate. He looked at the collapsed golden Buddha statue of the old monk and said, as the son of Buddha, you should strictly abide by the rules and precepts. As a Buddhist protector, you should subdue the devil and become Buddha. You use the power of Buddha to oppress the common people, you should be destroyed. Immediately after, the divine will hammer fell from the sky. Boom! The Buddhist protector who only had the strength of a 4th grade essence force was smashed into a golden liquid. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from not too far away. Under the 9 stars illuminating the sun, another old monk was also unable to escape from the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's flying sword. Who knew how many holes were pierced through his body, and he died on the spot. 3 monks and a prince were instantly killed by Xiao Hua alone. Not only was this shocking, even the last monk who was fighting with Xiong Yi and Li Xiang was flustered. 2 early nascent soul-stage Taoist cultivators were naturally not a match for him, a Buddhist protector who only had the strength of a 4th-grade essence force. However, it was not easy for him to kill the 2 of them. Especially since he had only fought a few rounds with the 2 of them, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. How could he remain calm? Unfortunately, before he could activate the Buddhist light to escape, the voice of the green-robed Xiao Hua came from above his head again. TSK, what a pity for a monk like Ming Quan. He actually didn't have a sarira, the monk was shocked. He did not hesitate to smash the demon-subduing pestle into the sky. However, what was extremely strange was that, boom. Under his body, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light flew out and instantly pierced through his golden body from bottom to top. The monk died with his eyes wide open. He did not even see the appearance of his opponent. Ha! The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed loudly. That strange laughter was everywhere in the mountain range. A simple diversion was actually used by him so skillfully. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 monks, which really made him excited. The laughter disappeared. Everyone still did not dare to believe it. That year, Xiao Hua fought Leng Qingge in front of the Black Wind Mountain Range. Although he also defeated many Confucian cultivators of the 4th level of origin power, that battle was so dangerous that Xiao Hua himself was seriously injured. And today, it was only a dozen years later. In the eyes of cultivators, that was not too long ago. Xiao Hua actually so easily killed 5 people who were almost at the same cultivation level. What kind of divine ability was this? Not to mention how much stronger his magic power was, just this method alone was too strange. However, what made Qin Xiaoyao and the others feel familiar was that with a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, the Qiankuan pouches on the 5 people's waists all fell into his hand. When he opened them to take a look, a familiar smile appeared on his face again. Master. Xiong Yi looked at Xiao Hua's divine ability, which was even more powerful than the one at the Jade Pavilion gathering. His eyes flashed with passion. He flew in front of Xiao Hua and bowed. How should we deal with this now? Master, please tell us. Xiao Hua stood in the air. He looked at Xiao Jian's corpse, and then at Yuanya's pale face. His thoughts were in a mess. These 2 were the first people he had encountered after coming to the hidden immortal continent. They had been so good master and disciple back then, but now they had fallen to such a state. Part of this was due to Hai Tian of Jiasa. But if Xiao Jian did not have his own plans, and his desire to kill Yuanya, how could he have ended up like this? Ah, why does it have to end with killing each time? Xiao Hua sighed. His gaze swept across the corpses of Hai Tian and the other Jiasa cultivators. These people were too deeply involved in the mortal world, and could not compare to Ku Tuchuo of the single Liang. In the end, Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the Chongling princess. At this time, the Chongling princess was as panicked as a quail. Her bloodless face had a pair of terrified eyes. She did not dare to meet Xiao Hua's gaze, and only secretly looked at Yuanya. Unfortunately, Yuanya had thrown his worldly ties to the ground with the sun. The Chongling princess' gaze was not as good as a leaf in the wind. Chongling. Xiao Hua said coolly. This surprised the Chongling princess. She did not have a blaming tone. Taoist Xiao. The Chongling princess immediately realized and hurriedly knelt on the ground. She kowtowed and said, Jia was bewitched by Hai Tian of Jia Sa, no need to say more. Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and stopped the Chongling princess from speaking. He said, this old man heard your words just now. To say that this old man is disappointed is true. But this old man is also very happy. You allowed Yuanya to see human nature, and allowed him to take another step out of the black jade dark forest. This is better than anything else. Of course, the reasons you speak of are not this old man's original intentions. They are just your suspicions. You really are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Since this old man promised you, I will give it to you. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the imperial teacher's lot. He looked closely and grimaced. This old man risked my life to get the imperial teacher's lot. I really did not expect to fall to such a state. Daoistly, this Xiao really regrets not listening to your advice. Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang. Li Xiang looked at Xiaohua with narrowed eyes and said with a smile, "Does Daoist really regret it?" Of course not. Xiaohua laughed. If this old man did not go, how could I know so much of the truth? As he spoke, Xiaohua decisively threw the imperial teacher's lot to the Chongling princess and said, "The imperial teacher's lot is here. Revive Jiang country yourself." Clap. Seeing the imperial teacher's lot land not far from her head, the Chongling princess bit her lips and thought of something. However, what she was thinking was not important. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Qin Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, all Fortune Gate disciples return to Black Wind Ridge. No one is allowed to stay in Jiang country." "Yes, old master." Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly at Lu Bingzhen and shouted, "Disciples, pass on old master's orders. We will return to Black Wind Ridge with old master." "Yes." The group of disciples raised their eyebrows and exhaled in relief. Then, they scattered in all directions. Seeing the disciples leave, Qin Xiaoyao supported Yuanya and flew into the air. He bowed and said, "Disciple greets old master." Xiaoyao, you did well." Xiaohua smiled and said, "You are righteous in front of right and wrong, far better than before. Disciple does not deserve praise." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly smiled. "It is all disciples' fault for not taking care of Yuanya and Xiao Jian. This is not your fault." Xiaohua waved his hand. "How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? If not for today's matter, how could Yuanya enter this old man's sect?" Yuanya was really disheartened. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he was shocked. "Senior Xiao, what did you say?" "Your grandmother, you secretly learned this old man's ultimate skill. Do you still want to escape from this old man's hands?" Xiaohua reached out and slapped Yuanya's head. Chapter 3809. Yuanya's eyes heated up and he was about to kneel in the air. Unfortunately, he was injured. After moving a few times, his mouth twitched in pain. However, as stubborn as Yuanya was, he still knelt there with difficulty and kowtowed 9 times in the air. Get up." Xiaohua was very satisfied. He raised his hand and said, "I did not expect your talent to be good. Who taught you this flying skill?" Lu Gu Yuanya did not dare to hide and hurriedly explained, he was afraid this disciple would be injured in front of the 2 armies, so he secretly taught me. "Very good." Xiaohua nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Pegasus and flying carriage landed in the air. He said, "Return to Black Wind Ridge with this old man." "Yes." Yuanya and Qin Xiaoyao agreed. When Xiaohua and the others got on the flying carriage, the 2 also got on respectfully. The Pegasus raised its head and neighed. A milky white light streaked across the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Woo! The Chongling princess looked at the deathly silent imperial tutor park, and then looked at the dazed Lu Bingzhen and the others, and the Dao soldiers she had trained. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground as though her bones had been pulled out. She started to cry bitterly. The tears fell on the ground, but they disappeared in an instant. It was very similar to what the Chongling princess had lost in half a day. Everything was gained and lost in an instant. The Pegasus pulled the flying carriage out of Jiang country. After flying for a while, Xiong Yi said in a low voice, "Master, wait a moment. This disciple has something to report to Master." "Oh. What is it?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Master, just follow this disciple." Xiong Yi did not say more. He flew down from the flying carriage and flew to a place outside the capital of Jiang country. Xiao Hua was also surprised and followed Xiong Yi. A short while later, a large manor appeared in front of the two. Xiao Hua's consciousness swept over, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. He said curiously, "Xiong Yi, why are there so many boys? There must be tens of thousands." "Yes, Master." Xiong Yi said with a smile. "Master has orders, how can Qin Xiaoyao and the others dare to neglect?" Naturally, they searched everywhere. There are many orphans in the poor villages near Yu province. The disciples did not care about the cost, and scattered large amounts of silver. Naturally, they brought many boys. Actually, from what this disciple sees, half of them are choosing boys for master, and the other half are doing good deeds. Earlier, these boys were left behind at Blackwind Ridge. When I came here, I felt that it was inappropriate. Those demons, cough cough. To tell the truth, I didn't dare to trust them, so I sent them here. Later, Master Sun Kong and Senior Zhang Daoran also sent boys over, and I gathered them here. I've also taken the time to take a look at these child disciples. The ones sent by exalted Sun Kong and Senior Zhang Daoran are indeed top-notch talents. The disciples we're looking for are much worse. It doesn't matter. Regardless of their aptitude, all of them are now my Fortune Gates disciples. Xiao Hua laughed heartily as he said, "Gather all these children, this old man will take them with the nation weapon." "Yes, Master." Xiong Yi was the first to descend. He ordered the Fortune Gate disciples in the manor to gather the 10,000 children together. Xiao Hua pretended to take out the mountain river seal and sent these children into his space. Seeing so many children appear in his space, the green-robed Xiao Hua was grinning from ear to ear. With a wave of his hand, he sent these children into an illusion inside the space. It seemed like he was going to do something big. On the flying carriage, the worry on Li Xiang's face had disappeared, as if he had made a decision in his heart. He only sat there with his eyes closed and didn't say anything. As for Yuanya, he was heavily injured and had already fallen asleep. Qin Xiaoyao frowned, he looked at the clouds below the flying carriage, as if he was thinking about something. After all, what happened today was too strange, although Qin Xiaoyao had always been in the Jiang country, and even followed Xiao Jian and the others to recover the Jiang country in the palace of the Jiang country, he had never thought that things would develop to this point. Not long after, Xiao Hua and Xiong Yi turned back and drove the flying carriage back to Blackwind Ridge. Neither of them said anything, so Li Xiang and Qin Xiaoyao naturally did not ask. After Xiao Hua and the others returned to the Blackwind Ridge, the Fortune Gates disciples also returned from Jiang country, Copper Pillar country, and even other places. None of them were reluctant to leave Jiang country. Whether it was Lu Yi or the Black Bear spirit, both of them were bewildered. When they saw Yuanya's injuries and heard Qin Xiaoyao's description, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Thinking about how much effort they had put into reviving Jiang country, yet in the end, this was the result, anyone would be furious. However, Lu Yi was glad that the bitter Yuanya had escaped from Xiao Jian's control and had finally entered his master's tutelage. This was a great fortune amidst all the unhappiness. The matter of the Fortune Gate disciples returning to Blackwind Ridge naturally could not be hidden from Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others. When they found out the reason, their anxious hearts calmed down, and they waited for Xiao Hua's decision. On the other hand, Xiao Hua only showed his face once in his cultivation cave after returning to Blackwind Ridge, then he went into seclusion. No one knew what he was doing. Only Xiong Yi was in charge of the Blackwind Ridge's affairs. What could Xiao Hua do in seclusion? Naturally, it was to help green-robed Xiao Hua establish a sect in the space. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua entered the space, he saw green-robed Xiao Hua with his hands behind his back. He proudly stood in the sky. Below him was an abnormally tall mountain range. Jade Archive Xiao Hua had arranged for more than 10,000 children to settle down on this mountain range. Layers of lightning flashed around green-robed Xiao Hua's body, and an indescribable fluctuation rippled out from his body. The lightning-devouring bead that Xiao Hua had stored in the space had long been swallowed into his stomach. While he was nourishing the lightning-devouring bead with his space force, he was also carefully comprehending the changes in the lightning inside the lightning-devouring bead. Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique had improved by leaps and bounds due to his comprehension of the lightning-devouring bead. Seeing Jade Archive Xiao Hua enter, green-robed Xiao Hua hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist is here, quickly, give I some advice." He he. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua chuckled, "That's right, although green-robed Xiao Hua was ambitious to establish his own force, there would be many problems if he really wanted to do it. After all, green-robed Xiao Hua's divine ability was not small, but he knew very little about establishing a sect just like Xiao Hua. Moreover, other than the 10 great primordial spirits, Xiao Hua would not divulge the secret of the space to anyone else. Thus, Xiao Hua could only do it himself. Fortunately, in the space, other than Jade Archive Xiao Hua and green-robed Xiao Hua, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was also quietly thinking about something. He volunteered himself to come out, glorifying it as training. Jade Archive Xiao Hua naturally knew that Confucian cultivators had to train in the hidden immortal continent before reaching the 5th grade of elemental energy. Understanding the arts and etiquette, and even managing a region, this had an extremely subtle effect on Confucian cultivators' understanding of the noble qi. However, the problem was that Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's 5 qi's unifications seemed to be different from ordinary Confucian cultivators. He shouldn't need any training, right? When Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua haggled with green-robed Xiao Hua, Jade Archive Xiao Hua already understood that Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua also wanted to get a share of the profits from these 10,000-plus children. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's eagerness to give it a try, Jade Archive Xiao Hua agreed very much. After all, Confucian cultivators had a large number of ancient books and scrolls. Among them were academies, sects, and even the constitution of a country. The 2 primordial spirits only needed to follow these diagrams to establish a sect. However, these children were all young. Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't know what this so-called sect would look like in the hands of green-robed Xiao Hua and Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. However, Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't care about this. Within the space, everything was under his control. He simply let the 2 primordial spirits pair up. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure landed on the huge white bones below the immortal beheading stage. Xiao Hua obtained an extremely large number of white bones on the altar of the legacy realm. Now, these white bones were all stably gathered together, forming a huge human figure. However, this human figure was very strange. It actually had 3 heads and 6 arms. It's really strange. Could it be that these are the skeletons of 3 people? Jade Archive Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the white bones that were being tempered under the lightning water. Xiao Lei's body flashed with lightning as he lay among the white bones in a deep sleep. He couldn't help but think to himself. But if it's the skeletons of 3 people, these broken bones are tightly knit together without any extra parts. Moreover, in the lightning water, the bone spurs between these white bones are gradually healing. It must be a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Oh, no, it's still missing a piece. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's gaze swept over. His figure swayed and he appeared on top of the giant's head. Sure enough, he saw that the top of the giant's head was missing a 1-foot square triangular white bone. This triangular gap was very neat, as if it was pierced by an extremely sharp weapon. Damn, is this the legendary failure at the last hurdle? Jade Archive Xiaohua's previous joy was extinguished by more than half. However, he also knew that this missing piece of white bone was certainly not in the legacy realm. He was afraid that it was the same as the other white bones he obtained, lost in a different place. Let's leave it to fate. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head. I still have important things to do. When Xiaohua's mind left the space, he waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror, releasing Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Xian Songzi didn't dare to be negligent and hastily bowed to greet him. Xiaohua smiled and helped the little Xian Songzi up. He asked, is there anything wrong with fellow Daoist's current cultivation? Xian Songzi said with a smile, I'll let Daoist know that there are many twists and turns in the cultivation of scattered nascent soul. Many of them are not what I have experienced before. Many times, even I am not sure. Moreover, I don't have a physical body, so I feel that there are many restrictions in comprehending cultivation methods. Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out a new spiritual intelligence derived from the northern underworld breath. He smiled and said, is fellow Daoist talking about this? What is this? Xian Songzi looked at this somewhat strange thing. He didn't know what it was and looked at Xiaohua in bewilderment. This is the spiritual intelligence derived from fellow Daoist's ink cloud pupil. Ah! This is the spiritual intelligence derived. How did Daoist know? Xian Songzi was in disbelief. After all, there was only a name and no image. Who knew which one was the spiritual intelligence derived? Chapter 38:10. If I say so, then so be it. Xiaohua smiled. I called you out just to ask you, are you going to take it now? Or do you want to take it later? I also want to take it. But without Renjing, what's the use of taking it now? Xian Songzi was very dejected. Xiaohua smiled again and took out the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Daoist, look at what this is. This is Renjing. Xian Songzi was stunned. Looking at the Renjing that looked exactly like a pregnant human, how could he not know? Daoist. After Xian Songzi woke up, he hurriedly bowed. Daoist has given me a new life, I don't know how to thank Daoist. There's no need for this. Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xian Songzi up. You and I were originally fated. Saving you was a small matter for me. Helping you now is also beneficial to me. This matter is easy for Daoist, but for me, it's a huge matter. Xian Songzi sighed. Back then, other than my master, speaking up to hear, Xian Songzi's eyes lit up. Looking at Xiaohua, he respectfully bowed on the ground and said, Disciple Xian Songzi wishes to become master's disciple. Would master accept disciple as disciple? Ah! Xiaohua was a little surprised. He originally wanted to discuss with Xian Songzi how to use Renjing and derived spirit wisdom so that he could let the 100 or so nascent souls in his dantian cultivate. Who would have thought that Xian Songzi would actually do something like this? Daoist, this nascent soul cultivation method was originally taught to me by Daoist. What's the difference between this and teaching? Moreover, I'm now a lonely soul. Without Daoist's protection, I wouldn't be able to survive. Being able to become Daoist's disciple is actually my fortune. Xian Songzi kowtowed. Daoist, please have mercy. Xiaohua pondered a bit. He knew that Xian Songzi was right. Although his heart was magnanimous, what would Xian Songzi think? This was also a heart demon and karma. Only by accepting this karma could he truly help Xian Songzi. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Xian Songzi was overjoyed. Just as he was about to kowtow, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Wait a moment. Yes, master. Xian Songzi was amazed, but when Xiaohua released Master Daoist Jingting's nascent soul, Xian Songzi understood. Spiritual Master Jing Ting's nascent soul was protected by the green-robed Xiao Hua in the Lianyao flask, so his nascent soul wasn't obliterated. Now that he had rested for a few years, he had recovered a little. Now that he appeared in front of Xiao Hua, although he knew that he had escaped death, his little face was filled with despair just like Xian Songzi. Master Daoist Jingting. Xiao Hua points his finger and says, "You were fated to meet this Xiao at the Jade Pavilion conference, and you were even implicated by this Xiao inside the formation. Now that you've lost your physical body and only have your nascent soul left, this Xiao is willing to bear this karma for you. Are you willing?" Daoist Master Xiao. Daoist Master Jingting looks at the Yuanying kneeling in front of him, somewhat puzzled. What if I'm willing? What if I'm not? He, Xian Songzi, get up and break it down with Reverend Jingting. Xiao Hua didn't say much and let Xian Songzi explain to Master Daoist Jingting. Seeing Master Daoist Jingting like this, Xian Songzi's heart was filled with sympathy. This was the so-called sympathy for fellow sufferers. In a moment, he had already explained the cause of the matter clearly. Although Master Daoist Jingting's reaction was slow and his luck wasn't good, his mind wasn't inferior to Xian Songzi's. At this time, how could he not know that there was an unprecedented road in front of him? Disciple Master Daoist Jingting is willing to become Master Daoist's disciple. Master Daoist Jingting knelt in front of Xiao Hua with Xian Songzi. Good. Xiao Hua nods. Although this old man has some knowledge about the cultivation method of scattering nascent soul, after all, I can't often teach it to you. Now that the two of you are cultivating together, we can exchange knowledge and discuss it with each other. Yes, disciple understands. Xian Songzi and Master Daoist Jingting understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. The two of them kowtowed together 9 times, which could be considered as becoming Master Daoist. Alright, since you've become Master Daoist Jingting's disciple, Master Daoist Jingting. Xiao Hua says with a smile, Master will first teach you the cultivation method of scattering nascent soul. Master, just call disciple Jingting. Daoist Jingting says respectfully. Good. After saying that, a crystal thread as bright as a crescent moon appears between Xiao Hua's eyebrows and enters between Master Daoist Jingting's eyebrows. Boom. Master Daoist Jingting feels as if his mind is being bombarded by a huge object. Countless words and understandings fall into his mind. Master Daoist Jingting doesn't dare to be negligent. He immediately sits there cross-legged and closes his eyes to comprehend. Xiao Hua takes back the soul thread and looks at Xian Songzi beside him. He says with a smile, this old man still has some understandings. I won't teach them to you for now. After Jingting finishes comprehending, you can discuss with him how to take Ren Jing and develop spiritual wisdom. Yes, Master. Xian Songzi restrains the ecstasy in his heart and answers with a bow. Xiao Hua walks out of the quiet room. Lu Yi, who is guarding the door, hurriedly bows and says, Greetings, Master. And, how is Yuanya? Xiao Hua is somewhat worried about Yuanya who almost died. Brother Ye is fine. After taking Master's miraculous spirit pill, his injuries are already fine. Lu Yi obediently answers, it's just that he was hit hard by Jia Wu's matter and can't come back to his senses for a while. Just now, disciple heard from Wang Yuanfei that Brother Ye was called by his mother to roast some meat for him to eat. That's right. Xiao Hua nods, although Yuanfei's mother doesn't have much experience, she is Yuanya's teacher in the matters between men and women. It's not bad to listen to more advice. If you see Yuanya, ask him if he has thought it through. If he has, then come see me. Yes. Louis bows and answers, also, Senior Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian came to find Master a few times. It seems like they have some matters to discuss. Oh. Are the two of them together? Or did they come separately? Xiao Hua sits on the brocade chair and asks with interest. The two of them came separately. Invite fellow Shui Mingzi over. Xiao Hua says after thinking for a while. Lui goes out. Not long after, Shui Mingzi enters the cave. Xiao Hua invites him to take a seat. The two of them exchange greetings for a while. Shui Mingzi says with a smile, I came to find Taoist Xiao because I have a private matter to discuss with fellow Taoist. Oh, fellow Taoist, please speak. Seeing that Shui Mingzi didn't mention leaving the Black Wind Ridge and instead talked about private matters, Xiao Hua unconsciously raises his eyebrows. Previously, I also told Taoist that the situation in the hidden immortal continent is very delicate. The changes in the Yaotai mountain will probably anger the immortal palace. We Taoist cultivators who survived the Yaotai mountain will have to think about how to deal with it. Shui Mingzi seems to have thought about it long ago. He quickly explains, for a shrinking force like the Black Wind Ridge, not coming out is one way. Another way is to leave the hidden immortal continent to temporarily avoid the limelight. I am not talented, but I have some dealings with the demon king of the ancient Bell Mountain in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, so I want to temporarily avoid this place. I saw that Taoist Xiao treats Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle very well. I presume that you don't discriminate against demon kings, so I want to invite Taoist Xiao to come with me. He. Xiao Hua smiles, fellow Shui Mingzi, it can't be that simple, right? Is there something else? Of course. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have come here so seriously. Shui Mingzi smiles mysteriously. 50 years later, near the ancient Bell Mountain, there will be a grand event in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. As for what it is exactly, I can't reveal it at this time. If Taoist Xiao is interested, why don't we take this opportunity to go together? With Taoist Xiao's skills, you will definitely gain something. I see. Xiao Hua thinks to himself, that day, Ao Zhantian said that Shui Mingzi has some background. This must be the reason. He, a Taoist cultivator, can actually participate in the grand event of the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Maybe he also has the bloodline of the demon race. This grand event also depends on one's skills. But now, do I still need to go to the Thousand Demons sacred realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua smiles, I thank fellow Shui Mingzi for thinking so highly of me. However, this matter will take at least 50 years. There is still some time until now. I don't want to leave so early. Sigh, 50 years is just the blink of an eye. Shui Mingzi persuades, now is a sensitive time for Confucian cultivators. Wouldn't it be better for fellow Taoist to take this opportunity to get rid of the trouble? Let me think about it. Xiao Hua doesn't agree. Shui Mingzi doesn't insist. He takes out the jade eye and the token and gives it to Xiao Hua, saying, this is the location of the ancient Bell Mountain and my token. If Taoist Xiao goes and I'm not there, just show the token and the Demon King will definitely treat you with respect. Okay. Xiao Hua takes it and says, if I have nothing to do, I will definitely go. Okay, I will wait for Taoist Xiao's arrival. Shui Mingzi stands up and leaves. After Xiao Hua stands up and sends him off, he asks Lu Yi to invite Ao Zhantian. He looks at the jade eye and the token in his hand with a smile and puts them away. He just came back from the Misty Mountain Maze and still has many things to learn. How can he have the time to go to the Thousand Demons sacred realm? Not long after, Ao Zhantian also arrives. Unlike Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian's first sentence is, Taoist Xiao, did Shui Mingzi find Taoist Xiao? Xiao Hua smiles. The Black Wind Ridge is only so big. Ao Zhantian will know whether Shui Mingzi came or not with just a sweep of his divine sense, so there is no need for him to hide. After Xiao Hua slightly nods, Ao Zhantian says, previously, I vaguely knew that fellow Taoist Shui Mingzi's origin is not simple, but I didn't expect him to be related to the Demon King of the ancient Bell Mountain. His origin is not small. Xiao Hua asks curiously, does the Demon King of the ancient Bell Mountain have a special origin? Deity, Taoist Shao lives in the Yu province, which is east of the hidden immortal continent, so you might not know much about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The Demon King of the ancient Bell Mountain. I heard that he is the descendant of a great sage in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Do you think Shui Mingzi's origin is powerful? Great sage. Xiao Hua nodded. This is a senior of the 9th grade of origin power. No wonder. It's not just the 9th grade of origin power. Ao Zhantian sighs. A great sage is a supreme being who can tear apart space and shatter the void at any time. It's not something a Confucian scholar can compare to. What? Fellow Taoist Ao was also invited by fellow Taoist Shui Mingzi. Xiao Hua asks with a smile. Chapter 38:11. Ao Zhantian nodded with a smile. Yes, Shui Mingzi had discussed this with me before. However, I had an important matter to attend to, so I didn't agree to his request. Today, I came here to discuss this matter with Taoist Master. Oh. Xiao Hua was stunned. What do you want to discuss with me? Ao Zhantian pondered for a moment and sent a voice transmission. Do you know about Dragon Island? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean by that? Which cultivator on the hidden immortal continent doesn't know about Dragon Island? If you have the opportunity to go to Dragon Island, would you be willing? Ao Zhantian stared at Xiao Hua's face as if he wanted to see through his true thoughts. If Xiao Hua hadn't met Ao Zhantian, he would have been very interested in Ao Zhantian's suggestion. However, it was clear that Ao Zhantian's so-called opportunity wouldn't be as good as Ao Zhantian's. Xiao Hua couldn't help but hesitate. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, "Can you tell me the reason behind this matter?" "All right." Ao Zhantian saw Xiao Hua's hesitation and had a bad feeling. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell him everything. After Ao Zhantian finished explaining everything, Xiao Hua stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The reason why Ao Zhantian's surname was Ao was because there was an additional person in his surname compared to the Ao of the Dragon Palace. This meant that he was a distant relative of the Dragon Palace's bloodline. This was also what Xiao Hua had seen at the Jade Pavilion conference. Ao Zhantian had the Crimson Dragon bloodline and could use the True Spirit Avatar. Of course, Ao Zhantian's bloodline existed in both the human and demon races. The Dragon Palace didn't really care about them. However, these demons and humans were all descendants of the Dragon bloodline. Therefore, every 100 years, the Dragon Palace would hold a selection ceremony to select the purer and more powerful disciples to enter Dragon Island. However, Ao Zhantian and the other descendants of the Dragon bloodline only had 3 chances. If they couldn't set foot on Dragon Island after 3 chances, they would lose the right to enter Dragon Island. The Dragon Island was a mysterious place. It was as famous as the Immortal Palace, the Thunder Temple, and the Great Sage Hall. There were countless treasures on the island. If an ordinary cultivator could obtain even one of them, they would be able to take a huge step forward in their cultivation. Although this Dragon Island's training area wasn't the core of the Dragon Island, in order to obtain this opportunity, these descendants with the dragon's bloodline would fight until their heads bled every time. And what made them satisfied was that as long as they could survive the Dragon Island, without exception, they would reap great rewards. There had never been an exception. Coincidentally, 10 years later, it would be the time for the 100-year selection. Ao Zhantian had already participated in the selection ceremony twice, and he had failed to obtain the right to enter the Dragon Island. This was his last chance. Moreover, if Ao Zhantian passed the selection ceremony, even if he didn't gain anything from the Dragon Island, his name would be recorded in the register of the Dragon Palace. Even if he reached the out-of-aperture stage in the future, the Immortal Palace wouldn't force him too much out of consideration for the Dragon Palace. Thus, Ao Zhantian placed great importance on this selection, which was why he had come to ask Xiao Hua for help. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and thought to himself, I can use Ao Zhan to enter the Dragon Island, but the problem is whether Ao Qian can be rescued. Even if Ao Qian is rescued, the East Sea Dragon Palace will definitely look for the culprit behind Ao Qian's assassination. In that case, they will inevitably look for me. I have a history with the Heavenly Cave River, and I know the ins and outs of the Dragon Island. If I go to Ao Zhan, not only will he betray me, but the people of the Dragon Palace will also interrogate me. Wouldn't I be walking right into their trap? Rather than taking that risk, I might as well follow Ao Zhantian. Either way, there are humans and demons here, and it'll be easier to avoid them. Taoist Ao. Xiaohua asked, this selection is an opportunity for your dragon bloodline descendants, what does it have to do with me? Of course it has to do with me. Ao Zhantian laughed. I can bring my guards to participate in the selection, this is the rule of the Dragon Palace. Once I pass the selection, my guards can also follow me to the Dragon Island. Damn it, you're a nascent soul cultivator of the Tao Gate, why do you need guards? Xiaohua asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ao Zhantian shrugged and replied, I have no choice, this is the custom of the Dragon Palace. If the descendants of the Dragon Palace don't bring guards, then they're not descendants of the Dragon Palace. Even if I don't bring guards, those arrogant demons and Confucian cultivators will. And, I understand. Xiaohua nodded. But where will the selection be held this time? The North Sea Dragon Palace is hosting the selection this time. Ao Zhantian explained. As for where it is, we'll only know when we arrive at the designated place. The North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua smiled. As long as it wasn't the East Sea Dragon Palace or the West Sea Dragon Palace, Xiaohua was willing to go. All right. Xiaohua nodded. If that's the case, I'll go with you and try my luck. Good. Ao Zhantian clapped. I knew that Taoist Master Xiao would definitely lend me a hand. Now, I'll go with you. Ah. So soon. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Why don't we hurry up? Ao Zhantian asked curiously. The hidden immortal continent is currently in a dangerous situation. Who knows when the heavenly immortal palace will send their fury down? If we rush to the North Sea Dragon Palace's territory now, even if the heavenly immortal palace wants to vent their anger on us, they won't be able to do anything to us. Besides, I've already prepared a lot for this selection. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to prepare anything. You just need to follow me. Although Xiaohua knew that Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi were right, he really couldn't leave. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled. How about this? Fellow Taoist Ao, you tell me the designated place of the North Sea Dragon Palace and I promise to arrive in 10 years. How about that? Oh. All right. It seems like that's the only way. Seeing that Xiaohua had already made up his mind, Ao Zhantian didn't force him. Just like Shui Mingzi, he took out his own token and a jade eye ring and handed them to Xiaohua before turning to leave. However, before Ao Zhantian left, he didn't forget to turn back and say, also. Taoist Master Xiao, we've gathered here for too long. Perhaps we've already attracted the attention of the Confucian cultivators. If we fall into the heavenly immortal palace's ears, it will definitely be detrimental to the Black Wind Ridge. You should prepare early. And, I understand. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoists to inform the other fellow Taoists that I'll be holding a farewell banquet tomorrow morning and invite all fellow Taoists to attend. Xiaohua had already thought of a plan. Okay. The last stone in Ao Zhantian's heart was lifted and he left with a smile. There was no need to mention the farewell banquet. Xiaohua raised his cup and the other cultivators also raised their cups. According to the blood oath, as long as Xiaohua needed them for 1,000 years, they would be at his beck and call. Of course, other than the early nascent soul cultivator, Royal Highness Lan, there were many golden core cultivators who decided to stay in the Black Wind Ridge after seeing how prosperous the Fortune Gate was. After the banquet, the group of cultivators bid farewell and flew out in batches. However, there were too many Taoist cultivators working for Xiao Hua. In order not to attract the attention of the Confucian cultivators, these cultivators flew for an entire day before gradually dispersing. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were the last to leave the capital star formation. There was no one else in the Black Wind Ridge anymore. Xiao Hua turned around and walked into his cave. Xiao Hua had just sat down in his cave when Royal Highness Lan came in with dozens of golden core cultivators. As soon as Royal Highness Lan entered the cave, he immediately bowed and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, I have chatted with fellow Taoist Xiong a few times in the past few days. Although fellow Taoist Xiong did not tell me too much, I already know quite a bit about what happened in the country of Jiang. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I'm especially worried about my lifespan. Since I've already made a blood oath to serve Taoist for 500 years, I don't have much time to squander after these 500 years. Rather than that, why don't I just become Taoist's disciple and receive your guidance?" Junior is also willing to become Taoist Zhao's disciple. About 20 golden core cultivators bowed and said in unison. Xiao Hua looked at Royal Highness Lan and thought inwardly. Royal Highness Lan was also saved by him during the Jadestage conference. This cultivator's shrewdness was above Xiong Yi's, and his ability to judge the situation was even better than Xiong Yi's. In the short few years he had been in the Black Wind Ridge, he had seen a lot of things, such as the Origin Stone Mine, the Capital Star Formation, and the battle between Jiang Country and Copper Pillar Country. However, Xiao Hua looked at these cultivators and said solemnly, "Royal Highness Lan, if it was in the past, I would welcome you to become my disciple. After all, you can gather the power of the Dao sect and protect our Dao sect from the influence of Confucian cultivators. But now that the Jadestage Mountain has changed, if you become my disciple, you might be implicated. Are you still willing?" Taoist Xiao is overthinking. Royal Highness Lan laughed and said, "I have thought about it over these years. I have suffered a lot in order to reach the nascent soul realm. I have also suffered a lot under the pressure of Confucian cultivators. If Taoist Xiao hadn't saved me during the Jadestage conference, would have died long ago. People who have died once can see things that ordinary cultivators can't compare to. Taoist Xiao's mind is broad and his magic power is boundless. If I can receive Taoist Xiao's guidance, not only can my cultivation improve, I can also hide from Confucian cultivators under Taoist Xiao's protection. Why wouldn't I be happy? This disciple is willing to become Taoist Xiao's disciple." Royal Highness Lan knelt on the ground. The 20 golden core disciples also knelt and shouted, "Junior is also willing to become Taoist Xiao's disciple." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard someone call out from outside the cave, "Wait, oh." Xiao Hua was stunned and raised his head to look. He saw Li Xiang rushing into the cave with dozens of his disciples behind him. Li Xiang entered the cave and immediately knelt beside Royal Highness Lan and said anxiously, "Taoist Xiao, I am also willing to enter the Fortune Gate." Chapter 38:12. We juniors are also willing to become your disciples. Li Xiang's disciples said, and naturally knelt beside the 20 Jindan disciples. Looking at the liveliness in the cave, Xiao Hua smiled slightly, stood up and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, get up quickly, what are you singing now?" "Ah, Taoist Xiao." Li Xiang did not get up, but lowered his head and sighed. "Speaking of which, I, Xiong Yi, and this fellow Taoist have all received great kindness from Taoist. Perhaps one of them was saved, but I, along with all my disciples, were saved from the death prison by Taoist. And I have been with Taoist Xiao the longest. Normally speaking, I should have said it long ago. However, Taoist must have known long ago that I did not get along well with the previous imperial tutor of Jiang country, Qin Haoyue. I have lingering fears about this. Especially when Daoist wanted to go to Yaotai Mountain, I did my best to stop him. In reality, I also had selfish motives. I knew that if Daoist went, if he died, if he returned, it would not be the ending I wanted. If Daoist took the Imperial Tutor's lot, he would definitely fall into the mortal world, and his mind would definitely be affected. I do not want to repeat the same mistake. So after Xiong Yi returned, even though fellow Daoist Xiong did not say anything, I already understood that Daoist Xiao most likely already received the Imperial Tutor's lot, and the development of the matter has already fallen in a direction I do not want to see. So I simply did not care about the matters of Black Wind Ridge, and handed them all to fellow Daoist Xiong. As for the peculiarities that fellow Daoist Xiong found, I did not detect them at all. I am far inferior to fellow Daoist Xiong in this regard. This is also one of the reasons why I had the thought of leaving. Before Daoist returned, I had already made a decision. If there is a chance, I will bid farewell to Daoist. However, Daoist's performance in Jiang country really exceeded my expectations. Not only did Daoist save me again, you also generously gave the Imperial Tutor's lot to the Chongling Princess. At this moment, I understand that Daoist is going to the Yaotai conference for that promise, and not just to establish a country. Daoist is not the Daoist I thought. Daoist should go to the Yaotai conference. A cultivator like Daoist who treats promises as gold, is that not what I want to follow? At this point, Li Xiang bowed down again and said, therefore, I would like to ask Daoist to allow this disciple to become Daoist's disciple. We are all willing to become your disciples and listen to your teachings. Dozens of golden core cultivators shouted in unison. Their voices were rather majestic. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Good, since everyone has come under this old man's tutelage, then, on behalf of my Fortune Gate disciples, this old man welcomes everyone. Thank you, Tao Master. The cultivators were overjoyed and kowtowed as they entered the Fortune Gate. Today is another joyous day, looks like this old man will have to hold a big banquet again. Xiao Hua sat down and laughed heartily, then ordered, Black Bear, quickly go and prepare. Yes, I understand. The Black Bear's spirit was overjoyed when he saw so many Golden Core Realm cultivators joining the Fortune Gate. He hurriedly ran out. Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, Prince Lan, stay behind. The other disciples go back and rest first. Xiao Hua instructed again, with the bearing of a sect leader. Yes. All the Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm disciples answered in unison and walked out one after another. Only Lu Yi, Fu Jiwen, and Wang Yifei stood in front of Xiao Hua without moving. Lu Yi, prepare a seat for the three senior brothers. Xiao Hua instructed. Yes, Master. Lu Yi's expression did not change. He glanced at Fu Jiwen and Wang Yifei. Then the three of them took out 3 chairs from the side and placed them beside the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Senior brothers, please sit. Many thanks, junior brothers. Xiong Yi and the others knew that these 3 were the disciples that Xiao Hua had chosen. Although their cultivations were still shallow, their future was immeasurable, so they did not dare to neglect them. When the 3 nascent soul realm disciples were seated, Xiao Hua smiled and said, You all have seen it. Previously, this old man only wanted to accept a few disciples to train. The so-called founding of a sect was not something that I had thought of, but now, even you 3 nascent soul realm cultivators have come under this old man's tutelage. This lineup has exceeded this old man's expectations. Of course, to tell you the truth, this old man has no problem guiding your cultivation. This old man's strength is far beyond your imagination. Hiss. Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and Prince Lan all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. After all, in their eyes, the strength that Xiao Hua had shown was already extremely shocking. They had never imagined that Xiao Hua's far beyond your imagination would be like awe. Low-key, low-key. Xiaohua smiled and said, if you all had not come under this old man's tutelage, this old man would not have told you. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiongyi and the others smiled and nodded. Cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, magic treasures, wait. You all don't need to think about it, this old man has confidence in all of these. Xiaohua said again, however, this old man does not have much experience in establishing a sect. Now that my fortune gate has more disciples, these are all things that you all need to consider. Yes, in the space, although the green-robed Xiaohua and the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua were establishing a sect, they were close to gods in the space. Moreover, there were more than 10,000 disciples that they could do whatever they wanted. But in the Black Wind Ridge, it was different. Not to mention the 3 nascent soul cultivators, even those golden core disciples, which one of them had not lived for hundreds of years, experienced the ways of the world, and experienced all kinds of hardships. If there were no rules for establishing a sect, before the fortune gate was established, wouldn't the people's hearts have already scattered? Master, please rest assured. Xiongyi smiled and said, before Master returned, this disciple had already considered this matter. Although this disciple has not reported to Master, nor has this disciple discussed with the 2 senior brothers, this disciple has already formed a constitution. Master, please take a look. Saying this, Xiongyi took out a jade eye ring and handed it to Xiaohua. Oh, Xiongyi will enter under this old man's tutelage first as a senior brother. Xiaohua came to his senses and said to the 3 people, Li Xiang will enter last as a junior brother. Yes, this disciple understands. The 3 of them were all nascent soul cultivators, and their cultivations were very similar. In fact, it didn't matter who was the senior brother or junior brother. The 3 of them looked at each other and answered with a smile. Xiaohua took the jade eye ring and glanced at it, then handed it to Prince Lan and said, you 2 also take a look. Prince Lan and Li Xiang looked at the jade eye ring, then at each other. Prince Lan smiled and said, Senior brother Xiong's constitution is very detailed, this disciple has nothing to say. Xiongyi's constitution contains my Black Wind Ridge's previous framework, and also contains the rules of an ordinary sect. The 3 of you will be outer disciples, and each of you will teach a group of disciples. This old man will lead some younger disciples to become inner disciples. Xiaohua nodded and said, also, this old man basically agrees with the rewards and punishments. However, since we are going to expand, there is no harm in abandoning the outer and inner disciples, and each of you will lead a division. Xiaohua expressed his opinion. In fact, what he said was similar to the Imperial Lightning sect structure, and he didn't have any special ideas. Hearing this, Xiongyi and the others smiled and said, we also understand what Master is saying. This kind of sect structure is a little scattered for the sect Master's authority, but it suits Master's lazy personality. However, the current Fortune Gate relies on Master's strength, and our Fortune Gate's disciples have not reached that level. According to Master's idea of managing the sect, is not suitable. Alright. Xiaohua naturally knew his own weight, and he waved his hand and said with a smile, these mundane matters will be left to the 3 of you, this old man will not say anything else. Yes, Master. The 3 of them said in unison, you can cultivate as much as you want, the higher your strength. The 3 of them suddenly thought of something and looked at each other. Xiongyi then looked at Lu Yi and the others and said, Master, let junior brother Lu Yi and the others leave for a while. Xiaohua nodded and let Lu Yi and the others leave. Prince Lan asked in a low voice, Master, don't tell me you've already reached the 5th grade? Hehe, what do you think? Xiaohua chuckled and asked in return. Nonsense. Xiongyi said to Prince Lan, Master killed 3 Buddhist sects upper grade 4th grade essence force guardians with a wave of his hand, what do you think Master's strength is? But, Master, your cultivation seems to be only at mid-nascent soul realm, right? Li Xiang also asked in a low voice. Here. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. 3 jade eyes flew to the 3 of them and said, I know what you're thinking, take them and cultivate. Huh, thank you master. Xiong Yi and the others were overjoyed. They carefully looked at the jade eyes and kept them in their spatial pouches before saying, actually, master, this disciple wants to remind master that you must control your cultivation realm. If the immortal palace finds out, it will be very difficult, this old man knows. Xiao Hua nodded and frowned, what if this old man is not on the hidden immortal mainland? Will the immortal palace find out? Definitely not in the Western Paradise. Those old bald donkeys of the Thunder Monastery wear the same pants as the immortal palace. As long as you break through to the 5th grade in the Western Paradise, the immortal palace will immediately know. Li Xiang replied, as for the 1,000 demons sacred realm, the demon race and the immortal palace have the same agreement. They cannot block the celestial phenomenon of a breakthrough. Of course, the demon race has always been arrogant and unruly, and there have been many conflicts with the immortal palace over the years. Some demon kings and even great sages don't put the immortal palace in their eyes. If our Taoist cultivators break through in these places, the immortal palace may not know. And even if they know, they won't dare to go down to the lower realm to capture us. However, this is on the premise that the fellow Taoist who breaks through will not be eaten by the demon king. And, this old man understands. Xiao Hua nodded. He already knew Shui Mingzi's plan. Master, this disciple also has something to discuss with everyone. Prince Lan was very happy that he obtained the jade eyes. Now that he saw Xiao Hua following his advice without any arbitrariness, he also said, I hope master won't take offense. Xiao Hua smiled and said, just say it. This disciple has not been in the Black Wind Ridge for long, so I might not know the origin of the Black Wind Ridge. Prince Lan said, but in this disciple's opinion, the Black Wind Ridge is not suitable to be the location of our fortune gate. Chapter 38:13. Oh. What do you mean? Xiao Hua frowned slightly, but he soon regained his composure and asked with interest. Master, disciple has 3 reasons. His heart tightened as he carefully said, first, the Black Wind Ridge is not big enough for a sect to develop. Second, the Black Wind Ridge is located at the border of 3 countries. No matter how it develops, Jiang country, Jia Sa country, and Copper Pillar country will pay attention. These 3 countries have Tao sects, Confucian cultivators, and Buddhism behind them. Even if our fortune gate unifies the 3 countries, the Confucian cultivators will be alerted. Since Master wants to do something that no one has done before, this idea of establishing a country should be abandoned. Third, the Black Wind Ridge's origin energy is not particularly abundant, and it is only because of the origin stone mine underground. Now that the origin stone mine is known by others, it will be a big problem in the future. Oh, since you mentioned it, disciple has another drawback. Black Wind Ridge has already fallen into the Confucian cultivators' eyes. If Master wants to establish a sect here, it is tantamount to walking into a trap. Senior Brother Lan is right. Li Xiang knew Xiao Hua's temperament. He looked at Xiao Hua and smiled, Master's cultivation is profound, but he is indeed lacking in this aspect. In these years, disciple has considered that the Black Wind Ridge's reputation is not good, and our Fortune Gate's reputation will also be bad if we establish a sect here. Who says this old man has not thought about it? Xiao Hua of course would not admit it. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, how could this old man not consider this matter? It's just that this old man has not had time to discuss it with you. And, what does Master think we should do next? Xiong Yi asked with a smile. You can decide on this matter. Xiao Hua casually waved his hand. Alright, disciple will speak first. Seeing that Xiao Hua was not angry, Lan Huan relaxed and said, when disciple was traveling in Jing province, disciple saw a mountain range that was vast and rich in origin energy. If Master's formation can be placed in that mountain range, it will not attract the attention of Confucian cultivators. Disciple also knows that there is a blessed land in Yu province that is very suitable for establishing a sect. Li Xiang added, furthermore, I feel that this place doesn't have to be too far away from Black Wind Ridge. Let's take a closer look first. Xiao Hua nodded and said, in fact, to our fortune gate, this protective grand formation is the most important. Only a place where we can set up the formation can establish a sect. Alright, Disciple has some understanding of arrays. Prince Lon volunteered. Disciple will first go to the mountain range that Junior Brother Li mentioned. Good, you take Fujiwen with you. Xiao Hua stood up and said, this old man will wait for your news. In addition, this old man has some matters to attend to today. Xiong Yi, come over tomorrow morning. This old man wants to see your cultivation progress. Li Xiang is temporarily in charge of the affairs of Black Wind Ridge. Thank you, Master. Xiong Yi was overjoyed. Li Xiang and Lon also stood up to accept the order. Xiao Hua was naturally concerned about Daoist Jingting and Xian Songzi. Although the Fortune Gate currently had 3 nascent soul cultivators, Xiao Hua's Dantian had more than 150 nascent souls. If Xian Songzi and Master Daoist Jingting succeeded in cultivating their scattered souls, then Xiao Hua could absolutely control more than 150 scattered souls. What kind of strength was this? Xiao Hua couldn't afford to be careless. When Xiao Hua arrived at the quiet room, Daoist Jingting had already woken up and was whispering with Xian Songzi. Their discussion was lively. When they saw someone enter, both of them were startled and vigilance flashed through their eyes. When they saw Xiao Hua, they were immediately overjoyed. They bowed and said, Master, good. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the praying mat and asked, have you finished your discussion? Yes, Master. Xian Songzi nodded. Disciple and junior brother Jingting have discussed it. There is no difference between the two of us. Now, we can consume the mortal essence. Good. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a mortal essence that was several 100,000 years old. Who are you waiting for? Master. Xian Songzi and Daoist Jingting looked at the mortal essence and seemed to be afraid. They hurriedly dodged and cried out, this mortal essence is too old. The heaven and earth essence contained within is not something we can absorb. Oh. There is such a saying. Xiao Hua hurriedly put away the mortal essence. Only then did the two's little faces return to normal. Yes, Master. Xian Songzi said with a bitter smile. Mo Yuntong didn't explain, but Disciple can sense the heaven and earth essence within the mortal essence that is so dense that it can swallow Disciple. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. The nascent soul was originally a spiritual body condensed from the heaven and earth essence. After absorbing the mortal essence, one could cultivate a scattered nascent soul. However, if there was too much heaven and earth essence in the mortal essence, it would similarly swallow the nascent soul. Seems like, cultivating a scattered nascent soul is far from as simple as Mo Yuntong said. Mo Yuntong only pointed out a cultivation path. As for the specific details, you still have to figure it out yourself. Daoist Jingting replied with lingering fear. N. Xiao Hua took out several mortal essences that were several tens of thousands of years old, 100,000 years old, and a few 100,000 years old. He said, Xian Songzi, go first. You have more time to comprehend, so you have a higher chance of success. Good. Xian Songzi chose a mortal essence that was about 120,000 years old and said, Master, guard Disciple at the side. If there is anything inappropriate, Master can make the decision. Master understands. Xiao Hua nodded and put away the rest of the mortal essences. He rubbed his hands together and launched a series of mysterious seals. As the seals were launched, strands of crystal threads as thin as hair condensed in midair and slowly fell into the mortal essence. The mortal essence melted like ice and snow, turning into a ball of yellow liquid. Within the liquid, balls of golden threads rolled up and down. Moreover, as the whole ball of liquid violently swelled, after the crystal threads entered the liquid, layers of tiny ant-like runes seeped out from the golden threads. These runes emitted a slight rumbling sound, like thunder and also like a low chant. When the runes fell into the yellow liquid, the liquid emitted strange fluctuations from time to time, and the whole liquid actually slowly shrank. After the liquid shrank, it turned into a human figure. Although the appearance was unclear, a fist-sized whirlpool appeared on the top of the door. Ghostly howls resounded in the air. Xiaohua growled, "Xian Songzi, if you're not forming your body now, when are you going to wait?" "Yes, master." Xian Songzi was already eager to give it a try. When he heard Xiaohua's order, he hurriedly rushed towards the mortal essence. Wu! Xian Songzi's nascent soul was only a few feet away from the mortal essence when a huge suction force was produced from the vortex, pulling Xian Songzi into the mortal essence. Ah! Xian Songzi's nascent soul fell into the mortal essence and immediately let out a heart-wrenching howl. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and remained unmoved. He already understood that this was the essence of the mortal essence attacking Xian Songzi's nascent soul. This kind of pain was tantamount to tearing apart and rebuilding every inch of Xian Songzi's body. Xiaohua had also experienced this kind of pain in the past. When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, starve his skin, empty his body, and disturb his actions. Xiaohua's mouth faintly recited a Confucian text, and the hand seals in his hand continuously struck out. With the passage of time, 3 faint invisible brilliants slowly emerged from the top of his head. This scattered nascent soul cultivation method was truly heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua's cultivation base was now beginning to produce a vision. Looking at the mortal essence again, the human figure gradually revealed Xian Songzi's face. However, his face was really ugly. His grimacing appearance was completely deformed. Moreover, the mortal essences for limbs and even its entire body were trembling violently. It seemed that the fusion was very difficult. Go! In the end, Xiaohua took a deep breath and the magic power in his body surged. The 3 lights above his head suddenly flashed and the flower shape instantly disappeared. As Xiaohua pushed with his hands, the last hand seal slowly fell into the mortal essence. Boom! There was an indescribable vibration and a strange hiss. The mortal essence's body once again appeared with strange and obscure runes. As the runes tumbled, waves of fluctuations rushed out. Amidst the fluctuations, hundreds of thumb-sized whirlpools appeared in the quiet room at the same time. Waves of unknown air swarmed out and fell into the mortal essence that was already very similar to Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Phew! Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. His gaze fell on the mortal essence. The runes had already begun to solidify and a Xian Songzi similar to an ordinary person was gradually forming. Finally, it went smoothly. Xiaohua faintly smiled, but a moment later, his smile disappeared again. He muttered, "It seems, it's still missing something." "Exactly, it's this height." Xiaohua looked at Taoist Master Jingting who was hiding in the corner of the quiet room in the distance. He was somewhat envious and somewhat worried. Suddenly, he realized, this height is very similar to a 4 or 5-year-old child. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was just about to close his eyes and carefully ponder over the strangeness inside, but suddenly, a tremor suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. Ah, this is... Without waiting for Xiaohua to think more, a peerless pressure descended from the sky and enveloped the entire quiet room. An explosive aura instantly filled the entire quiet room. Lightning tribulation. This aura was so familiar that Xiaohua almost didn't need to think before he jumped up from the ground. Cultivating a nascent soul requires 3 gold lightning tribulations. Just as this thought appeared, Xiaohua unhesitatingly rolled up his sleeves and brought Xian Songzi, who had already finished forming his body, and Taoist Master Jingting, who was beside him, who was extremely frightened. His figure flashed and he turned into lightning and rushed out of the quiet room. When he arrived outside the cave, he saw that the sky was already densely covered with dark clouds at an extremely fast speed. Streaks of dragon-like lightning had already begun to brew behind these dark clouds. Damn it, I understand now. This is a loose immortal's helpless action after failing the lightning tribulation. Cultivating a nascent soul also requires a lightning tribulation. This is probably the initial tribulation of a nascent soul. In the future, after a period of time, every realm will have a lightning tribulation. How can my heavenly star's formation withstand 3 gold lightning tribulations? Once this lightning tribulation falls, not to mention the formation turning into ashes, even more than half of the people and demons in the Black Wind Mountain range will die. Xiao Hua was somewhat panicked. Why didn't Mo Yuntong even mention this? Chapter 38:14. Xiao Hua flew out of the immortal cave. Xiong Yi and the others were naturally alarmed by the lightning tribulation celestial phenomenon and had already flown out to investigate. While everyone and the demons were in a state of panic, Xiao Hua separated from the grand array and activated the lightning escape technique. Sure enough, once Xiao Hua left, the suffocating pressure was swept away. Although the sky was still filled with lightning and thunder, the rolling dark clouds chased after Xiao Hua. See. Xiong Yi, Lan Wang, and Li Xiang stood in the air, watching the lightning tribulation leave. They were even more shocked. After a while, the 3 of them looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiong Yi asked in a low voice, 2 junior brothers, what realm did Master break through? Why is there still lightning tribulation? If senior brother doesn't understand, then of course we don't understand either. Lan Wang was also confused. Maybe it's some secret technique Master cultivates? Seeing that the demons of Black Wind Ridge were a little restless, Xiong Yi frowned and sent a message to Qin Xiaoyao, telling him to find He Xiong and the other demons. The 3 of them waited in the air for Xiao Hua to return. After waiting for 3 whole days, Xiao Hua returned with a slightly tired expression. The 3 of them hurriedly went up to greet him. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Master is fine. You all go do your own things. Li Xiang, hurry up and find that paradise. With such a big commotion, it's impossible not to attract the attention of the immortal palace. Yes, disciple understands. Li Xiang hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple has already sent a group of disciples to bring Fu Jiwen there. Disciple will go with senior brother Lan Wang. Xiao Hua nodded and landed in front of the cave. He didn't see Yuanya standing there, looking at him with concern. Yuanya, come in. Xiao Hua said with a wave of his hand. Yes, master. The worry and confusion on Yuanya's face had already disappeared. Hearing Xiao Hua's greeting, Yuanya hurriedly replied respectfully and followed Xiao Hua into the cave. Xiao Hua sat down on the brocade chair and asked, Yuanya, do you understand now? Disciple doesn't understand. Yuanya was honest and said with regret, the ways of the world, mutual deception, is much more cruel than the beast fights in Mystic Jade Dark Forest. Disciple originally thought that Master was the closest person to Disciple, but Disciple never thought that Master would want Disciple's life, and the reason for killing Disciple was because he wanted to marry Jia Wu. As for Jia Wu, this disciple really does not understand why the throne of Jiang country is so important, to actually make her betray so many people. Master, this disciple really doesn't dare to believe that this Jia Wu is the Jia Wu that this disciple raised with dear milk when she was young. What made her become like this? There was no distinction between the masters that Yuanya spoke of. Others might not understand, but Xiao Hua was able to distinguish clearly from Yuanya's sorrowful tone. After all, the 2 people that Yuanya considered to be the closest in his life betrayed him at the same time, and even wanted to put him to death. How could he, who did not understand the ways of the world, understand? Xiao Hua smiled and said, since you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. In the future, you don't have to think about such complicated and profound questions when you stay under my tutelage. Yes, Master. Yuanya's tone was still somewhat gloomy, but compared to his previous heart that was on the verge of death, there was a faint trace of sunshine. Everyone's personality was different, and there was no need to ask everyone to be proficient in the ways of the world. Everyone should do what they were good at, and only then would they be able to find the most accurate position, and find the happiness in each person's life. Oh, that's right, Yuanya, when did you secretly learn this old man's fist techniques? I remember that you couldn't use them at the Jiangchao monastery. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then asked with a smile. When it came to cultivation, Yuanya's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, that day when Master was practicing at the Jiangchao mountain range, this disciple secretly learned them from the side, and indeed did not learn them. Those moves were especially awkward, and this disciple could not remember them at all. However, after this disciple left the longevity town with Master, this disciple pondered over them on the side, and then suddenly was able to use them. Moreover, every once in a while, this disciple would feel a very strange flow around this disciple's body. This disciple did not know what this was, but this disciple did not dare to ask Master. However, after a long time, this disciple felt that his strength had increased a lot. The magic hammer that Master gave me was a bit heavy at that time, but now this disciple can hold it very easily. Xiaohua smiled. He could not remember the origin of this Big Dipper magical fist, but it was very clear that this Big Dipper magical fist was one of the most important parts of his cultivation. For Yuanya to be able to secretly learn this Big Dipper magical fist, he was indeed a disciple that the heavens had arranged for him. Very good. Xiaohua nodded, and handed a jade-eye scroll to Yuanya, saying, "This is a simple description of the Big Dipper magical fist, and the real cultivation method still requires Master's personal guidance. You should cultivate this fist technique first. When you can feel the flow every time you practice, it should be a small success. You should also cultivate the cultivation method that Lu Yi taught you first, and if there is anything you do not understand, come and ask Master." In addition, this jade-eye scroll contains a kind of elementary body refining technique. When you have divine sense, you can explore it yourself. Xiaohua's heavenly body refining technique came from the Sunset Island, and when he obtained it, he had already promised not to spread it out. However, with Xiaohua's current cultivation, it was not too difficult to create a similar elementary cultivation method. This body refining technique was given by the green-robed Xiaohua to the tens of thousands of children in the space to use. Many thanks, Master. With a goal to cultivate, Yuanya seemed to have come back to life, and he reached out to receive it and very happily replied. Go, if there is something you do not understand, go and ask Lu Yi and Qin Xiaoyao. Now that you are all fellow disciples, there is no need to be afraid of anything. Xiaohua waved his hand to let Yuanya leave. Looking at Yuanya's straight waist, which was different from when he came in, Xiaohua's mouth hung a smile. Even a bright pearl had to be sharpened, and after this encounter, Yuanya might be able to understand more. Moreover, Yuanya's mind was pure, and he could practice the Big Dipper divine fist that others could not practice. Xiaohua was really curious about what Yuanya's achievements would be in the future. After Yuanya left, Xiaohua also stood up and entered the quiet room. After activating the restriction of the quiet room, he sat cross-legged on the futon and took out the Kunlun mirror. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that the lightning tribulation that Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting faced to cultivate the scattered nascent soul was not the triple gold lightning tribulation, but only one. However, this lightning tribulation was extremely powerful. With their early-stage nascent soul cultivation, it was impossible for them to withstand it. If it wasn't for me blocking most of it for them, their small bodies would have been turned into ashes by the lightning tribulation. However, in this way, although they can successfully cultivate the scattered nascent soul, the next lightning tribulation will definitely be even more ferocious than this one. It seems that unless I cultivate to the late-stage nascent soul stage, it's better not to place my hopes on the scattered nascent soul cultivation method. Thinking of this, Xiaohua activated his magic power, and in the light pillar of the Kunlun mirror, Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting came out of the Kunlun ruins. Thank you, Master. At this moment, Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting looked like they were only half of their previous height, but they were much better than nascent soul cultivators. The two of them looked around, and joy appeared on their pale faces as they bowed and said, "Get up." Xiaohua flicked his sleeve, "Although I blocked the lightning tribulation for you, it's still disadvantageous to your cultivation. I'm sure you know the karma inside. You have to speed up your cultivation in the future. Don't have any problems when the next lightning tribulation comes." "Yes, I understand." Perfected Jingting replied with lingering fear, "The next lightning tribulation will be the scattered nascent soul lightning tribulation. I hope that Master can bestow me with spiritual wisdom so that I can comprehend the cultivation method with senior brother Xian Songzi." "All right." Xiaohua thought for a moment. He knew that consuming Ren Jing would reconstruct the nascent soul body, so there would be a lightning tribulation. Spiritual wisdom was not necessary for cultivating the scattered nascent soul, so there would not be any special lightning tribulation. He raised his hand and took out a spiritual wisdom that was not too old. He asked, "Who are you waiting for to consume it first?" "I'll go first." Perfected Jingting took a step forward and said, "Just now, senior brother Xian Songzi tried it first. Now, it's my turn." "All right." Xiaohua raised his hand and delivered the spiritual wisdom to Perfected Jingting. Perfected Jingting respectfully received it. He opened his mouth and the swallow-like spiritual grass fell into his body. Buzz. Just as the spiritual wisdom entered, Perfected Jingting's body immediately flashed with a strange green brilliance. A sound even stranger than the brilliance came from his abdomen. Green seal script. Xiaohua, who was closely watching Perfected Jingting, was startled. He hastily released his soul sense. Sure enough, within his soul sense, Perfected Jingting's nascent soul body reflected a green light. Several fingernail-sized green seal script spiraled and rushed towards Perfected Jingting's head. Boom. Perfected Jingting only felt an earth-shattering rumble in his mind. Layers of green were like blooming flowers. Little swallows flew out one after another from these flowers. As these swallows flew out, he seemed to have opened his spiritual cavities. His mind became refreshed, far from the muddle-headed feeling he had before. Within Xiaohua's soul sense, he also saw several green seal scripts suddenly expand and turn into a fist-sized flower. As the flower bloomed, a strange fluctuation tore apart Xiaohua's soul strands. Immediately, all the green light disappeared and Perfected Jingting returned to his original appearance. Junior brother. Seeing Perfected Jingting open his eyes, Xian Songzi's eyes flashed with joy. Although he knew the spiritual wisdom would definitely be effective, he still couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "Excellent." Perfected Jingting didn't know how to express his feelings. This feeling of opening all the spiritual cavities was absolutely nothing to the previous him. He never felt there was anything to treasure. After all, without these spiritual cavities, he couldn't have stepped into the ranks of cultivators, let alone reached nascent soul. But now that he had lost his spiritual cavities, he was actually inferior to ordinary people. Now that he had exchanged them with heavenly treasures, this feeling of regaining what he had lost made him understand that even if it was the most common magical ability, as long as he had it, it was also a kind of happiness. He could only use these two words to describe his feelings.